debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriots, Steve on the Level, Thomas Van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Oh Wow, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMals24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bell, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in G Plus and the Politics Discord server, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
That's what happens when Forbes try to fly a plane. Oh, man.
You know, there'll
Yes,
be more
really.
Globers on the plane than flat earthers, right?
They'll take a hit for the team, take one for the cause.
Yeah, it
I
depends
don't
who's on
see-
the plane.
I
Sorry.
don't see Will
I don't
Duffy
think that-
killing himself.
No, but
I don't want to say that.
Who
That's
says-
not what I.
who says that they have to be involved? But anyway, we should keep this for speculation Sunday.
Yeah.
This is getting a bit.
Sorry.
Good evening, Nathan.
Nathan Oakley.
Hello.
Like this whole trip, it's like exactly 1 month away, isn't it? Isn't it like supposed to take place on like the 15th of December or something like that?
I don't even know the date, man. That's how interested I am. Couldn't.
Yeah,
really,
I don't pay any attention to it either.
Number 14.
Yeah. So 1 month yesterday. I mean, me personally, I kind of feel like something's going to come up in the last minute and it's not even going to take place, but who knows?
Well, they're definitely listening because I was in Alpha's space discussing flat Earth, and these globers had just started pumping me with messages, and one of them actually was Will Duffy, and he was telling me how the sun is going to prove the shape of the Earth, and I asked him to come into the space and debate me on it or have a discussion about it. I actually asked him about 2 or 3 times, and him and the other guy, Piper, he's involved in this as well. But Piper's actually one of the guys that are going on Will Duffy's side. I've been trying to get him in as well. And all he wants to do is just talk crap in messages. They will not come into the space and talk.
Oh shit! Wait, you guys believe the Earth is flat?
No, we know it's flat. There's a
Well, you
difference
know it's
between believing and knowing.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's literally no
damn.
belief involved. But
So
like I
you're-
said, if you see a sun for 24 hours and you're taking 24 like elevation angles for 24 hours, how does that help the globes? Sorry,
wait,
dude, it
wait.
doesn't.
So you said you know that it's flat. So how do you know it's flat?
Think of the bigger picture. We're in a simulation. You guys are thinking about small things.
Three simple reasons, yeah. One,
Okay.
we observe it to be flat in everyday reality. We utilize it as flat when we build upon it.
That shouldn't be a reason. The first one should
And
be a
we
reason.
use it, and we use it for navigation, so we utilize it that way, and we measure it to be flat.
So what's the measurement of the? You said you measured. So what's the measurement?
What's the measurement? It's
Yeah. Well,
horizontal.
is there like
Latitude. Latitude's a measurement. Anytime you bust out a sextant and make an elevation angle to any star, it has to be flat. If it's not flat, it won't work. So there you go.
Stupid.
Hugo, do you understand what plane surveying is?
We're what?
That's a no.
Plane surveying.
No.
What is that?
Obviously.
What is it?
Okay,
Me and
so
Yolanda, we were wondering.
plane surveying is when we survey the Earth up to 250 kilometers square. So if we squared that, that'd be 16 kilometers,
Oh, okay.
right, per side. This is what we utilize. This is what we utilize for building, construction, bridges, etc. over those distances. And the Earth measures flat. There is no curvature in those measurements.
So,
It
do you
measures
think that
horizontal
space
and linear
exists?
angles.
Do you think space
Sorry?
exists or no? Like space? Outer space?
Well, I can't speculate on space itself. We don't know what's beyond where we are and what we can see, but we know that space is a violation of natural laws.
Huh? Like what?
So that would be gas laws and thermodynamics laws.
Gas laws. What kind of gas laws?
Well, gas law, yeah.
Okay.
Which gas law?
What do we acquire? What do we require to obtain pressure?
Nothing. You just need some sort of thing to
Container?
contain it, but it doesn't have to be a container. It could be no, it doesn't have to be a container. It doesn't need to be a container. It could be gravity can like hold it together. It could be magnetic, right?
Show
It
us.
can be there's
Show
a
us.
lot of different ways to contain
Show
it.
us.
It doesn't have
Magnetic
to be a
gas?
physical container.
Show us.
Wait, did you just say magnetic gas?
No,
on.
you can you
Can
can
you show us?
magnetically contain.
Can you show
gas.
us?
Yes.
Can you show us gravity holding gas? The container.
Gravity can hold gas, yeah.
Can you show us that?
Show us?
Yes,
I
can you
got
show us?
$5 on a tokamak
Well,
Wait,
reactor.
are you guys all flat earthers here? Are there any?
Can you show us gas being
non-believers?
held by gravity? Can you show us that?
Yeah, everyone-
Because to have gas pressure, you need something to press on. That's a container. You said it and then said, but containers don't have to be a container. Yeah, they do. Gravity's
well,
not.
no, I said it
gravity's
has to
not a
have something.
My
It
bad.
doesn't need to be.
My
a
bad. I hadn't
container
quite
that
finished my
holds it.
sentence. It seems like you're going to be one of those people that don't like listening. Gravity doesn't contain anything. It's not a container. A container's a container. We must be under
It just holds
containment.
them.
There's a second attempt to malfunction. Space is fake. You can't traverse high-pressure gas into an area gas is not filling. It violates natural law. Space is fake.
What do you think life is?
This isn't what we think, yeah? We're here testing out the claims of the globe. We're looking for globe evidence. Have you got any scientific evidence for a globe?
There's evidence out there.
Scientific evidence.
How about what's the reason? How about make it simpler? Is there a reason you think the Earth is a globe?
Planets, space.
Anything to do with the
Wait,
globe?
We just debunked
curious,
space.
when you look at the
We just
sky, what do
debunked
you
space.
think
Hold
those
on.
bright stars
Hold on.
are? Or
Hold
those
on.
bright objects?
Dude. We just debunked space like 30 seconds ago. So when someone asks
No,
you,
no,
why,
I'm
why
curious.
do you
That
believe
was
in
the
the globe?
question.
Is it
Okay,
just
so
me,
what are
or is it
those
when
bright-
I'm
what are
talking,
those
you're
bright
talking
objects?
too? Is it just me? It is just me, isn't it? No, it's not. It's you
You're just
talking
talking-
while I'm
you're talking
talking.
over
You're
me.
still doing it. Shut your mouth.
You're doing it too.
I'll do what I damn well
You're doing
please.
the same thing.
Yeah, I'll do what I please when someone ignores what I've said. So when I say space violates natural law, gives you an example, tell you how your nonsense gravity that he claimed and appealed to would hold gas, it doesn't. Right? It's nonsense. So when he appeals to it and says that's why I believe we're in a globe Earth paradigm, and I say,
Is it
well,
Nathan
you've just
muting me? Who is it? Let me
ignored
check.
what we've just said.
Is he a mod here?
Yeah, there's
Wait a
This is
minute.
Nathan.
So the claim is that gravity doesn't hold gas.
Political
Sorry,
stuff.
I asked him to show me. Did he show me?
Gravity doesn't
yeah.
hold gas.
Sorry, this is a baseless assertion. I don't care what anybody says about gravity until someone
Who's
shows
Nathan
me
talking to?
gravity holding
Gravity
gas
is
under
baseless.
containment,
Gravity
which
is
it's
baseless
not.
assertion.
Why are you yammering through my responses?
Might. I'm talking to you. Who are you talking to?
I'm
There's
talking to
Nathan
anybody who
people
thinks
talking here, and
space
I'm
is
trying to
real.
catch you up.
I'm talking to anybody who
Okay,
thinks space
guys.
is real because we need containment to have gas pressure.
Who's Nathan speaking to? He's speaking to no one.
Talking to anybody
No,
who
he's
claims
speaking to
space is
someone who's
real.
talking-
Maybe if you listen to my friggin' answer, you'd hear who I was talking to. Anybody who thinks space is real. If that's you, I'm talking to you.
Okay, guys, point of moderation. Nathan is now speaking to let's
Booga.
ask the rub, right? So can everyone
You can just
else
call me
please
Shrub,
just-
sir.
Okay, can everyone
Please
just
go ahead
be
and call me
quiet?
Shrub for brevity.
Okay, Shrub. Okay, Nathan's speaking to Shrub. If everyone else can just please put your microphone on mute, and then once that conversation's finished, we can move on to the next person so we don't have chaos.
I haven't got anything else
That's
to
you,
say. I've
Booger.
already said my piece. He just ignored me. So I've stopped him in his tracks when he's appealed to space, when literally 30 seconds earlier, we debunked space.
Oh, no, you didn't. So, do you think?
Is there anything else we're debunking today?
Yeah, the globe. Earth's measured flat. We did that.
Are we going to eliminate mass?
We did that 5 minutes previous
mass gonna-
to that.
is-
And it's
is mass
just
dead?
like I start talking with an answer, and you start talking immediately through the top of it.
I didn't quite hear you, sir. Please go
Well, then
ahead.
shut your mouth when I talk. We debunked the
Nathan,
globe
calm your
here.
ass down.
Is it just me? It is.
It's a
It is.
Discord
It's
debate.
just me. Like every single time I start talking, someone else is going to be talking. I'll just repeat what I've tried now 3 times to say. Anything else we're debunking? Yeah, the globe. Earth is measured flat. We went through that 5 minutes before you asked that question. You're not paying much attention, it seems.
All right. So which team do you support?
Right, you asked me what we'd be debunking. I said we'd be debunking the globe because Earth's measured flat. Do you want to respond to what I actually put to you?
What should my response be? Am I missing something?
Something other than stuttering at me. Something that acknowledges the words I've said, perhaps. Earth measured flat. So we will be, in answer to your question that you've just told me you don't know what to say. You got a lot to say while I'm talking, though, haven't you, dickhead? You could say, I understand, or you could say, I don't understand, or you could just talk while I'm talking, while I give you options based on you don't understand what to say, was your last response. So I'm telling you what you can say. You feel the need to start telling me back while I'm telling you. No, sir.
No,
you could respond while I'm talking in the middle of my sentence. Is this the appropriate time to talk after you told me you don't know what to say? Stuttering at me. I don't know what to say. So shut up and I'll tell you what you can say. When I tell you Earth's measured flat, you can acknowledge that fact, challenge that fact, or sit down and shut the hell up. That's what you can do, sir. Not stutter at me. Do you understand your options now, dum-dum?
Am I a private in a new...
Am I in? That's a stutter. I told you not to do that. A sentence fragment, no, thank you.
I'm not stuttering.
Am I in is a stutter, and I'm going to point out your stuttery, stammery beginning to the sentence, because that's exactly what it was. Don't stutter at me. Earth measured flat. Try to comprehend and respond to that specifically, rather than asking me a new question.
I comprehend and understand that you said the Earth is flat.
Measured flat. You're deaf. You're deaf.
I heard you.
You're
you
deaf.
Said the Earth is flat.
You're
and
deaf.
I heard you say
you are
the
deaf.
Earth is flat. The Earth is.
That's not what I said, you dumbass, deaf, idiot, globe-believing numpty. I said it's measured flat. You didn't hear me because you're a dumbass. So you start chanting through me that Earth's flat, Earth's flat. It's not what I said, though, is it, you dumbo? Incapable of listening much, thicko. Earth is measured flat. I said it 4 times. Unfortunately, the dumbass felt the need to talk through me saying it, so he didn't hear it and was incapable of repeating it. He couldn't even listen to what I said, let alone comprehend it. He couldn't even repeat it. You retard. Couldn't even hear me, could you, retard? You want to try that again? I said Earth is measured flat. Maybe try and actually repeat what I've said, if you're capable of it. Please, thicko.
Earth is measured flat. Earth is measured flat. Oh.
Well,
he gets it.
He gets it, but he's having a little meltdown at the moment. His brain's sort of just frying itself. I think something's going on there.
Spiraling.
You just cooked his brain, Nathan.
Yeah, the guy's got a mental retardation, it would seem. I didn't need him to yell at me. I just didn't need him to talk through me pointing out the first time and asking me a new question without acknowledging it. And stuttering at me. And you yelling at me, Bongo. Or whatever the bloody hell your name is.
Shrub.
Shrub. You're going to need you yelling at me.
Oh, I got it. We'll see if he's calmed down. Calm down and let's ask the shrub.
So that's what we'll be debunking.
Yes, drill son!
Do you want to just shut your mouth, you stupid idiot? I think we're asking you to yell at us. You stupid man. This is not a coherent conversation that you're having with us. You're just yelling at us. I'm yelling at you because you're talking through me. Yeah, justified because you didn't listen or hear what I said, and now you're yelling it back at me. No, you're being yelled at because you're talking while I'm talking. So that's going to get you yelled at justifiably. You yelling back, yes, Drill Sergeant, with the words that you failed to comprehend 4 times. That's going to get you removed from this conversation because you're a prick.
Welcome.
Yo. Thank you.
Yo.
Nathan, I just up to you.
G'day, mate.
Oh, thank you very much. Jolly good.
You're welcome.
Booger started speaking, Nathan, while you were doing your intro, so he's probably going to start from... Booger, you're probably going to have to start from the beginning again for Nathan.
That's good. So, yeah, me and Nathan, we talked about, like, how, like, I asked him what he believes about space, and you said
Can you get closer to your mic? I can't hear you.
We can barely hear you.
Oh, that's my bad. What about now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that better? That's better. Okay, yeah, that's my bad. So yeah, we earlier talked about how like, oh, what your thoughts are on space, and you said that it validates gas laws, right? Where you can't have gas next to like a vacuum, like pressurized gas next to a vacuum, like such as space. Yeah. So basically, I think that it is possible, right? Because I think that I mean there are many ways to hold gas, and one of the ways to do that is with gravity, right? And I think to show that gravity does affect gases, there's an experiment that I'll post in the chat. It's a YouTuber, but basically he put 2 helium balloons in a vacuum chamber.
They're containers. But 3, that's 2 containers.
Yeah, but all this does is it shows that...
Stop! You've just told me you can demonstrate gas pressure without containment, and your opening gambit into what you'll be showing me, don't talk while I'm talking. Close your frickin' mic. Whoever's got their mic open, close it now. If they do it again, whoever that person is, while I'm ripping this guy a new asshole based on his declaration that he can show gas pressure without containment, and then offering 2 containers. So, Bongo, do you want to sit down and shut up now? Stupid idiot. Did you hear me? You stupid man, Bongo. That's 2 containers. Do you understand how stupid you've been?
Yeah, but I'm...
So sit down, shut up, stop wasting everybody's time with your idiocy about 2 containers demonstrating gas without containment. That's idiocy. Why are you wasting our time being stupid making these declarations? You thought wrong, idiot. Didn't you? You thought wrong then, didn't you, Bongo? You thought wrong, Bongo. That was 2 containers. You were wrong, weren't you?
Yeah.
So sit down, shut up.
Bongo.
So sit down, shut up. Don't tell my friggin' audience that you know how to demonstrate gas pressure without containment. You don't. Your stupid gravity idiocy was wrong.
Nathan, first I need to show that gas is affected by gravity. Then I can...
No, you just need to show that you don't need containment. You had 2.
I can do that by showing...
You can stutter, can you? Can you stutter at me? No, you cannot. I've told you to shut up and sit down. You're going to reiterate and rinse and repeat your crap point that gravity can show it without containment when you got 2 of them? What part? Sit down, shut up, stop wasting our time with your idiocy. Don't you understand?
Nathan, you're not going to have a conversation by telling people...
I know I'm not. I'm telling you. I'm not inviting you to keep talking at me. I'm calling you an idiot. Demonstrating the flaw. Don't talk while I tell you off. I'm demonstrating the idiocy in your claim, and then telling you, based on the idiocy in your claim, to sit down and stop talking. What do you mean I'm not going to have a conversation? No, I'm telling you. It's not an invitation for conversation. It's me telling you to shut up. Idiot.
So why are you here then?
Idiot, shut up. So I can hear idiots tell me that they can demonstrate gas pressure without containment by way of 2 containers, Bongo. Now, I'm not here for that. That's a waste of my time, isn't it, Bongo? That's an idiot, you, wasting me and my audience's time with stupid nonsense that makes no sense. Okay?
Okay, what about
you sit down and shut up now you've demonstrated what an idiot you are? What about that? Don't have a place here, dick. Your stupid claim demonstrably showed everybody how thick you were. Now you think you're going to carry on in this conversation, do you, Dumbo? Why? Why would we carry on talking to an idiot?
Who else are you going to talk to?
I mean, you do get that from the gate, like you inserted containers when the whole point is to prove gas pressure without one. I mean, are you even aware of what the definition of gas pressure is, my friend?
Yeah, I do. And this is rather like an explanation to
So define it then.
How gas is affected
So define it.
by gravity.
If you know, so define it then. What's the definition of
Define
gas
what?
pressure?
Okay, I understand that gas pressure.
No, don't tell me what you understand.
Okay,
You
I'll
just
tell you the
asked by
definition.
chocolate
I'll
if
tell
you
the
understood what the definition
Yes.
is. You said
I got
yes.
you, I got you.
Shut up.
I do.
Shut up, stupid little man. You were asked if you understood what the definition was. You said yes. Now you're going to prove that yes wasn't a lie. Like the stupid idiot liar that you might now demonstrate it to be if you don't define it. Define it then.
So,
Go.
okay. Gas pressure refers to the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with walls of a container, obviously, this was obviously.
So space is fake.
These are the people who define
So
it.
that'll be the end of your time talking, given that your claim was that you could demonstrate it without one with gravity. But based on the very definition of what it is, it needs containment. To press on. So space is fake.
Or provide a demonstration.
So
either provide a demonstration or move on, because this isn't a demonstration. You've got 2 balloons filled with helium contained within a container, and the title itself tells you what's occurring, that the helium inside them is less dense than the air around them. Yeah. So then the claim is gravity that you still haven't proven, and that you still haven't proven contains gases. So please give a demonstration or move on to something else.
You can't.
Another.
You can't. It would violate the definition. You need containment. It's part of the definition. Space is fake. If we had a vacuum above our heads, the gas would fill it, in line with entropic dispersion laws of nature. Second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space. Ergo, if the sky was space, gas would fill it, we'd be dead.
May I say something very fast? Like those 2 helium balloons, if you pop them out, that gas inside those balloons will just fill that entire vacuum, and gravity will not be able to hold it in the bottom of the vacuum, leaving you with that vacuum in the top.
It just fills the container. If it's the balloon, it'll fill the balloon. If you pop the balloon, it'll fill the vacuum chamber because it's a container. That's what gas does. Fills containment. So if the sky was a vacuum, and let's pretend the world was the balloon, even though the world doesn't have anything around it containing gas in the stupid world of globe Earth, and you pop the balloon, then all the gas that was the bullshit world with gas not contained, not dispersing, well, if it was under containment, it would disperse when the containment went away. But in their religion, there isn't even a container. It's just a free, open space next to high-pressure gas. Total violation of the second law.
Well, this is actually the perfect demonstration of this, Boogie. Yeah, you pop the balloon and the gas is going to fill the available space, the vacuum.
So where the balloon was popped and the gas spread out and filled the space, that's what Earth's gas would have done at the very first point that any gas came out of the ground. It would all go into space and never come back. We'd never be breathing it.
The big difference is that Earth is a very large thing and it has a lot of gravity to it, right?
Sorry, that's a begging the question fallacy. That's the thing you're trying to prove that you're now appealing to. It's called a begging the question fallacy. Another stupid idiot remark from a stupid idiot dunce who is now begging the question. of his claim. Rather than demonstrating gas pressure without containment, he's going to appeal to gravity. The thing you're trying to prove?
Well, we know gravity affects all.
No, we don't know anything, Bongo. You don't know anything. You're a stupid man who's just used a fallacy, and you haven't acknowledged your fallacy use. You're just moving on. Like, you haven't even comprehended what I've told you. I've told you you've used a fallacy. You haven't acknowledged what I've just said, making you a dunce. Do you understand circular reasoning, Bongo? Whoever else is talking, please stop. Bongo, do you understand circular reasoning? It's what you've just employed.
I do. I do understand.
Don't do that, sir. It's a fallacy. It's called begging the question. Can you not do that? Can you not acknowledge that I'm telling you off while I'm telling you off? Like yammering through me telling you that you're a dunce who's begged the question. That's fallacious. Don't do that here, please.
I got you.
It'd be best if you just sit down and shut up when I told you to, really. Because you keep digging this ever-expanding hole with you in it, making yourself increasingly look more stupid. Difficult, but you're definitely managing it.
Maybe we can speak to your Enzo, Bongo, because you wanted him to help you out. So maybe if you want to mute up, we can have a chat with your Enzo.
Okay, let's try that.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just have questions, but I don't know if that's allowed. AJ, is that allowed?
Yeah, you can ask a question. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Nathan, when you look up to the sky, like, what do you see? Like, what are those bright objects to you?
Stars.
And where are those stars?
In the sky. You've already told us where they are.
Okay, but where in the sky are they? Like, how high up, let's say, distance-wise?
You tell me.
I'm asking you.
I don't make a claim about how star... if I could stop stuttering. How high stars
do you know,
are.
Okay, do you know the answer to it?
I just told you that I don't make a claim about how high they are. However, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, you believe Earth is a sphere?
I don't know what it is.
Why are you asking this question?
Because I want to see, like, what you think. Like, where do you think those stars are?
Third time.
Like,
are you deaf? Repeat after me. I don't make a claim about it.
I don't care if you don't make a claim. I'm asking you a question, and I'm asking you if you know the answer to that question.
Sorry, can you square? Sorry, just a second. I can deal with this by myself. It's okay. I can cope. Can you square the GDP?
Nathan,
can you square?
You're answering a different
Excuse me, I'm answering you. It seems like you're talking while I'm talking because you haven't got what you want. Can you square the GDP deficit of Denmark, please? Go.
Wait, ask me?
Can you square the GDP deficit in Denmark? Can you do that or not?
No.
Well, then you're a retard. Why are you even talking to us? Retard, why can't you do that? Okay,
answer my question.
Why can't you do that, retard? Is it like you're not even making claims about the GDP of Denmark to be squaring circles in that regard? It's like something that you've never even talked about, right? Why would I be asking you, given that you don't talk about that? Would it seem like a strange question to put to you, given that you've made no claims about it? Would it be that I'm still in the middle of the same sentence and it's just him talking to the top so people can't clearly hear what I'm asking him? What I've put to you, sir, is an unreasonable question that you haven't made a claim about. In this case, the GDP of Denmark. Something that you're not making any claims about. Therefore, it'd be unreasonable to be questioned about it. I don't make any claims about their frigging height. Fourth time.
Yeah, I'm just going to put it another way, your Enzo, so you may understand it. One, Nathan hasn't made any claims about the height, so there's nothing to question here, Nathan, in regards to that. But secondly, that would be based on speculation, not something that we can verify in reality. So it's not about what we think or what we speculate. It's about what we can know, what we can measure, yeah? And this is not something that we can know. So we're not going to speculate on it. That's the simple answer.
Anyway, who cares?
Okay, AJ, I have a question for you.
Who cares? Why am I being asked was my question.
Wait, why do you mute me when I speak over him?
Do you want to answer my question? Why did you ask?
Are you guys
what relevance does it have?
Quick question. Are you guys in the same room or something?
Why did you ask me about the height of the stars? Third time.
Because I want to see, like, your view on, like, what you think those bright objects are.
Why?
They are.
Hello? Fifth time. Why?
Because I'm curious.
Why are you curious about my opinion on lights in the sky? Who cares?
Okay, so you agree stars exist, right?
Right, why are you... Is he dense? Why in unholy hell am I being asked this? Do you not understand a simple question?
Okay, answer the question. I can say the same thing.
I answered it. I don't make any claims, and based on that, I'm querying why the hell I'm being asked. But you seem to want to know my opinion. Why? We don't know why. And when I start summarising, he starts talking straight through the top of me. Asshole. I'm unclear why the hell I'd be being asked this. Now, it's the 6th attempt to find that out from you. Do you want to enlighten me why the friggin' hell you'd be asking this? What relevance it might have beyond my la-di-da opinion of it?
Yeah, so your Enzo, either move on or answer the question, and I believe your answer to the question needs to be that somehow these lights in the sky are going to prove your globe, yeah? Then this is why you're trying to go down this path.
I guess we'll never know.
But it would help me. Not exactly, but it would help.
Doesn't sound like the same guy. Doesn't sound like the same guy's talking. Is that a different guy now talking? Is it just me, or is it a different guy answering?
I can't really work.
Is it a different guy now yammering?
The question was answered. Same guy, Nathan. The question was answered by Nathan and myself. You got your answer, dude. So either move on or, like I stated,
decide. You need to be neutral as a mod, and you're not doing that. You're doing the incorrect job.
Right, is he answering my question that I put to him? I'll put it to him again, mod. That's unreasonable for the 6th time. Because it's unreasonable that you should ask him to move on. Why am I being asked about heights of stars beyond whether or not I've got an opinion on it, which is irrelevant? That's 6 times. You want to tell the mod he's unreasonable when I've asked you the same frigging thing 6 times?
Hey, did you have a response?
I'm asking you!
Oh, I'm not talking to you right now, because you've
well, then kick this asshole to the curb. Dumbass, I'm running a show here. You either talk to me or piss off. You understand that, dickhead? You will respond to me, or you'll get lost. So, is it going to be the latter? You'll piss off then, because you don't want to talk to me? Yes, because I'll rip your stupid globe faith, and you asshole, for a live audience, sir. You're damn right you don't want to talk to me. I destroy your religion in a globe and space. So yeah, you want to talk about how it's being moderated when you can't answer a simple question? I know the straw man you need to build with your question. You probably know I know where you're trying to go with your stupid question, and so does the mod. You're not sneaky, you're not clever. We all know where this is attempting to go by you. But you don't want to answer my 7th rendition of why would I being asked about the heights of these lights when I don't make a claim about it. You don't want to tell us, do you, sir? You want to appeal to how badly treated you are by the mod upon being asked the same thing 7 times. Oh, yeah, you're being very unfairly treated, dickhead. Go and bleat in some woman's forum.
Did you finish yapping?
Okay, we're going to try one more time. Things you need to know. Number 1, this is hosting Nathan Oakley's show right now. He's the person you're going to talk to. No one else. That's the only person you're here to talk to. You can come back later if you don't want to talk to Nathan Oakley. Number 2, asking somebody off-topic conversation topics like Mars or whatever is not talking about the Earth. The topic today is the Earth, the surface of the Earth.
Slight correction.
So if you're able to understand these 2 things, you're welcome to stay. If not, go to whatever baking forum or whatever you want to talk about.
Red-faced retraction, not woman's forum, sensitive person's forum. My bad, Bible, you. I'll try and cut down on the sexism.
Okay, are you good? Or however you say your name there.
Who?
Are you good? Are you ready to participate in the conversation, or are you done?
The rules are a bit iffy, so I'm not sure if I want to continue.
Like, piss off.
The rule is very simple.
Piss off. Piss off then.
About the Earth.
Talk about the Earth, answer questions that are put to you in response.
Wait. Are we allowed, if we're going to continue this, are we allowed to speak over each other?
Just take turns. The best
and without a rant, right? If I disagree with something he says, I can, give my opinion and how I feel about it, like, right?
Nah,
Maybe like,
wait.
oh,
if I say something
this and
factually
that.
incorrect, you can
And will you
disagree.
guys let me continue without being muted, or would I
Without
be
you being
muted if I do that?
answered. Without you being answered to the question you just asked. Like,
No,
carry on,
I'm
regardless of the
asking-
fact you just put a question out there. Maybe if you can carry on talking past your question, it won't matter that it doesn't get an answer.
I'm asking Dane. Or, no, I mean Crispy, or Crits. I'm asking you.
Yeah, so just take, and over talking does happen. The goal is to get maximum engagement. And if you're asking a question, it should suggest that you would shut the fuck up. If you ask a question, then keep talking, it's you who are over talking. Once you hit that question mark, you should be quiet until the full answer is given to you.
Okay, but if he says something I disagree with, can I like give
Then
my
wait.
how I feel about it? Is that
Then
allowed?
wait until the end of the answer, and
it's
then
mutual.
ask another question.
Is that rule mutual? So he would have to wait to.
Oh
express
my
his
God,
feelings?
I am running a live show, sir. Why am I being asked about the lights and their heights? Go.
Wait, before we continue, Crits.
Just shut this asshole up. Just shut this asshole ruining my live show up. Dumbass, go read the rules, learn to answer a question. Don't moderate chat with my bloody moderation. It's not my team. Is still someone talking while I'm telling him to get lost then? If you can't cope with a few rules and don't know how to answer a question, then sod off. Don't waste our live show time here.
Yeah, gave him a chance. Like, what happened there was I think two people muted them, so one person unmuted them. So yeah, we just jumped over each other on that. But yeah, he was given a chance to answer, and he doesn't want to. Maybe he'll come back later.
I don't want to be stroppy with anybody here, right? I'm genuinely in a very good mood today, to be perfectly frank with everyone. And it'd be nice to have a reasonable conversation with people.
I think what Dank was next, or Booga, one of the two up top were trying to talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Nathan, I think it is important to understand like the sun and how that works with a flat Earth versus what I think with like a spherical Earth.
You get a bit closer to your mic again.
Yeah, that's my bad. So yeah, when you look at a sunset, you see that half of the sun is like covered, right? It gets like blocked off by the Earth.
Yeah, that's basically it. That's the end of your claim, right?
Well, no. What I think is the Earth is spherical because when the sun gets cut off from your angle, someone who's 100 miles west in a different time zone would still be able to see the sun in a different angle higher up, like showing that if it was a flat Earth and the sun is actually below the Earth, then that's not possible because someone who's still on Earth on the same level would see it above them. So therefore,
you need
it can't
thank
be
you.
a flat
Okay, thanks.
plane.
Got it. Yeah, got it. Yeah, you need a flat Earth to measure that angle. Earth's flat for the measurement you've just described. Welcome to flat Earth.
So yeah, if it was a flat Earth, it wouldn't make any sense because the sun would
Did he hear what I said? It's like he ignored it completely. I'll just repeat it. This time, asshole. Repeat the words I say to you. I'm going to say them slowly. And I expect you to mute while I say them and then repeat them verbatim. Earth is measured flat for the angle in your claim. Welcome to flat Earth. Do you understand?
Earth is measured. I'm gonna be honest, you were cutting off a bit.
Earth is measured flat for the angle third time in your claim. Below 0 degrees sun is a sun below a flat plane of reference. 0 degrees. 1 degree would be a straight line between you and the sun on the ground, and a line to the imaginary point in the sky with a line to it called the sun at 1 degree. That's a flat Earth only measurement. So to make your stupid, idiotic, globe faith-based claim, you've given me a flat Earth measurement to do it. It's the 4th time. Do you understand?
I do. I did that
so,
because
given that you can conclude that you do understand what I've told you, You don't need to carry on talking. I just need a yes. Yes, I understand. I offered you a flat Earth measurement to claim Earth's a sphere. That's very stupid. Don't use flat Earth measurements to tell me Earth isn't flat and it's sphere-shaped when you're measuring it flat to make the stupid claim. Don't do that. Meanwhile, thank you for offering me a elevation to the sun measurement with respect to a flat plane, an angle, 2 straight lines. One isn't bent. It wouldn't be an angle. So you've just made a flat Earth measurement. That's a proof we're measuring a Earth that's flat, sir. We measured Earth flat. It's flat. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, so I went under the assumption that the Earth is flat for you and showed you that it doesn't make any sense. I'm sure that
Sorry, you talked about an angle measurement, did you not?
Yeah, under the assumption the Earth is
Okay,
flat.
no worries. How do you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved surface?
That's a different claim. I just claimed that.
Your claim requires an angle measurement. It's your claim. You're saying I gave you the claim on a flat Earth so it would work for me. Okay, well now let's get that angle measurement to have one of the lines in an angle, 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex, be bent. Can you do that, sir? Or is this, as I declared, and you've whistled past, a flat Earth only measurement? Can you give me an elevation angle with a curved baseline, sir?
Yeah, so,
No. No. Do you not know what an angle is? Can you define angle for me, please, sir?
Angle? I got you.
Can you define it, please? Because when I've asked you to give me an angle with a curved base, you've said yes. That's idiotic. Angles are what? Define one, please. You're struggling there. You told me yes when asked about how an angle would function, and you don't seem to even be able to define what the word you agreed with in defiance of its actual definition you don't even know. So do I need to define something? Why are you disagreeing with it? You don't even know what it means. That's rhetorical. You don't need to answer it as rhetorical. It's because he's a dumbass. In spite of him not knowing the meaning of an angle, he's telling me you can have an angle with a curved baseline. What an idiot. An angle's 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. You can't have a curved line. It won't be an angle anymore. Ergo, your claim to say Earth's spherical, what a stupid idiot, needed a flat Earth measurement. An elevation angle to the sun, sir. You're going to measure a flat Earth for that. You cannot measure a globe for it. It's a flat Earth only measurement. 6 times. So, in conclusion, Earth is measured flat in your example.
So, I mean, 2 lines you can create are one for eye level and another for the angle in which you see the sun based on eye level, which would be 2 different lines.
You don't have level on a globe.
Well, eye level from your height.
You don't have that on a globe. There is no eye level on a globe.
You can have eye level. Like the.
Sorry, what is a globe? How many straight lines do you have on it?
It wouldn't be a straight line. It would be a.
There is no level to reference from a globe to compare and get eye level from. Do you know where we do reference eye level to or not? Because it's the Earth that we'll be referencing it to. Do you know what part of Earth, what we'd call it?
What?
Surface level with eye level parallel with it. So for eye level, you need a flat Earth, sir. I'm going to say it again because it's getting irritating. As a flat earther, I really get annoyed when idiot globe believers use my flat Earth measurements that we will and must use to try and claim some form of sphericity. No, so you don't have eye level on a globe, you don't have level on a globe, you certainly don't have surface level on a globe. So no, you keep using flat Earth measurements. Can you stop doing that?
So I used flat Earth measurements, your flat Earth measurements.
Eye level, dumbass! Don't do that!
To prove that the flat Earth does not exist.
No, you can't use flat Earth measurements to prove it's not a flat Earth. That's idiotic.
Why?
Because you're measuring it flat to say it's not flat, you stupid idiot.
hypothetically, if it was flat, and I used
No, not hypothetically, you stupid dumbass. No. I'm just going to stop him, Chocolate. What do you mean hypothetically? No, your example had a measurement, angle measurement. That's not a hypothetical measurement. It's your example. Are you now saying your stupid shit example that you gave me about measuring the sun above the horizon with an angle, that's a hypothetical example and that you couldn't possibly do this, claimed to be proof we're on a sphere in reality, because suddenly your own example has now been demeaned to hypothetical rather than measurement-based. So you're undermining your own stupid, shitty claim then now. It's just hypothetical. We're not actually going to measure anything. So it's not a globe proof then, you liar. It's just some hypothetical nonsense you came up with. Nothing to do with measuring Earth then. Just hypothetical then.
No, it's
your angle you talked about was just hypothetical then.
Because the Earth is so large.
I didn't ask about what because the Earth is. You gave me a claim that Earth was spherical with an angle measurement in an elevation angle to the sun. Now you're demeaning that measurement of Earth as merely hypothetical. No, we're not talking about hypotheticals that you use in your claim to prove Earth's a sphere that suddenly aren't so good, so become a hypothetical measurement. No, we do and are, and in your example, it was, until it was hypothetical, a flat Earth measurement that you're now demeaning. Why? Because I've used your example to prove Earth's measured flat. It becomes hypothetical. No, sir. It's not hypothetical. We are and do measure Earth flat. You did too. With an angle. Welcome to flat Earth. It's not hypothetical. We measure Earth flat.
Okay, I think what you're doing is you're latching on to...
Don't tell me what I'm doing. Don't tell me what I'm doing. We measure Earth flat with your angle. Respond.
Okay, so... what the whole point is
don't tell me what the point is. Respond. You measured Earth flat with your angle in your example. Respond only to that.
The curvature is so small that
there wasn't any. The angle didn't have any curvature.
Exactly.
So you measured Earth flat. You started telling me about the curvature. There wasn't any in your measurement. So stop telling me about what curvature there wasn't in your angle. The only thing measured was an angle. Why are you telling me about the curve in it? There isn't any. So I'm stopping you. Notice how I don't need to clarify when it's absolutely justified to be interrupting. Yeah, when a dickhead tells me that there's a curve to his angle he's measured, I'll stop him. I say, no, you didn't measure any curve, so why are you telling me about curve? Stop. Now we'll start again, reset. The angle you measured in your claim required Earth be flat. Respond. Go.
Okay, so I will do this not with angles. I can do the exact same claim without angles, and it will still work. So, if someone sees the sun above them, right? And someone else sees the sun to the side of them, right? And sees that it's being cut off by the Earth, right? Then at that point that can't
I've already heard
in
this.
Flat Earth.
I heard this once. I've already heard it once. Do you think repeating it's going to somehow make the outcome any different?
Angles.
I've already heard this. I've responded to it. My rebuttal's now going ignored because he decided he's going to repeat it. Repeating your claim I've just took a shit on isn't responding to me pointing out the angle measurement you used in the example the first time was a flat Earth angle. It's an elevation angle to the sun.
How do you respond?
Yeah, I have. Your angle was a flat Earth angle. It's an elevation angle measurement. Do you want me to define that for you?
I'm not using any angles in this example.
So is he muttering? Is he stepped away from his mic in defeat?
Oh, I'm not using any angles in this example.
Sorry, when you said the word angle the first time you gave this exact same example.
It's the second time, not the first.
So we'll just ignore what you said the first time because based on my rebuttal rather than responding to it, you've modified the claim and repeated it. No.
No.
No, you used an angle in the exact same example. Sorry. Ignoring the rebuttal and modifying the claim isn't addressing my rebuttal, though, is it?
The first claim was a contradiction to flat Earth. The second claim is to...
No, it wasn't. You measured a flat Earth. It wasn't. Now he's making baseless assertions to undermine my win. No, it wasn't. It was a flat Earth measurement that you used in the form of an angle. Now he's chanting through me taking away his attempted undermine of my victory. No, sir. What you did initially was claim an angle measurement to the sun. With a flat Earth angle, you will measure a flat Earth. You haven't addressed it. You've now modified the claim and rinsed and repeat the same thing, but without the word angle in it. Okay, that doesn't address what I've pointed out to you. We do measure Earth with elevation angle in practical application. Now, what you're going to start yammering about, two people observing anything, has no practical application or demonstration. It's a little just-so story about two people and what they see. No measurements involved anymore. So what, Earth's a sphere based on two dickheads looking at the sun? Well, there's no measurements anymore, is the dickhead? You don't have to talk through me taking a shit on your modified claim. I'm now taking a shit on your modified claim, dickhead. That's not an invitation to talk through the embarrassing defeat as I take a dump on it. Now, I was going to stick with the flat Earth measurements that prove Earth's measured flat, but you don't seem to want to acknowledge or concede them. You've just reiterated your claim with a modification that just has two people looking at stuff. So no measurements then, dickhead. Well, this is pretty shit. We do measure elevation angles to the sun, though, and put them to practical use. And when we do, it's measured flat, like in your first example that I took a shit on. So, sir, we measure elevation angles. You've just modified your claim and made it less useful because it's just two people looking at things now. How useless. Meanwhile, we do measure Earth, it's flat. We measure it with angles flat, like you did in your first time around with this same example.
He actually updated his claim to an affirming the consequent. If the Earth were a globe, we'd see the sunset. We see the sunset, therefore Earth a globe. So you've downgraded, You started with angles and went backwards to an affirming the consequent.
Yeah, it started with measurements, made it all sound like we're measuring Earth as a sphere. When I point out the measurements are flat, they become hypothetical and get removed from the example. And then we get an affirming the consequence fallacy instead. Crap. Useless. I can prove Earth's measured flat. The best you've got is to talk about two people looking at the sun when I'm talking about how Earth's measured flat with angles. What a crap demonstration of globe faith. I've got measurements. I used yours. Earth's measured flat. Is this the best you've got to challenge that?
You have angles.
Is the best you've got to challenge that to give me measurements of a flat Earth? Is that the best you can do? Give me my flat Earth measurements back. Is that the best you can do?
Those are round Earth measurements too.
So give me an elevation angle with a curved baseline. Go. Rinse and repeat. Scumbag that didn't address this the first time. I already asked you to do this and asked you to define an angle, didn't I? Do you think just doing the same thing again? You can stutter, can you, bitch? Shut up. I'm done with you, bitch. Sit down. Shut up. I'm done with you. Chanting and stuttering the same shit through me. I asked you to define an angle. You did this last time and I got annoyed. Because you challenged it and you couldn't even define what an angle was, sir. Now I'm going to call you a bitch. Because that's what you just did. A bitch move. Yeah, you failed last time when you didn't define an angle. Now you're going to rinse and repeat that, are you? Sit down, shut up, I'm done with him. Dickhead, bitch. Talk to me like that and I will treat you like a dog.
Method as you understand it?
It's a different person. I'm just going to have a little victory dance, Embo, if you don't mind. You're going to piss down my back and tell me it's raining. I'll rip your pecker off. Yeah? You want to bark at me like a dog? I'll treat you like a dog. Yeah? Ignore what I say in rebuttal, like how'd you define an angle? No, I just disagree that angles have to be two straight lines. One can be curved. Earth's curved. No, that's not going to fly. It certainly won't fly on the next attempt when it comes to the second time around. I'll talk to you like a dog. Tell you to go away. Shoot, dog.
He actually struggled in his second attempt without using the word angle. He's like, if someone was standing here, my mate was standing over there, and it was from the viewing it from the side.
Sorry, Embo. I didn't mean to. You get the tail end of that. Go ahead. My bad.
I just wanted to ask, can you name any discovery based on the scientific method as you understand it?
What did I make a claim about anything to do with the scientific method? What claim have I made? I'm being asked random questions about stuff I haven't claimed.
In this particular discussion, you didn't, but you do in general in your shows.
Give me a quote. Give me a quote. Give me a quote. What have I said? What claim have I made?
You're just a fucking bully, Nathan.
Can you just get rid of this
fucking
person?
bully.
Can you just remove that person who's just come in to call me a bully? No, I responded to a man about his angles he used, and he ignored me, and then when he rinsed and repeated me asking him to define what an angle is that me bullying him? No, that's me getting pissed on by a globe-believing scumbag bitch. And when that happens, I'll treat that person like a dog. Because if I ask them, how do you define an angle if you're going to say you can have a curve to it, and they can't, the next time they try it, I'll treat them like a dog. Because they've ignored my first time around rebuttal. It's not me being a bully, it's me winning. And treating the scumbag deceivers who attempt to make the same claim that they've ignored the first time through the top of my demolition. It's not me bullying them, it's me winning. Now, you don't have to like it, but that's what it is. Meanwhile, we measure Earth flat. His example had a flat Earth elevation angle in it. Now, the other little globe-believing bitch called Brenda's come to try and undermine that by calling me a bully. Is that addressing the fact we measure Earth flat with elevation angles, or is it merely an ad hominem attack from a globe-believing numpty who feels threatened because they're challenged in their faith? So you're a bully? No, I asked him to define an angle, he couldn't. And when he attempted it the second time, I treated him like the dog he was. I have to like it. Meanwhile, I'm being asked about some science I've claimed something about. Did I make a claim about science? What was that claim? What was the quote, Embo? Go ahead. Quote me.
Yeah. You usually say that you firstly observe a natural phenomenon and then you induce it as the dependent variable. You assume some independent variable.
What did I claim? Sorry, no, that's not me. That's not a quote, number one. And number two, that's not me making a claim about anything. That's me detailing the method of science. That's not a claim that I'd be asked to give evidence for in that format. That's the format. I didn't ask you to tell me what format I detail in terms of science. What scientific evidentially based claim did I make? Put it in quotes. Or is it that you can't?
The claim is the scientific method working in that way. That's why I'm asking.
So I claim the scientific method works. You've asked me to give scientific evidence for something. Outrageous.
No, I'm just
I'm going to now object to you being a prick, Embo. It's not your time to chant through me. One word, outrageous, isn't your cue to talk. Yeah, it's me demonstrably proving what a prick you are. You're not going to put some claim I've made that utilised science to make it, in quotes, because I haven't made one. If I had, you'd put it in quotes and we'd be discussing it. But I haven't. Your first gambit was you haven't made one today. Okay. Well, a lot of people that I challenge do make claims that suggest they've got science for them, and quite often I have to point out that they haven't got the actual validity to suggest their science. So I have to take them by their hair, screaming through bushes backwards, telling them what science is. That's why you've probably got those quotes, which weren't quotes. But I asked you because you'd offered a suggestion that I should be giving empirical evidence for something, a reasoning behind it, which was to say, give me my quote about what I've claimed that would need science, and you can't do it.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking that question is because I think your interpretation of how that method works is absolutely useless and there's no application of it in practice.
This isn't a scientific subject. We're in a server talking about flat Earth. You're in a category error. Go somewhere else.
Oh, but it is connected. You specifically detail that this is how science works, and you use it to deny multiple arguments that have.
Why is this asshole doing this? Why is this asshole doing this? If I've made a claim that needs science that I'm going to have to back up, give it me. Now he's saying, oh, no, the way you detail the method. Oh, you've made it clear that the method works in a certain way. Yeah, I've explained why. Arseholes, people like you, Embo, come along and tell me they do have science. And when they do, we check if they actually have by going through the method with them. That doesn't mean I've got to make any justified reasoning behind science and its use. I'm not using it.
Yeah, the problem is that the method itself working in the way you think is not a dogma.
Sorry, it's ad hom. How I think. This is an ad hom. It's got no relevance on the subject. It's a category error. He's not addressed what I told him. Now there's rumpusing. Now there's Discord rumpusing. It's got no bearing on flat Earth. He's not addressed that, has he, ladies and gentlemen of the audience? 100 people watching. Has he addressed the fact that I haven't made a claim about it and it's got no relevance to the subject? He's just consistently persisting in this line of reasoning and questioning. I don't make a claim about it and it's got no relevance to flat Earth. You're in a category error.
I already explained how it has relevance to flat Earth. You use it to deny multiple evidences that have to do with the shape of the Earth, like gravity, for example.
You've linked videos from Not a Professor Dave saying debunking flat Earth without using science. Nathan's telling you you're in the category error, and even in your own epistemology, you are in the category error.
Hypocrite, he's doing that because now he's struggling to put any proof because all the proofs that he got doesn't follow the scientific method. So now what he's trying to do since this morning, he's questioning the scientific method just to tell people that the scientific method is not something that you can follow, so you can use pseudoscience and claim that it is scientifically proved, like gravity, for example. He wants to talk about gravity, but because of scientific method, he is stuck there. He can't prove gravity anyway as a scientific method. So he wants to just take away that shit to put forward his gravity bullshit.
Okay, have you got any scientific evidence? Gravity is not me. You brought it up. Gravity and science both brought up by you. So have you got science for gravity, Embo?
Do you have any application of the scientific method?
I didn't make any claims, but I just think, just remove Embo. He's going to do this. I'm not going to continue for the next 15 minutes live with him chanting through me, being unreasonable, being a prick. He brought up a claim. I heard him say gravity. That's his claim. He's making it. I didn't. I made that explicitly clear. And I pointed out to my audience that he's not responding when I say he's going around this line of reasoning consistently, asking me for my science that I haven't claimed. Then he says gravity. So given that nobody's put any scientific claims on the table except him, and nobody's brought up science except him, it seems reasonable that I'd ask him for his science, for his gravity. And what does he do when I do that? Starts repeating consistently, like he has been, that I should be offering some science. Now, that's a category error. He didn't deal with that either. But are we going to get scientific evidence of gravity from him? Nah, because there isn't any. We dealt with that at the beginning of the show.
Am I correct in what I'm hearing is that what he's trying to say is that it's useless to establish the cause of an effect?
Who cares? It's a category error. We're on a flat Earth server talking about flat Earth. Flat Earth's not a phenomena. Nothing's happening. Globe Earth, if you want to believe, based on flat Earth measurements that you create this globe with, that you're on the globe you created with flat Earth measurements, then that's not a science category either. Keep telling him, he's just not acknowledging it, so that's why I've told him to get lost.
I mean, I'm just saying that's a funny angle, being that we were thrown science as proof of globe and every aspect of it. So to hear a glober now say science useless, that's cute, almost.
Yeah. Shout out to Duncan McLeod from YouTube. He says, this dude trying to debunk the scientific method. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. Thanks for the super chat, Duncan.
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. Like, what? Okay, I mean, guess that's the route you got to go. It's weird, but to prove your globe, you don't need science. You just need to prove your globe. Globe isn't science.
Sure.
Yeah, but he needed Nathan's help because he struggled yesterday and this morning to prove gravity and gas pressure without a container. So he needed Nathan's help just to tell him, oh, you can just push those ideas without using scientific method. You can push those things as being the cause of the effect without following scientific method. You don't need observation. You just need a hypothesis, an assumption. That's what he wanted.
Exactly. They need it to be a claim that I'm making so he can challenge me. And upon doing so, he can create a false dichotomy with his globe science that he hasn't got either. Yeah, well summarised. 109 people watching. Very warm welcome to anybody who's just joined the live stream. Please share the show if you've not done so already. We're currently in politics server, so we're going to be here for, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15, maybe 20 minutes more. Till our welcome's worn out. So please share the show if you've not done so already. Sorry, AJ, go ahead.
I'll say Price of Adam has a good post here. Dude calls. So Embo tells us that we're the science deniers, and then he denies science himself.
Slap on the back of his neck from wearing a do-rag. First, I comb everything out, and I take it down with my 2 3/4 blade. This is equivalent to about. Before y'all say, "Oh, his hair."
Killy Teeth, you're off mute. Killy Teeth, you're hot miking, my friend. Okay. Anybody else got anything they wanted to ask or demand that I should be making claims about? He's obviously joined the live stream to step away from his mic and talk in the background off mute. So I don't know what the server moderators can do about that. If they've left him on server mute, I wouldn't suggest he's got anything to add. But does anybody else got anything to add while we're here live? Or ask, I should say.
Oh, I think they're all server muted. Yeah, we've had a few meltdowns tonight. They've all spiraled.
Yeah, one guy yelling Earth is measured flat at me because he couldn't comprehend or repeat the first rendition of it from me. Yeah, seriously, if you remember, check it out in the pre-show. That guy losing his shit and yelling, Earth is measured flat at me. I kid you not. Check it out if you remember.
Nate Maple, you got something to add? Question?
Not really.
Don't be shy.
All right. What's a good movie to watch to learn more about the flat Earth?
None of them. All of the movies generally are propagandized with globe Earth belief if they're going to be in relation to the subject at all. So most sci-fi movies are space-based. Well, that's heliocentric in nature. So, you know, short of talking about Tolkien or things of that nature where they're in a flat plane environment, I can't really think of any. Game of Thrones was flat Earth, was it not? Not a movie though.
Or any media. I mean, a good documentary.
Fortnite's a flat Earth game. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's measured flat. The practical applications. I mean, yeah, I've discussed this with my compadres on the panel, right? Which is to say, it'd be nice if there were alternative paradigms beyond the heliocentric one in sci-fi, right? And there isn't really that niche. Is just obviously too small to need filling. But in terms of whether or not Earth's flat, the practically applied measurements of Earth are all flat.
Yeah, look, the problem is there's documentaries that you can go and watch, yeah, but I wouldn't really call them documentaries. And what you're going to be dealing with is what we class as esoteric flat earthers who like to speculate and try to replace the globe and try to give a replacement type model, yeah? And that's not what we're about here. We're here about things we can verify and measure in reality. So as Nathan says, it measures as flat. That's all we need to know.
It's a one hell of a circle that we've reached here.
Go see up to that mic, Chocolate.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
I was just gonna say it's a hell of a circle we've reached here now, right? We've got Globers yelling at us that Earth is measured flat. What? This is where we've come to.
That's always fun on a Friday in the politics server. I like how Brenda had to come in, tell me I was a bully.
Yeah, she's changed her avatar and everything too, so I didn't pick her up straight away.
That's what they've got.
Changed her picture.
If it fails when they try and interrupt and rumpus the conclusion in defeat, they'll call their opponent a bully when he shuts them down and shouts at them in response. No, you're not going to talk through me. I'll shout my response at you. Shut you down with a rebuttal. You want to call me shutting people who are rumpusing me down with a rebuttal bullying? That's pathetic. The kind of person who does that gets in touch with CPS and says my kids should be taken away. That's what Brenda is, just a scumbag. A disgusting scumbag. That's what globe believers are. Generally speaking, they'll sink to those sorts of levels. I win, prove that Earth's measured flat with elevation angles, have his kids off him. He's a bully. No, I proved Earth was measured flat with elevation angles. My opponent told me that they could be bent and I asked him to find an angle. He ignored me, carried on, chanted through me, and then attempted it a second time, then got treated like a dog. Oh, you're a bully. Bark at me and you'll get your beak slapped. Metaphorically speaking. Have a reasonable discussion, you'll find I'm a very pleasant person to interact with. I can be quite humorous at times.
Well, what do you do when your compadres yelling at flat earthers that are measured flat? How do you come in after that and say, well, no, obviously it's curved? So what do you do? No, quick, say something. You're a bully.
From the sidelines, that's it. If you're thinking, oh, I've got great flat earth proof, and then you watch 2 or 3 people come along and present what you, until that point, thought were pretty good globe claims. Sorry, not flat earth proof. Globe claims. Globe proof. They present them and you're like, yeah, sun going behind the earth curve edge. That's going to definitely stump these flat earthers. And before you know it, the guy who's presented it's being demanded to accept and acknowledge the angle measurement he's used in his claim that's flat earth only. You can't quite friggin' believe your ears. Hold on, this went from being a stone cold globe proof to requiring Earth be measured flat to make the claim? How did that happen? And then you think twice about what you thought was a really good globe claim that you might put to this dumb flat earther. You think, maybe I'll be made to look stupid and my claim will be turned into a flat earth proof on the spot. Yeah, that's exactly what will happen. So dumbfounded silence 2/3 of the way through the show. To be expected. I wouldn't want to put a shitty globe claim to me either at this point. Because I'd know what would happen. It's going to get turned into a flat earth measurement. Because they all are. Earth is measured flat for everyone. You want to make a globe claim? I absolutely 100% assure you will need a flat earth measurement to make that claim. For my live audience, it's on screen now. The origins, the genesis of globe earth measurements. They're flat earth angles to stars. Just so you know verbally. Earth's measured flat. There's no getting around it. Your globe relies upon it. Deny that Earth's measured flat and you deny the base premise measurements of your globe that you believe in. Can't deny it. It's part of your globe to measure Earth flat. Like with angles and stuff like the last guys did. But yeah, we'll be here a little bit longer, so if there's any brave souls that did want to try their hand, now's your chance. Stunned silence. I would assume there's a 50% chance that the half the room are actually globe believers in here. Absolutely nothing. The debate is over, ladies and gentlemen. There is no globe. To believe in one requires you measure Earth as a flat plane. The debate was over before it started. Earth was always flat.
I think it's dawning on them how hopeless it's been and how obvious it's been for us.
Well, it also looks like, Nathan, we've been able to organise something for you in one of these spaces on X. So I'll chat with you through the week about that.
Awesome.
Next week, yeah.
I don't mind a few protracted silences. We can all have a little moment of remembrance of the globe. How we all used to believe we were stood on a spherical surface. All of us, that is, everyone in this room right now. You all know. Maybe not true for the audience. Maybe they haven't been paying because of close attention. Everyone in this Discord server knows Earth's measured flat now, though, don't they? That's why we're here.
stole my line. I was just going to do a shout out to the moment of silence.
You debated for a long time, Nathan. So I guess that you debated for a long time since you've been a flat earther. So I guess that you witnessed that there is a difference between the debates years ago and now. So it seems that the Globers are getting dumber, more stupid than they were before, because the debates before were more engaging. You can have a debate that can stay longer than now. So now the Glober can't resist even 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, it takes about a 60-second period before they start declaring Earth is measured flat with their own example. Years ago, we didn't notice, so they sounded more intelligent because nobody pointed out that they were measuring Earth flat to make their example. That's all that is.
You can't blame them too much though, because look at what they're working with, right? Literally, what they're telling us right now is Earth is measured flat, and then blah 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 sphere, right? Like that's literally the argument now, right? You kind of can't blame them for that, because I mean it's like sending somebody out into a gunfight with a butter knife. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do at that point? There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, they're told that the butter knife shoots lasers, and then they find out it doesn't. Do you know what I mean when they get out there?
But there was a turning point around about the time that we started talking about the scientific method and how they didn't have any evidence that was actually backed by science as they were claiming. Around about that time, YouTube were told, you've got to do something about this flat Earth thing by Congress. So that's about the turning point as far as I'm concerned, because I'm a YouTuber. So all I look at is where did the stats start to take a big turn. You go from 300 people, 320 people, 350 people, growing audience, to 12. You're like, the subscriber count hasn't changed? Well, have I now got to build up every single live stream and beg everybody watching to share the show repeatedly? Because I get an audience of 10 people if I don't.
And it's the lack of any real substance that the quote-unquote globe paradigm provides them in this debate is what has caused them to shift from being globers, what we would call globers, into anti-flat earthers. I'm sure most of you listening have heard that before, right? That's come from us. That's us labeling the people who literally will change what the globe tells them it is, right? In order to debate it. That's why they become anti-flat earthers. They're not even globers. They don't even use the globe paradigm to debate. They create their own little versions of the model, quote unquote, and then debate that. That's terrible.
I normally do this at the beginning of the show, but as it's nearing the end of the show and I haven't done it at all, I'll do it now. The purpose of us coming on a Friday to the Politics Discord server is to spread the message to both Globers, in debate more often than not, but mostly flat earthers in this regard, and let them know that the debate has moved on. We no longer have to answer in the affirmative to a question about if we know the Earth's flat by telling them how globe-shaped it isn't. We know it's measured flat. Now, if you do have to get into the wrangle-dangle with a globe believer, just take them immediately to how Earth's measured flat to make their claim. And if you don't have to do that, then you shouldn't be in the debate. But if you've arrived and gone, well, I'm here, though, well, yeah, that's fine. Good. No, Earth's measured flat and get on with your day. It's not that big a deal. Nothing's going to change. It always was flat. Everything you ever do in terms of measurements of Earth will be flat. And it always was. Including, but not limited to, the creation of a globe faith for you to previously believe in. It doesn't mean you've got to debate next man. They're entitled to their belief. But know it's measured flat and you can get on with your day knowing that not a great deal will change. We'll still navigate it, measure it, fly over it, sail on it, chart it flat like we always did. So nothing much changes. You don't have to concern yourself too much. Not that serious. You just know how Earth's measured now. And how the globe, if you want to look into it to a greater extent, was created with those measurements. Well, obviously, you're not standing on a reified mathematical model of a Earth that's created sphere shape with flat Earth measurements. That's not possible. But you used to believe it, and that's interesting and all. But you still got to pay the mortgage tomorrow, and Earth will still be flat. So know it if you're a flat earther. Don't believe it based on how globe-shaped it's not. Know how Earth is measured flat. If you're going to debate it, learn every single aspect. Tune into Flat Earth Debate Daily and you'll learn all of these subject matters so you can debate them with next man if you choose to. But don't be getting into the debate if you don't. Just know it's measured flat and get on with your day. And to the globe believers, if you want to continue to believe you're on the spherical surface that is described in maths from within the sphere on a flat plane that was used to measure the angles to the stars to create that mathematical model that you can't be standing on, you can only be standing in. You can believe that you're standing on it still, if you want to believe that nonsense. You can choose to do that in the face of the truth that we measure Earth flat. You can do that if you want to. And I won't challenge you, that's up to you. Your belief is your own. Everyone's entitled to their stupid, dumbass globe beliefs if they want them. In spite of the fact we've told you that those beliefs came from flat Earth measurements. You can continue with the belief in the face of the facts and reality of Earth that's measured flat to create that belief. You can do that if you want to. To the rest of us, flat earthers that is, just know it's measured flat and get on with your day. Not that serious.
What I heard earlier was, if I can remove the validity of scientific method, I can then start claiming science for something that isn't. It would help prop up my belief.
That's what Embo attempted, yes. Very well summarised. I can show that you and your version of science being empirical isn't real, then when I start claiming I've got science for gravity, my bullshit version of science that isn't the debunked non-science that I said your science that was science isn't science, can become a science, and I will win, and gravity will be proven with science. That I start out by saying you've got a version of that's wrong because the empirical method's dusty and old, and my newfangled version of what I'll call science does prove gravity. So there.
Pretty much, yeah, it's about the standard. But if your belief is that strong that you feel you need to do that, then I don't know if there's any way out of it for you.
Has there been any chat skanking, AJ? People who might want to be encouraged to actually have a discussion before we sign out from this live show?
Nah, not at all. Just Booger and Embo and Yarnzo or Yawns. So just guys we've already spoken to.
Guys, you could get a little room together and have a little circle jerk. It's like, yeah, curve angles will give us angles to the sun. And if we don't, it's just two people looking at it. God damn it. Go and toss each other off about how wonderful and globe-shaped Earth isn't. I mean, is. Well, it depends what you're doing in your little circle jerk together. There'll be no me there.
Insist that gas in containers is proving gas without containers.
They tried to make a circle called GF6 or something like that, but they couldn't even defend their beliefs, so they just separated that group.
I see.
And Embo was apart from the group. He had GF6 and Embo in his name and profile. They all had that GF6 as first letters in their name.
Oh, cool, like a little gang. Did they get badges made?
Yep.
Oh, bless them. That's embarrassing, Embo. Did your little club not carry on? You're not like a proper gang or anything? Are you the kingpin?
Colt, what do you want?
Were you the kingpin of your GF6 gang? Did you get badges made?
No, Embo's gone. I think he's not in the room. He's in the chat. Oh no. Yeah.
Right, we'll give him a couple more minutes.
Booger's presenting evidence that Dave McKeegan proved the Earth to be a globe.
Dave McKeegan, wow, where did he appear in history?
Someone has to know what proof and evidence is before it can be claimed by them or anyone else that they've proven something. This is the problem with our opposition. What they accept as proof is just confirmation bias. It's not proof of anything. It's never been. You can't prove a globe because the globe doesn't exist. So how can you prove the existence of something that is non-existent? If it existed, there'd be measurements of it. There isn't, so it doesn't exist. Simple as.
Isn't Dave McKeegan the guy that responded to one of my videos by describing elevation angles and described a perfectly flat baseline that was required? Is that the same guy?
Yeah, triangle.
Yeah,
Dave McKeegan's already conceded to me. Earth's measured flat.
Yeah.
It's measured flat according to Dave McKeegan. Perfectly straight baseline, end quote. Dave McKeegan.
Yeah, that's the video he posted. And he says, I haven't got time to waste to educate what is already said in the video. Easy proof, passes round.
Well, as I say, Dave McKeegan's made it explicitly clear that you need a straight baseline. Perfectly flat, end quote.
So again, he's come with some more flat earth evidence. Oh, booger. He's very confused.
Yeah,
First
this morning.
First it was angle measurements to the sun. And again with the angle measurements, yeah. Need to bring globe proof, booger, not flat earth proof.
Is that someone else saying good morning? Hear a good morning from someone?
No. I was about to say that he was rambling this morning, and AJ was talking. I didn't want to interrupt him.
Last call. Any more from the Politics Discord server before we bid you farewell? Well, at least bid my live audience farewell. No. Well, with that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Brilliant. Excellent Friday, as always, gentlemen of Discord, moderators of Discord. Thank you very much. Awesome show.
Yeah, thanks for coming by. It's definitely a highlight of the week for us here.
Oh, thank you. Well, we'll stay around a little bit. Say our goodbyes and all that, and then we'll toddle along shortly. Flatsy's in there. Hey, Flatsy, I see you. It'll be interesting to see what happens with X.
Yes, yep. So it's on Alpha Veritas's space, and he runs a space overnight on his 2 days off. So what he's offering is that right at the very end, where he normally finishes, is going to be about this time, or the time that you come on. Sorry. So he's going to leave that space opened with a couple of hosts in there for you, so that you can continue on rather than shutting it down.
When?
I think it would be either your Monday or Tuesday night, and you would start at your normal time show.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Show time, sorry. I'm so tired, man. Sorry, it's
no, that sounds cool.
Week.
It sounds great. It sounds like things are all coming along nicely, and I'm glad you've hung around. So I could just you've given me enough for me to get excited. Thank you. I'm sure we'll arrange it. The time will get arranged, obviously, and yeah, great. Don't worry for now, but you've told me what I need to know. Thank you so much.
No worries. Little bit different platform to hear, though. It's very difficult to mute anybody. You've got to mute the entire room. If you individually mute people, they can take that off themselves. So it can be hard to moderate, especially with the speaking over. We end up having to just hit mute for the whole room, and then the moderator will sort of take control and then unmute the whole room again.
I see. I'm
But it
generally
is a stage, so they get invited up, so we can kick them down. Yeah, so we offer them a mic to come up to the stage. So it might work out well because we can keep everybody down in the audience and only pull up the people to the stage that have their hand up.
Yeah, that's perfect, because then it doesn't matter if you're talking over each other, as long as a load of white knights don't come in to cause white noise and audio chaos. Most people can cope if there's a bit of back and forth that overlaps. That's fine. You can normally follow along with two people when they're talking over each other. When it becomes 3, 4, and the moderator then steps in, that's mission accomplished for the people who are doing that, because the point's lost. But if it's just two people and the person's trying to subvert away from the point, and then there's an interjection, no, don't subvert away from a point, heard through the top of them trying to subvert, the audience is happy with that.
Yep.
That's a weird, it's always a mixed bag. Every single politics show I've done ever, with the exception of 2 where it was like on the stage, because they were very, very slick. Both of those shows were exceptional. But all the other shows, they're always hit and miss. So this show was no different, right? Half of that show was great. I mean, I've got toothache and I'm really stroppy really quickly now. It's just getting to the point where I've got absolutely no patience. But there we go. That's me at the moment. But in either event, that was great for about 50% of the show. And then the rest of the show is kind of a bit slow and a bit dead. And we're just chatting about, the people that have gone through the mill thus far. And no one else wants to step up at that point. Who can blame them? But it's always a bit like that. Yeah, it's kind of a bit hit and miss.
Yeah, I think it's the time as well, Nathan, because I'm in a bad time zone as well myself. So I usually find it about 4 or 5 in the morning through till about 10 in the morning. For me, it's usually appears to be quite busy in here, but that's not a good time for me. So that's, probably another 4 hours from now.
Yeah, that's when all the Americans are piling in, basically. About 10 o'clock for them.
Yeah.
Right, well, it might be a very, very short attendance day, as it is literally so quiet. Normally we end the live show and everyone starts piping up, but not anymore.
No. I think most of the guys that were in the live show all took off.
How many people are in this room, though? Give me a number. Is that right? 97 people in the room?
No, that can't be right.
There's 97 next to the top of it. I have no idea. There's a lot of people in here, though. I think someone would kick off.
About 40.
40.
Yeah,
okay.
that's the whole server is 97. There's 41 in this one channel. And then like another 50 spread out through the rest of the server.
I see. So any VC, the total number of people in the VC chats in politics currently is that number. And then there's 40 of them in this one. Gotcha.
And then there's like 28, and they're talking about Attorney General. See, well, there's Conspiracy Channel. There's 6 people.
Is there some kind of show going on that I'm unaware of? Is someone streaming or something?
Well, yeah, it's over. We're doing like the after show.
Oh,
yeah, just finished live, like 5 minutes.
What was the show about? Flat Earth. What was it about?
Yeah, that's like the name suggests. Yes.
Sorry, I genuinely don't know what the.
We're all just hanging out in here for the show, waiting for people to bring in some sort of globe evidence for us. Yeah.
Okay. Is this on YouTube or streamed or?
It was.
Rumble.
Yeah, the show was, but you're streamed in this channel 24/7 on YouTube, regardless. So just be aware of that.
Oh, interesting. Does anyone? What's the average concurrent viewership? Just out of interest.
The show that just finished had 113 people watching.
And is there like someone whose show is it, or is it like
mine?
A community.
Nathan Oakley 1980 is the YouTube channel name.
Interesting.
It is.
Yeah, apologies. I've just joined. I'd never heard about this, and you guys are talking about a show, so I'm slightly confused.
But you must appreciate that you've joined a flat Earth room, though, right? Because your first question was like, "You guys talking about flat Earth?" You're like, "Well, yeah, you're in a flat Earth room."
Yeah. No, I'm aware of that. I've been here before. It was a question regarding the show because I don't know what the show topic is
Flat Earth.
about. I don't know. Flat. It's the same thing. Okay.
What's your position?
It's my position. Oh God. Position on what?
Seriously? So you're in a flat Earth room. Just go through that again, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm here because I'm more interested in what people believe and what people don't believe. I'm not really here to debate science. I think I've spoken to a couple of the people here, so I don't think I've spoken to you, to be fair, but a couple of the people know that I'm not really one to delve into science questions. I'm kind of disinterested.
Why would you? This isn't a science room.
This isn't a science room. I know.
Well, why would you bring it up then? I'm really confused.
Well, you asked me my position on flat Earth. What I'm saying is that I'm not really one that's into physics or science, so I don't really have a fucking position on it. It's not really my area of expertise.
I see, but
or interest, to be fair.
Well, you wouldn't have an interest because it's a category error. Flat Earth, it doesn't fall under physics. It's not science.
Okay.
Okay. But on the live show we just had, I'll fill you in because you're sounding blank, which is perfectly reasonable. So the challenge that I received was to say, what scientific evidence do you have? And my response was, well, I don't claim to have any scientific evidence. It's not a scientific subject. But our opponents often are under the misapprehension that they do have science. Now, when you say, oh, I'm not that interested in the science, that alludes to the notion that you would believe that the subject has science to offer. Correct?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think if we're discussing things about stars or physics or theories about gravity or theories about whatever astrophysics, all that stuff, I would generally attribute to the category of science. Yeah, which to be fair, again, just to be completely clear, I claim I have zero experience in this or knowledge. And
no, that's fair. That's obvious. No, that really is clear because nothing you listed was science either. Literally none of it. Not one thing you said was science.
Well, what do you when you say science? Could you define what
you mean? I didn't. You did.
Sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah, when you say science, you don't know what the word means. So when you start asking me about what I mean when I say science, I only iterate this point because you suggested you weren't interested in the science associated with the subject, and I pointed out that's a category error. It isn't science. And then you elaborated and said, here's a list of things that aren't science that I'd call physics and science. And I said, yeah, incorrectly. You clearly don't know what science is. No offence, that's fairly standard fare for the people I converse with. I now know you're a globe believer, though, aren't you?
I'm really sorry. I'm just not following what
you are a globe believer, aren't you?
Science or non-science? I don't really. I thought you were going to ask me questions about like, like scientific questions about the reflect.
Why would I try and pay attention? Why would I ask you scientific questions when it's a category error? When it's not, just listen. You're struggling to comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth, and I can tell.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That is what I said,
so just chill. Why would I ask you science questions? Because you're now saying, I was expecting to be answering science questions. Number one, you don't know what science is. Number two, why would I ask you science questions when it's not a science subject? So, yeah, your exasperation about I was expecting, yeah, maybe learn what science is. Then you wouldn't be expecting to get science questions because you're not in a science forum.
Yeah, all the things that you offered belong in the realm of metaphysics, yeah, or philosophy. Nothing to do with science. That might help you out a little bit.
But that's okay. Globe believers often think they know what science is and they don't because they've been deceived into believing in a globe based on what they're told is science, and it isn't. That's fairly standard fare for globe belief. I mean, I'm generally quite a character that's intrigued in things. When I find out that I'm ignorant of something, I'm normally fascinated and want to find out more. Other people, when they find that they're under a misapprehension, just go silent. So, for example, when you find out that you're under a misapprehension about what science is, rather than saying, what is it then? Wow, I thought I knew. You just get stony silence from people who can't quite believe what's happened. But that's just standard fare as well. That's dealing with globe believers. I can stereotype too.
Did you already find that single one discovery made?
Is it the end of that conversation with that guy then? If we were on a stage, he'd just be on a stage with a light on him, dumbfounded silence. The white knight wouldn't be taking over the conversation after the dumbfounded silence from the guy that thought he would be talking about science, and suddenly he's found out he doesn't know what science is. I'd just like a response to that from the guy that I was talking to, as opposed to Embo.
Sorry, I'm doing a bit of work in the background. Are you talking to me?
So what? The guy I was just having a conversation with? Am I having a conversation with you? Have you just stopped listening in the middle of me telling you something about your ignorance of science? Did you just decide that in the middle of me telling you how ignorant you were of the words you used, the word science that you used, that you didn't know the meaning of, you just started doing something else while I was telling you that? Maybe you're now interrupting me while I'm pointing out the ignorance of a man who's seemingly walked off in the middle of me educating him in his ignorance of science. Seems that way. Seems like you walked off while I was absolutely talking to you. I addressed you specifically.
Okay, she's quite aggressive. I don't know why you're angry.
Just because you're stupid, and you just told me that you walked off while I'm in the middle of addressing you. You just inferred that you'd walked off, like you were doing something else in the middle of me talking to you. Now you're talking through me. So I'm going to be aggressive with you. I'm going to treat you like a dog, because you're now talking through me, addressing you. I'm responding to why I'd be aggressive with a man who suggested that I wasn't paying attention, I was doing something else, I was doing some work. Oh, really? Well, that makes you very rude. You're going to call me aggressive for pointing out how freaking rude you are? Yeah, I was absolutely talking to you, dickhead. You don't know what science is, Dumbo. Is it aggressive to call you a dumbass? You don't know what science is, you dumbass. Did you feel the need to walk off while I was pointing out your ignorance politely? Because now I'm going to do it aggressively. Because you said I'm aggressive? Yo, moron, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about when you say science that you wouldn't want to talk about. You don't know what the word means, you stupid boy. So yeah, you should sod off and do some work. Do something else. You don't belong here. You're a moron. You don't even know the words that you're using and what they mean. In this case, science. I was educating you, dumbass. I know every category error that you used to justify why you wouldn't want to be talking about this, or had an expectation to be talking about it, was wrong, based on your ignorance of this word you didn't understand, science. I'm not aggressive. I'm educating you, the stupid one, about your ignorance of this word. And wondering and postulating with everyone around you who's listening to you not respond, why you wouldn't be asking what the hell it is if you don't know what it is, which you clearly don't. But instead, your response to that was to, oh, sorry, I was doing something else. Oh, right, well, that makes you rude. So I'm going to take a bit of a tone with you based on how frickin' rude it was to not respond. Embo responded after a protracted silence. Not you, the one who's being addressed. Are we done with you then, sir? You got other shit to do? Oh, right, you weren't a pleasure to talk to. You're a dumbass. Beneath all of us. Thick. So sod off, Dumbo. Yeah, good job you normally sit on the sidelines, because you might encounter more people like you put you in your place for your stupidity. Yeah, get on with some work. Why are you in a VC? Idiots who do the other things. I've got work to do. I'll go in a voice chat then. Idiot. My name's Nathan Oakley.
See if he's white knight.
Just so you know and remember for next time you open your stupid mouth. My name's Nathan Oakley. I put idiots who believe they're on a globe in their place for their demonstrable stupidity when it comes to science. I do that. And because I do that, people like Embo come along, the white knight who piped up in your absence. Ask me what science I've got. Because people like you think the science for their globe. Yeah, thank you for making my example. It triggered Embo to pipe up. Perfect timing. See that, Embo? Wanker globe believers think there's science for this subject. That's why I'd have to go through your non-quote of me not making a claim that needs science and detailing what the method actually entails. Because that wanker thought it was a science subject, didn't he, Embo? That's why I'd need to know what science is, not because I'm making any claims with it. You understand now? We can follow on that conversation where you charged me with needing science. No need to take dumbass idiots apart for their lack of understanding of the word. Like I just did, Embo. You piped up like a white knight while I was doing it, remember? In the stony silence he left?
I'm hoping you're getting your
to save him because
sorry, Embo, the guy's decided to talk now. The dumbass that had work to do decided to talk to you, Embo. Yo, moron! The one who called me aggressive? Fuck off and go and do your work, dog. Put yourself on mute, dog. Yeah, good dog. Good dog. We're done with you, dog. We're done with you, dog. Sit. Good dog. You carry on, Embo. You see that wanker? I just have to reiterate because the dog chant. Another dog's now barking. Another dog's now barking while I'm reiterating to Embo why I'd need to know what science is. I need to know what science is to destroy that wanker, the moron that was just talking, the dog that just got shut down. He was professing that this was a science subject, Embo. And as my opponent, the flat earther, he didn't want to confess his stupid globe belief. He wouldn't dare. Too scared to even admit he was a globe believer, like Judas, right? Didn't want to actually say it, but I know damn well he was because he thought this was a science subject. So I'd need to know what science was to undermine that shit from that globe believer, my friend. Doesn't mean I'm making any claims for it. We can carry on with that conversation you stepped in with earlier, Embo.
Well, because you judged if his topic was scientific or not, that implies you're making a claim about what science is. To have that standard for judging it.
Yeah, it isn't any... I didn't go through what it was. I went through what it wasn't. I told him none of the things he listed were science, though, didn't I?
Hello, sir. May I ask you a question?
What, while I'm talking to somebody else? No, I'm talking to a guy called Embo. You could sit down and wait your turn. Embo. He made a claim. He was the one who brought up the subject. He said science, not me. I then asked him to detail what he thought was science, and he didn't give a substantive list of anything scientific. That's what actually happened, mate. Did you not listen? You stepped in while it was going on, like you were listening to it. You stepped in at just the right moment when he was silent.
I joined already after the discussion ended.
Yeah, we demonstrated he didn't know what science was because he didn't give us a list of anything scientific. The dumbass globe believer. But that would be why I'd need to know what science was so I could do that efficiently, like I did. Doesn't mean I've got to make any scientific claims to do that. It just means I need to know what the method is. I haven't gone through it yet. But I did, based on my understanding of science, rip a globe believer a new asshole. That's what just happened. Then I talked to him like a dog. Just so we're clear.
What do you think the method is a claim?
Oh, I'm not making any scientific claims, so I don't really need to iterate my scientific method for anything I'm not claiming. Now, do I? Did you have anything you wanted to claim? For instance, gravity. You mentioned it earlier. Would you have some science for that, Embo?
Yes, I have.
Excellent. What's the hypothesis?
The hypothesis is that things fall down because there's a universal force that attracts masses, and there's the Earth which has mass and it pulls everything that has mass down onto it.
Well, that's not a hypothesis. Do you not know what a hypothesis is? Number one, that's bullshit. Not all things go down. You've got clouds. Look up. Not all things are going towards the ground, so that invalidates the principle you're basing this on immediately. If you're going to suggest that all things go down, no, we've got clouds, dumbass. So, no, there's no need to do any experimentation to validate why all things go down. They don't. That wasn't a scientific demonstration of an understanding that you could say you had for hypothesis construction. It wasn't a hypothesis. Dumbass. Define hypothesis. Go. Define hypothesis, Embo. Go.
A hypothesis is a proposed explanation for a phenomenon.
That's not good enough.
Yeah, so my explanation is that the force caused by the Earth...
I heard. You said all things go down, though, didn't you?
Yes.
They don't, do they?
Yeah, but when they don't...
Sorry, yeah, but... No. Yeah, but... Sorry, I'm going to start treating you like a dog here, Embo, if you don't watch your tone with me when you just need to say, yeah, things don't all go down. That'll be a no. They don't. So when you've got a proposed phenomena of all things going down, they don't. This isn't a phenomena. making this an invalid non-hypothesis, because so far what you've given me, an explanation for a phenomena, a suppositional statement yet to be validated with respect to a cause and effect relationship with respect to a natural phenomena, would be a better description. Your vague wishy-washy crap didn't comport to what you said, and what you said didn't have a naturally occurring phenomena. It had a description of something incorrectly always going down when we've got clouds. So this isn't science for gravity. It seems like you've deceived everyone in this room into the idea that your stupid proposal of all things going down, which they do not, was worthy of experimentation, which you did not have, based on a flawed premise. So no, just to conclude, this is not scientific evidence of gravity. How dare you insult everybody's intelligence by pretending it is? It isn't. Not all things go down.
Yeah, but the things that go up, we know why they
So
go
not
up.
all things go down, so we're not going to do an experiment on that premise then, are we, stupid man? Telling me a reason for why, well, yeah, even though my flawed premise in phenomena isn't actually a phenomena, yeah, but the thing that invalidates it can now get discussed. No, this shit isn't an experiment, isn't a phenomena. Can you just acknowledge that shit you give me? Because I'm going to start talking you like a dog. You haven't acknowledged my demolition of the shit you said was science. Good job I know what science is to be able to do this, eh? Because shithead globe believers who tell me they've got experiments and give me a hypothesis based on a flawed principle that doesn't happen. Not all things go down. This was not an experiment. I want you to say it, Embo, and if you don't, I'm going to ask for your removal. You've lost, and I want you to concede. It wasn't an experiment. This isn't science. Not all things go down.
The reason why things go up is due to...
I didn't ask for that. Remove this shithead, disingenuous asshole dog from the conversation. I didn't ask you to justify why things go up when the basis of your experiment, which it isn't, was to justify the downward force towards Earth. So things go down towards Earth. And we'll validate why things go down towards... They don't. There's clouds. Oh, well, the reason the up... Yeah, that immediately invalidates the premise of your claim to be science, shithead. Dog. Now you can fuck off. Dog. I've shit on your claim, pissed on your territory, and now you can whimper off like the pathetic dog you are. You don't have science for gravity. It isn't science. It hasn't been asserted to be a force of down for 110 years. So no, shithead. Piss off. Back to your deceit in your circle jerk with your other numpty globe believers claiming that asserting that all things go down can be scienced for gravity. You just ignore the clouds then. Well, if you bring them up, I'll say, well, the reason things go up. So why are we doing science on down? Oh, we're not. It just invalidates it.
To add to that, when you said your hypothesis, and Nathan says it's not a hypothesis, it's because in your hypothesis, there isn't an identifiable independent variable that you, as the researcher, is going to manipulate. So other than all of the FUs, that's why.
There's no phenomena, there's no variable.
You guys think that SpaceX, for example, not a government organization?
But we can just conclude...
Non-sequitur, bro.
Why
that was a complete non-sequitur.
Hold on a second, Eli.
Go ahead.
What's with new guy? Conclusion time. Yeah, my conclusion, no observed phenomena. I invalidate it and show the contrapositive, and he wants to discuss the invalidation contrapositive and justify it. No, that invalidates the premise that we've got a phenomena of things going down. Clouds. Bye-bye, claim of experiment. No natural phenomena. I invalidated it with clouds. That's the end of the discussion. Do I get a concession? No, I get bitch moves from globe believers telling me, well, the reason for the up... I don't need to hear a reason for up if you're claiming we're going to validate down. 110 years out of date to expand upon that. Now, that's a little summary in conclusion. Now, if new guy you want to take out, do you want to just introduce yourself, say hello? We'll take a new tone with you. Now we've wrapped up the last guy.
Well, maybe we should go to Sonda first, the young lady who came and asked the question.
Right. There's mods.
I'm sorry. I don't want to. I'm scared of this guy. I don't want to ask my question anymore. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm gentle giant, honestly.
Good plan.
No, I'm sorry. Have a good day.
I was having a good day. I'm having a great day.
Scared the women folk off, mate.
We got
Sorry,
God is
was that an
epic.
ad hom? I've scared the women. Paula, I've scared some foreign woman off on this show, honey. You okay with that? My wife says she's all good. Next.
All right. God is epic is up next. You wanted to talk about SpaceX?
Yeah, so I had no idea that the chat was regulated so heavily. My bad. This is my first time being in the actual 24/7 flat earther chat. So I don't know. I'm trying to understand, I guess, the concept of people still believing in a flat earth.
Not a belief.
You believe in a flat earth?
No, it's not a belief.
Okay. So I'm Elon Musk, for example, watching his YouTube videos of
Any chance
him
we can deal with
flying
that
satellites.
first? Can we deal with the first
into
thing you said first?
atmosphere.
Any chance we can deal with the first thing you said first? You've just charged us with having a belief.
Sure.
And I've said it's not. Is it just like, oh, right, and move on? Not even a smegging acknowledgement of the words I responded to you with, it seems so far. We're already off on the wrong foot, sir.
Oh.
Let's try that again. Belief, you say? Let's try this again, sir. I'll lead, you follow. Let's try that.
Now the yelling begins.
No, I'm leading you in what you said, and hopefully when I respond to it this time, you'll respond back. That's how conversations work.
I just asked you about
They don't
SpaceX
work
is
with
all.
me explaining how a conversation works and you talking through the middle of that explanation. So you want to say the yelling begins, talk through me and you'll get yelled at like you just did. That's strike one. I'll just try that again. A conversation would go something along the lines of, you guys have a belief in flat earth? No, we don't. Oh, you don't? Why would you say that? Not Elon Musk. That means you've been rude, ignored what I've responded to, your first incorrect assertion that stereotyped us all as having a belief. I've said we don't. Do you want to go from there rather than onto another subject? We'll deal with that first. The belief you thought we had. We don't. It's not a belief. Can you respond to that first, please? Then I don't have to yell.
So I'm listening. I'm not someone that isn't willing to listen to what you were saying. I was just trying to have a conversation. But so it's not a belief then.
Wow.
Is what you're saying.
Fantastic.
What is it?
Oh, brilliant. A conversation strikes up. How wonderful. No, it's not. The Earth's measured flat, navigated flat, sailed upon flat, flown over flat, built on flat, charted flat, mapped flat. It's measured flat. In every functional operation, I haven't finished talking. It seems like we're going to get off on this foot where I have to yell at you and call you a dipshit and tell you shut up. I didn't even take breaths, and you started talking. It's like you're waiting for your turn to talk and not actually digesting and listening to the words I'm saying because you're talking in the middle of them. Now, I'm going to have to take a breath. That doesn't mean start talking. It means because you've yammered through me before I've concluded, I'll invite you to respond. We'll get the rules of engagement. When I'm talking, don't respond in the middle of me talking. So based on the fact it is flat, functionally, that's not belief. Anything that has anything to do with measuring Earth and utilising the surface of Earth will be flat by way of measurable example. In all instances, ergo, Earth being measured, utilised, flown upon, sailed upon, charted, mapped, navigated flat, I'm going to say that ain't a belief. Do you understand my response?
Yeah.
So, given that Earth is measured flat and functionally flat, it's just Earth is flat. It's not a belief I hold. Glad we cleared that up. Do you understand that Earth is measured flat, sir? Did you know that Earth was measured flat, sir?
Mm-hmm. Well,
you did.
Depends on what your aerospace is not.
Yeah.
Sorry, you did know Earth was measured flat, sir? Did I hear yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Is that a yes?
It is.
Excellent. So that's pretty much it for this discussion forum. We know Earth's measured flat here.
He just said that. He just said that
Nathan,
aerospace is not.
There's certain circumstances where the measurement's actually big enough that you have to take
Is
into
this a different
account
guy talking?
the
Is it just me, or does it
spherical
sound like
nature
a
of the
different person? Does it sound like a different person talking? Is it just me?
Yeah, that was Cat jumping in.
Wanker! White Knight Wanker? Chick that was too afraid to talk to me. You see, when I win, That is to say, I get my opponent, the guy who wanted to take part in the discussion with me, to just say, yeah, I understand Earth's measured flat. I mean, that's what we're here to do. But when that happens, it's like that's a conclusion. One we can all get behind, one we can all understand and know in our hearts is just a fact. But when that happens, this asshole, called Cat in this instance, he thinks it's his turn to talk. No, I'll carry on with the guy that was trying to converse with us about what we'd all be doing here. Well, we're talking about our Earth's measured flat. It's no big deal. It always was, always will be, and he knows it too. Great. We all know Earth's measured flat then. Good. Let's move on. What else is there to talk about, my friend, the guy we were talking about before Cat interrupted us? I'm so sorry.
I think he's actually left, Nathan.
Oh, he fucked off, did he? Shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing with God is epic. He left right away.
Yeah, he left.
Yeah.
Well,
He said,
if you give him,
hello.
Eli wants to go in before you, QE. Eli, then QE. Go on, Big Daddy Flirt.
Go ahead, QE.
Don't do that and then yield. Oh, throttle him. Go ahead, QE.
You said that the Earth was measured flat, navigated flat, all, et cetera, et cetera. And he said, but aerospace isn't. So aerospace isn't measured flat, was his point before he left.
Didn't catch the isn't. Okay. It is. Plenty of citations. If you want to go to aerospace, Earth is considered a flat, non-rotating plane, end quote.
No, you missed it. He said aerospace isn't measured flat, Nathan.
Oh, aerospace isn't the ground.
No, you're missing it, Nathan.
What am I missing?
He's claiming that aeroplanes account for curvature.
No, they don't. I already said that. They don't. That's flat too.
Well, according to him before he left, which was the whole point of him saying.
It's one of those moments, if he'd have hung around, eventually it'd reach the point where it's like, it's not. No, it isn't. No, we've got Earth curve and blah, blah, blah. Bosh! Pitch data. That's where it's the conclusion. I know yesterday's show you were saying that people were entering into debate with pitch data. Like, what the hell? That's not a debating point. It's the end of any debating point. It doesn't even matter if it's related to aerospace. Just bosh it on the desk. Earth's flat. There you go. Pitch data. Piss off. That's the end, right? Am I missing something? Why are people debating it?
Nathan, since that other guy disappeared, can I ask my question?
Sorry to bite your head off.
I mean, as erotic as that sounds, it's not quite the topic of the channel.
I like you. Yeah, what was your question? Go ahead.
So when you say that the Earth is measured flat and we measure things flat, etc., what about the applications where you're dealing with a high enough distance that they actually do? The guy said aerospace, which is probably the most common example. When you get to a big enough distance, you actually do have to take into account the curvature of the Earth. But if you're just measuring 100 feet across a flat distance, that's not enough distance for the curvature of the Earth to even make any difference at all.
Okay.
Could you please tell us what distance that
It's
would be?
like us talking about something so conclusive like pitch data. You know those blue lights that you hang up that the flies see and go, oh my God, it's so beautiful, I've got to go towards it. Literally, before you said that, Kat, no offense, were you listening to us talking about pitch data literally before you opened your mouth?
No, I was not in here at the time.
It was literally the moments before you spoke.
No.
Can I just ask him?
Just let me give it to him before we carry on the conversation, because he can just have a look at it, right? Can someone post the pitch data in Discord for this gentleman so we can just have a look at the pitch data? No, mate. Earth's measured flat and flown across flat and referenced flat, and we've got the data to prove it from the NTSB. It's called pitch data. Check it out. Earth's flat. That's me going, bosh, and slamming it on the desk. for this guy that's just declared otherwise. No, there's official data that shows Earth's flat, mate. Your declaration's wrong. Sorry, Cat.
But can I hear his opinion about his declaration? Because we've heard for 10 years, once you get to a certain distance, then all of a sudden the curve has to be taken into account. What's that distance, sir? If you know by any chance.
Being asked what the distance is, I think height. Do you mean the height, Chocolate?
No, he was talking about distance. He was talking about that planes obviously require the globe, but he's talking about surveying. And when it's measured out at greater distances, they have to do spherical geometry. That was what he first came in with.
Oh, he's talking about surveying. Is that right,
Yeah, he's
Kat?
talking about surveying and talking about measuring distances and accounting for curvature using spherical geometry. And of course, planes would also account for this, is what he was claiming.
As it so happens,
There's no such thing
Brian's
as spherical
logics.
geometry.
Let me just introduce you, Brian. So Brian's logic's second cousin's former roommate's barmaid's brother's uncle used to be a geodesic surveyor. So he knows what he's talking about. Brian, over to you.
No, it's my mother's partner. He's a retired geodetic surveyor. There's a lot of traffic where I am, so I don't know what you hear me. Yeah, he's a retired geodetic surveyor. They don't do any of that rubbish. They measure everything with triangles. If they're talking about large distances between, let's say, three mountains, they use trigonometry, 180 degrees. That's what they do. You can, after the fact, mathematically add in a globe, but that's not what's measured. The globe is never measured.
Yeah. Earth's measured flat for everyone, always.
Can you comment on the pitch data, please?
Aerospace guy, Cat. We've sent you some pitch data. Hopefully someone's posted it.
Cat has run away after he's read the pitch data.
No.
I'm talking about this guy.
Yeah, that
Didn't
was
you
the guy.
slam him?
Yeah, that was the guy who's run away. He's been
just-
sent pitch data and legged it.
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, that was Cat. He left after he posted the pitch data. He just disconnected.
Told you. Pitch data is brilliant. I love it as an argument. When used effectively, someone says, well, there's Earth curve in aerospace. Was it aerospace the word he used? Okay. Bosh! Pitch data. Bye-bye! See you later.
What that lad actually said was that you have to account for the curve after a big enough distance. That's what he actually said.
Yes.
Chocolate asked him the very
When he
question I
first-
would have asked him. Go on.
No, when he first jumped in, the first thing he said before Nathan got up him was over long distances, they use spherical geometry account for the curve. And then, yeah, he came in and said what he said after that. But I think he was still referring back to that original statement that he made over those distances. Maybe I'm wrong.
Look, it all doesn't matter anyway. Now he's self-believing. But just for the audience, there's no such thing as spherical geometry. The sphere is what they call Euclidean, three-dimensional shape. What he's talking about is the intersection of three pre-assumed circles in the sky. That's then placed upon the surface of a globe. You know, that's what that is. It's not spherical. It's not spherical geometry. It's the intersection of three circles. That's what that is, and it's purely based around perspective, and that's literally stated. It's based around perspective within the sky. They use circles because it's the easiest way to depict it.
Yeah, it's
not spherical geometry. That doesn't exist.
It's reliant on the
one of these
celestial.
rubbish.
Reliant
Sorry?
on the celestial sphere. You're mapping the points on the celestial sphere, and you can infer those points on a spherical surface below it. If you invent a sphere Earth to be below those points you've mapped out by measuring 3 points on the celestial sphere, that's the sky. And as you described, the way you get it to be spherical in the model, if you want to call it that, is by mapping out perspective angles, if you want to call them that. Fine, I'm happy with that. But that's all you're doing. You're measuring a flat Earth, you're deriving positions from a mathematical inference of a dome-shaped view of the sky over your head, and then plotting out these intersection points. But you need a flat Earth for all of it. every measurement that takes place in the first instance for geodesic surveying, it does, like you said at the start, it doesn't matter if it's surveying or flight. Who cares? If he's leaning on the aerospace example, no worries, we'll go to pitch data. If you're leaning on the surveying example, no worries, we'll go to the measurement.
Geometry? You said spherical triangles or spherical geometry? That's a bit of.
There's no such thing.
not
That's
sure
what
of.
Brian's trying to explain. There's no such thing.
Of either. There's
Yeah,
no such
yeah.
thing as spherical geometry and no such thing as spherical triangles. There can't be a spherical triangle. That would make it
correct.
Not three straight lines and not 180 degrees. You know?
Like saying it's just a circular
geometry.
square. It's just a circular square. It's like no. It's not a square if it's a circle. It's a circular square. It's like no, you can't have spherical triangles. Ugh.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
I've said it before on here. How they come up with their claim of spherical triangles is they measure everything with an actual triangle over big distances. This is how they do it in surveying. And then they mathematically try and place that real triangle onto the convex surface of a sphere. And what that does is it bows outward those three lines, making them curved lines, not straight lines now. And it also creates an area in the center that doesn't exist, because the area that was within the three straight lines has now increased. So that means you've created an area in the center or within the parameters of those three curved lines that doesn't exist in reality. And that is what's known as spherical excess. But when you want to apply that to reality, you've got to bring it back to an actual triangle, because you've literally got no triangle, no measurement, and you've got an area that doesn't exist. So they just don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, correct.
They don't care what it says as well.
WG.
Just a second, they don't care. Go on.
Oh, saying, yeah, I think they refer back to the WGS map. And yeah, that's how they do it. It's a presupposed ball, yeah, with a calculation to the presupposed ball.
Yeah, I mean, they refer to that datum. But a datum, technically, a datum has to be something real, something measured. We call that a datum. But it's not a datum, because it's not measured, is it? Who measures this? Nobody. It's a mathematical afterthought. Like, you can go to surveying, let's say, manuals and different things, and it will say this, that, and the other thing is happening. But out in the field, none of that is happening. That's the problem. So a citation from a manual from surveying that says they're measuring curvature means absolutely nothing, because you can go out in the field with the surveyor and they are not measuring it. It's sort of hills, valleys, mountains. Finished.
I just want to know where the magic distance is. You know how Neil Smoking the Grass Tyson got the magic speed. I want to know what the magic distance is, because magically there's this distance that we've been told for about 10 years that you get far away enough and all of a sudden you have to take curvature into account. But I've never actually heard a distance. So it must be like a magical one? Is that what we're doing?
No, I think it is just magical speed you're thinking of with moon crater impacts and heliocentrism.
It's aerospace surveyors.
Yeah, that checks out.
Right, we're going to love and leave the politics Discord server shortly.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, we could stay here forever, couldn't we? It's such a blissful paradise.
Oh, we could leave and then we'll get back to Tjump, because we got at least 43 more hours to go.
Tjump, the guy we covered yesterday.
Yeah.
Man, you don't like leaving unfinished business, do you?
No.
That's why you end up often covering things that I've covered. You're like, man, he's covered like 12 minutes of that 45-minute video. There was a lot more meat on that bone.
Exactly.
Tjump's a member of this server, and he said someday he'll run for president, and he doesn't want anyone who disagrees with him to vote for him. And he's like this rabid, foaming at the mouth atheist. I go, dude, you'll get like 2 votes, you and your mom.
You and your mom. That's copyrighted.
Right. Thank you very much for having us, as always. Hopefully,
No,
what? What?
no. And shortly. That wasn't shortly.
Shortly enough.
That was your next. That was your next breath. Define shortly.
Next pause. Next.
Next pause.
I dropped a fairly good citation, I believe, into Master B for you on geodetic surveying, actually, if you want to have a read of that. And
Definition,
tell me what
use,
you
and
think.
classification. Thank you very much. Put it up on screen. Oh, thank you.
Which actually describes what they do, and they use triangulation, and they say that they used a network of well-defined triangles that are formed on the land to be surveyed. Only one line, known as the baseline, and all other angles are measured very carefully. And it actually states in the beginning of it how they do this by taking their initial angle measurements and then make their calculations after the fact.
Yeah, in this end bit, it says, it is a branch of surveying in which the meridian, flat earth needed, azimuth, flat earth needed, latitude, flat earth needed, time, flat earth needed, etc., of a place on the surface of the earth are determined by observation of some bodies like the sun, blah, blah, blah. Right. So they're just listing off stuff that requires a flat plane. Latitude, you say?
Yep.
That's my favourite. Good. Well, thank you for having us. That definitely was a shortly. Enough time for anybody who... Oh, no, they're going. I really wanted to ask them blah, blah, blah.
By the way, did you know that that delusional Dunning-Kruger super clown dumbass of the ages, Tjump, did you know he is the retard spawn of Steve McClown of the Clan McClowns?
I might have spoken to him then. There's a fair chance if he was on that panel 10 years ago. You're saying he's that group of that ilk?
No. Listen to what I'm telling you.
He's of the Clan McLeod.
He's the retard spawn of Steve McClown.
As in, like, son?
Yeah.
He's Steve's son?
Yeah.
No way. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll never forget.
Yeah.
There's not very many times I can remember being stunned to silence, but I think it was someone else that actually asked the question, but when asked if we live in a consensus reality, that is to say, does the consensus dictate what reality actually is? When that was asked, it was put to Steve. I'm sitting there thinking, of course he's going to say no. And he said, yes. I could not believe my ears.
Wow.
And everyone around him nodded in agreement, like that was the expected answer and satisfactory. I'm like, what? You can't be serious. You think if everyone agrees, that dictates reality? It does. We do live in a consensus reality. I'm like, what? After the fact, I remember after the show speaking to, what was the guy's name? It's going back 10 years. Can't remember the guy that was hanging around with us. Monk. Anyway, I said to him, is that what people in society believe generally? Is he representative of society? And he went, yeah, that is actually how people view the world. They think that reality is based on everyone's agreement. I'm like, no. He's like, yeah, that's the world we live in. I had to have it laid out to me. I couldn't quite believe it at the time. I still can't believe I'm reiterating it now. As I'm saying it, I almost feel like I'm being deceptive because I can't quite believe it as I say it. But apparently that's the case.
You have
interesting
yet to get
insights,
into
Nathan.
Tjump science acumen.
We'll go
Where
and have
do
a
you
look at
get
it.
there?
I'll jump back in our server. We'll carry on having a look at it. Right, again, thank you very much, Politics Server. We'll see you next week. It's been a pleasure, as
Hey,
always.
Nathan Oakley, can I ask you a question before you do leave?
Chris.
A
Yes,
savior.
Yes. Do you go into like a children's high school and like
Got that quick.
Do I go into
I had my mouse over it,
children's
dude.
high school?
You're not quick.
What the hell?
I know that voice, man. Who the hell is that? That's a sock account, man.
Was that going to go somewhere that you knew that I didn't?
Yeah.
I just recognized the voice, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be something breaking Discord or YouTube rules, undoubtedly. But anyway, as it was in the middle of my departure, thank you again for having us. We'll see you next week. You mods have done a fantastic job as ever.
Right.
Take it easy.
Thank you.
Take care. Thanks for coming by.
After show? Yeah, after show. Or would I call this? I'm going to call this ever after show. Let's jump in there. This is technically the after show that was in politics. Now this is like the ever after show, isn't it?
It's the ever after show.
Yeah, just after show.
Already had an after show.
Yeah, so this is the ever after show.
Oh, it's one step removed. Okay.
Yeah, I don't normally come in the ever after show room, but today's different. Today's special.
Yes, it is.
It is. Had such a warm and loving reception at the politics server. I feel all gooey inside. Like I'm loved.
I missed most of it. I have to go back and listen to it. Sorry, I woke up late.
I generally get that kind of warm, loving, fuzzy feeling whenever I deal with anybody on the globe side of this. They're just such kind-hearted and generous, giving kind of people. Well, then, are you going to bring up this Tjump guy or what?
You want me to bring? I gotta go track it down. Hold on a second.
I haven't got it to hand. I'm really sorry.
That's okay. I'll track it down. It's better that I do it anyway because no one else can see it.
Yeah, when I do it, it's just my audience that sees it.
Yeah.
That's just I can do it. It's just very awkward.
Don't worry. I'll snatch it.
Hey, Arthur.
Oh no! Is the scammer back?
Oh, don't start.
Hey, hello everyone.
Hello. It's nice that you could join in on a Japery yesterday. That was the first time that happened. Felt like you were one of us, Arthur. It was quite good fun. While you were calling your fellow Indian a scammer and playing along, as we call both of you scammers and such like other overt racism, was accepted in good humour.
And going to continue, I suppose.
Well, the thing is that original actual racism came from McToon, and over time, if we're not careful, it will just turn into us just being racist, because to the untrained ear, you just hear us go, "Oh, it's an Indian guy, scammer, ha ha ha." And if you were a third party that didn't know the backstory of McToon going, well, this guy who scammed, not true, but scammed, what's the guy's name? Antarctica guy? Bloody hell. What's the guy's name?
Will Duffy.
Will Duffy. This guy who scammed Will Duffy's Indian, and we all know what Indians are. Scammers. Right, that's just actual racism. So to take the piss out of McToon, we're obviously reiterating it and hamming it up one step more. But like I say, to the untrained ear, if you just happened to toddle along while we were doing that, you'd go, "Oh my God, these guys! How dare they?" It's like, no, you don't understand. This guy's the racist. And people just roll their eyes and walk off and go, bloody hell, these people. Meaning us.
Yeah, that's all right. That wasn't my concern. But think of it the other way. That same guy who pranked Will Duffy also calls himself a flat earther. And when he comes to you, he just gets away with a slap on the wrist. You're a very naughty, naughty boy. And that's all he gets.
Oh no, there's more nuance to that though, isn't there? It's a way of saying, you know, you're so naughty for making that tunnel under the prison. You're very naughty boys. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the guy is a flat earth believer. He does
Yes.
not know that the earth is flat.
We got that. And I said we're just going to start reiterating from what happened yesterday, but that's fine. He's willing, he's showing willing. Now, to you, you're like, and it's in my honour, which makes it even more awkward for me to sort of take this stance, because you're saying, look, you're out there cheering for Jaren in your flat earth belief, and we're here trying to better you, and, you know, you're not taking on board what's being said, you just want us to look at this map. That was comical at the end, by the way. No, I want to look at the map. And for a few moments, I'm like, oh, fair enough. He's leaning towards us. He just, you know, he's going to humour him about his map now that he's listened to us. And you're like, I genuinely want to hear it. I won't interrupt at all. You're like, oh, you just over-egged that pudding just that little bit. Yeah, it was good though, because it reiterated he wasn't listening. And you were right, he wasn't. He wasn't really listening to us, was he, Arthur?
After you went abruptly yesterday, you just went away without saying proper goodbyes or anything.
Yeah.
There must have been some problem.
No problem.
You just stopped.
So you just left.
I do that sometimes. Yeah, I do that.
We thought you were still here. I thought you were still here because I don't look inside. You know, I don't have the G+ up. Or we're continuing to talk. You're gone. Gone. Completely gone.
Absolutely. There was this time, right, over in Singapore. You know, do you remember me explaining about how the jungles grow through the city, like trying to take it over? Yeah. And there was all sorts of insects there. Exactly.
That explains it. Thanks. Are you everything okay?
That's correct. That
So
happens.
afterwards-
That's exactly right. Yes.
So afterwards in the Discord channel, I proposed to him that, because as much as I understand, it's also a language problem. He does not really understand English very well and can't speak either. And I proposed to him that do watch my channel video. I have playlists made for people like you, and you're most welcome in my live streams, and I will make you understand these same things in a language you are more comfortable in. That will be Hindi.
That's kind of condescending, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it though.
I like it too. I'm smiling. I can tell you in a language. I'll tell you in your first language. You'll cope better.
I tell you what, don't get it on Flat Arthur's bad side, boy.
I know
Tell you that much.
Man with a beard like that, don't want to get on his wrong side.
Has he got a majestic beard?
Absolutely.
Let's see it. Throw up a picture. Oh, you
I've got to
can't.
prove. I've got to substantiate this claim now. Have I? I know a majestic beard when I see one.
All right, but you can't show us because you have to jump through hoops.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Just take my word for it.
All right.
I can be trusted. Yeah, you did exhibit a level of disdain that, obviously, without knowing full background of your interactions with him, because to your perception, as you told us, he was intentionally trying to tick you off. He's talked to you. He's interacted on your channel. He knows who you are, and he's like, "Oh, I've never talked. I don't know who you are." You're like, "Ugh." So I could see the disdain level building, but without knowing the back and forth history, it seemed unreasonable from your point. No offense, Arthur. Just like, you scum, you're too dumb to be here. I'll teach you on my channel away from this higher level of conversation, and we'll do it in a language you understand. It all came across in a in a way that we all kind of like. And we will have a look at his model. Wonderful stuff. That's what we all love, Arthur.
Model? Whose model?
Arthur wanted to humour him with us looking at the model that he kept posting in response to lack of science acumen being pointed out to him. He's like, yeah, but you can look at my model I've posted.
Did he have a what was it?
Bipolar model.
What?
Bipolar model. It's happy sometimes and sometimes it's sad. Sometimes it's running around doing the cleaning, singing to Madonna. Other times it's depressed and crying and listening to thrash metal.
Thrash metal. All right, give me 2 minutes. I'll chase down that video and then we'll get on with business. Start our 44 hours. Oh, by the way, you're missing the 44-hour part. You'll catch up if you go into Ballbusters chat. I addressed something to you. Something. There's 2 posts there, please. If you want to check those out, then you'll be caught up.
I was a little crabby. Oh, well, I'm glad I got to know that. Thanks. The other thing, Ballbusters tonight at 2.
No, Ballbuster in Skype.
Yeah, I'm in Skype. I'm in Ballbusters. I'm 24 messages behind. Let's just skip all of those.
Keep going to one that's addressed to you.
Okay, you don't make it easy. Let's see, Brian, you, me, at Nathan. Sidereal rate. Sidereal. Did I say sidereal?
Yeah.
I've got wonky teeth. My mouth can't wrap its head around sidereal. I'm sorry.
That's fair enough. You don't have to read the rest. That was Tjump, idiot. Go down to the next message.
You started the review at 5:44, your show, and at 9:04 of the Tjump video, sorry. Finished your review treatment. If you can tell it that due to the ramblings of the
Oh my God, you're screwing this up. Let me do it.
Far away. It's on the big screen. I could move Skype onto my other screen so I could actually read it. I can just make it out through the blur of my eyeballs. Just read it.
All right. So after I told you sidereal and sidereal, is it okay if I swear? Or let's leave the swearing out.
Yeah, if my wife's literally just not disappeared with the youngest. The oldest is in a different room.
All right. And the next post was, and what in the fuck? You started the review treatment at 5:44 of your show and 9:04 of the Tjump video. You finished the review treatment, if you can call it that, due to the ramblings of the panel at approximately 1 hour and 9 minutes. The time on the Tjump video was 11:58. So you covered 2 minutes and 54 seconds of the Tjump video in a frigging hour. So let's just extrapolate this out. 1 hour to cover 3 minutes or 60 minutes to cover 3 minutes. That is to complete the review or treatment of the Tjump video, which total is 2 hours and 10 minutes and 40 seconds, which is 131 minutes. 131 minutes divided by 3 minutes, which it took you to go over freaking 3 minutes, is a 44 multiple. So to complete your review treatment of the Tjump video at your current pace, it would take you 44 friggin' hours. Do I need to tighten some panel members, and you know who you are, shot groups, shaking my fucking head.
What the hell does this have to do with the jungles in Singapore?
It doesn't.
So it's completely non sequitur then?
It's not completely it's completely non sequitur to the red herring fallacy you brought up, yeah.
I don't know what red herring fallacy that would be.
44 more hours.
I had non sequitur. Yes, it is.
Flatsy then responded and said, 44 more hours.
I didn't even see she said that.
I wonder what that was. In chat, Christian Checker says 4,444 more hours. Woohoo!
Too funny. All right, give me a couple minutes. I'll be back. We'll try John.
John's not here. Oh, I mean, sitting in silence is always an option too. Makes for good viewership. Could make a thumbnail. Maybe I could bring that up on screen. I could put some art music up. I won't.
Maybe some growers could slap us in the face with some glow proof.
We're on our server now. We've left politics. There's only a couple of people in there. I didn't actually mention that we'd be toddling along to our server because typically you wouldn't want to do that. It'd maybe break their rules even. I encouraging everyone to go to a different server. It's Vaxie, Steve, and Arthur, and that's it. There's only 3 people in there, other than me.
Well, yeah, as soon as you guys left, someone hopped in and started asking why we're denying science. And I'm like, dude, did you not listen to the 3 hours that we were just in there?
Oh, that's so priceless. We disappearing. You flat earthers deny science.
What can you do?
Oh dear. You all got plans for the weekend as it's gone silent?
Hey, I was just busy with stuff there. That's why I wasn't speaking. Let me know if there's a bit too much background noise. I'm out walking, there's traffic and stuff. Just have to get errands done, you know. No plans really, to be honest. What about you?
Probably. My wife usually has something arranged for us and the kids to do over the weekend.
Yeah.
What are we doing this weekend?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Let me check on the calendar.
My kid's going to go and check on the calendar. I don't know. Something.
That sorts that problem. There's a calendar and all, so something is happening.
I don't need to know what I'm doing. I've got a wife. She does that for me. Friday.
Exactly.
Friday the what?
My 8-year-old's going to
15th.
a friend's house, so.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking to my kid off mute. I'm really sorry.
Oh, you did. Give me that.
If you are watching this on the recording, Kiwi will return shortly with Tjump.
It's isn't it funny? The minute we leave, that's the first response. That's just the desperation of it.
You know what I'm doing? Leamington lights switch on. There you go. They switch on the lights in the town. All
right. Christmas lights, is it?
Yeah, Christmas and Urdu. Is it Urdu or Is it Diwali? Urdu.
Diwali, maybe.
Diwali, not Urdu's language. It's definitely going to be that. Diwali. Is it Diwali? Lights they put up? I think it is.
There's something I'm slightly confused on.
I was going to say Diwali's already gone, hasn't it? Diwali's already happened.
Yeah, it's my first.
It was last week or something. Adam was saying.
Anyway, there's multiple different ethnic lights that go up at the same time, and they switch them all on Saturday, tomorrow. So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds good.
Or Sunday, I'm being told.
You sound like you live in a town that's the equivalent of the town Bill Murray was in the movie Groundhog Day.
Oh, it's beautiful.
A UK equivalent.
Very, very pretty town.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, I don't know if it's not small enough to be Groundhog Day's town. Like everyone knows everyone else. It's big enough. It's where Aleister Crowley used to live. He had a house here.
Was he from there?
About being from here, had a house here.
Don't think he was, no.
Yeah, the guy on the panel, Craig, was telling me. So we were walking through town back to cars after the curry one night, and he's like, "There's Aleister Crowley's old house." And he was explaining that they were approaching the owners, the current owners, to put a blue dot on it. Like around the town, you've got these blue dots that explain it's a place of interest, and they didn't want one.
Ah, that's interesting, isn't it? Well, I suppose the current owners don't have to.
You can imagine the type of person that's like, "Oh, look in this guidebook. We can go and see where Aleister Crowley had his stuff going on in Leamington. Let's go and have a look at his house. Let's gawk at the house."
Exactly. Yeah.
I imagine you get a lot of weirdos showing up.
There and you lived there.
There again, Vaxie?
No, I mean, if I happen to just live at Aleister Crowley's old house, I wouldn't want it advertised either, because people would be like sacrificing goats and stuff in my yard.
Yeah.
I can't lie. I did do that once. I went to gawk at a house, but it was the Amityville horror house in Long Island.
Oh, I thought you sacrificed
I was
goats.
going to say, when he said, I did that once. I was like, is he about to tell me he sacrificed a bleeding goat?
No, we didn't go to the Amityville house and sacrifice goats. No, I didn't do that.
Better line
very
would have been-
troubling. It would have been very troubling, Elijah.
It's not Elijah.
Thanks, Nathan.
A better line would have been, no, I didn't sacrifice a goat. It was a chicken.
Can't lie. I did see some weird guy walking around in front of it. That was about it, though. It kind of disappeared at the end of the block, and it was weird. But that's for another day.
Well, technically, because you're Haitian, you could get away with sacrificing an animal legally.
Sacrifice your mic.
He's talking to you, Brian.
Yeah, I know he's talking to me. He's been getting smart with me a lot lately.
That just means he likes you.
Did you put that shoe on the foot?
Yeah,
last night.
Me?
Did that shoe fit?
Well, maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, you didn't need a shoehorn and soap, I'll tell you that. It slipped right on.
The perfect slip-up.
No idea. I'm not even going to ask.
Yeah.
It's me he was talking about in his comments.
Not only you, the majority of it was you, but not only you now. In the 44 hours, Nathan, remember the Titans, some panel member shot groups. You remember that? I just read that out.
Yes.
Yeah. You connecting the dots now?
Yes.
As the penny finally dropped?
Yes.
Yes.
One of those agreement ladders Brian likes to make, isn't it?
Yeah. All right, you ready for this? Now, in about 12 minutes or so, I got to take a 5-minute break to imbibe in some breakfast, but then we'll continue directly after. Here we go.
This very, very strange dome-shaped magnetic field that doesn't make any sense. But in the globe Earth, it makes perfect sense.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to catch everyone up. This is from, I'm starting the time where you left off from yesterday. This is Tjump. Now, number one, this is modern day debate. This is pretty old. So I don't know. He posted this 6 days ago. This video is really old. I know because it's got this James Kuntz down here. I don't see him anymore. Not that I watch modern day debate, but I did watch a few episodes back in the day. This is really old. Well, you could see Witsit. He's youngster, right? That should gave the game away. So, but I don't know it from this video. I never listened to this one, but I know Tjump from other venues. So this is Dumpster Fire Flat Earth Debate on Tjump's channel, by the way. Witsit gets it versus this idiot. And get ready. Hold on to your hat, folks, because he's delusional Dunning-Kruger beyond the forest of azure. And it's really scary. Okay? All right.
Holy shit, this is very old. Tjump versus Witsit. I remember this years ago.
Did you watch this years ago, right?
Yeah, I believe I did. I remember hearing that matchup, Tjump, because that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Versus Witsit. This is Domo.
Yeah, he pops up on Modern Day Debate every now. Even I think I got a recommended just the other day Tjump, and I started snickering to myself. I don't watch him anymore, but I'm well aware of this idiot. And it's listen. Let me just play. You guys make the call. If you need to stop, tell me to stop. All right. If I don't stop.
It just looks like the same as all the other magnetic fields we make. We just rub magnets together. So obviously, the magnetic field around the Earth is this is what it would be if it was a globe shape. So it's
magnetic field would be the way it would be if it was a globe shape. What?
Just a straight up begging the question for seeing it. We've got a magnetic field, therefore it's globe shaped. It can only be the way it is globe shaped because we're globe shaped. That's crap.
Yeah, it's stupid. Did he say rubbing magnets together?
Yep, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. And it gives you some type of bubble? I don't know. Let's continue.
You just do that experiment and take two magnets, rub them together, done.
What experiment? That's not an experiment, you moron.
The east-west effect is where we can measure the ionic particles or ionic radiation from the atmosphere. I mean, they come.
What? What the hell? What the hell was that? East to west, you can measure ionic particles? Huh?
More from the west than from the east. If we're on a flat Earth, it doesn't really make
again, sorry, Chuck, I didn't hear you. Turn your mic up.
You said the east-west effect? What the hell is that?
Yeah, the east-west effect of ionic particles. Huh? What? Okay. Look at him. Look at him. He's delusional. The moderator's not paying any attention, right? This is what pissed me off about this moron. He just wouldn't pay any attention. He doesn't care. What is said? He's clueless. What are you reading? The ABC song. Cunts. Idiot.
A lot of sense because maybe we're just moving like in one direction more than the other. Possibly, that's possible. Or we're just on a globe Earth and it's spinning, and which just makes more sense. Which is why
it makes more sense with the ions from east to west, right? My word.
Particles can come in from one way easier than another way. Seismic measuring of earthquakes. We know earthquakes have different kinds of waves when they occur. They have P waves, S waves, and L waves. So we can measure the difference between these waves on different locations that are measuring the earthquake. So if the farther away you are, the longer the distance between the different waves. But if we were on a flat Earth, they should all be the exact same because, well, if the earthquake happens in one location and the first wave and the second wave and the third wave, then the rate that they travel across the ground should be the same for all three waves, unless the world is curved, in which case that since the waves are traveling through the Earth, the ones that are the lower ones will actually happen faster than the ones that are on the top, which will actually take longer since the...
Really? Show.
Distance between the two measurement things are actually closer together on a...
The measurement things. The thingies. Is this the white paper technical language, Tjump?
Curved surface and on a flat surface. So then the difference in time between these three waves actually makes sense on a curved surface.
Let's see it. Let's see the data.
Doesn't work on a flat surface. So there's another way we can...
So and no support of your claim. Do you know that there's a name that we call people that don't support their claims? You know that? You know what it is? Called a village idiot. That's you.
Measure that the Earth is curved. The shadow on the moon is a pretty.
Oh, now we're gonna scattergun. Hey, cunts! James, cunts! Are you listening to this? Do you think this is a debate platform? When you got village idiots making baseless assertion after baseless assertion, with just free. Just let them go. No worries.
Pretty good evidence that the Earth is curved because the Earth gets in between the sun and the moon and creates a shadow.
Oh, it does. Well, let's see that.
Like you can just take a light bulb, take a tennis ball, and then take a golf ball,
Oh my God.
and you can replicate the shadow on the moon, just like you can on Earth. So that
Wow.
Welcome to 2013. In retard for us.
makes sense that if the tennis ball is the Earth, put it in between the flashlight or the light bulb and the golf ball, you get a shadow on it, the same as with what we see on the moon. So we get the same testable results. We can say, oh, hey,
It's the same testable results. Those equal, they're the same thing. Look, we get a shadow and we got a shadow in the sky, and that's the same thing. Look at them.
this stuff we're seeing, the observations
The stuff sees that we're seeing, where are we seeing them at?
that we're seeing from the shadow on the moon are the same as the observations
Really? We're seeing in the shadow of the moon. Is that a shadow? Joe.
from the tennis ball blocking the light from the golf ball.
God.
Oh my God, evidence the world is round. Oh,
Oh my God, the evidence. Therefore, the world is round. This is well beyond. You need institutionalized. You friggin' retard. For real? James, hey, cunts. For real? You gonna let that fly? My word.
experiments you can do in your home. Damn.
Damn, look at it. He called it an experiment. Really? What's the hypothesis? Tennis ball and the golf ball. Moron.
He asked for evidence that we can see that there's water and stuff that's on a ball in space. We have lots of evidence of that. We can just look at this planets, Saturn, Jupiter.
We can look at the planets and see waters on balls. Really? Does Saturn have water?
This is so pathetic.
I know, it's so stupid. Nathan, you still with us, or did you go get milk?
No, I'm still here.
Brian, you still here?
I am, but I'm not allowed to speak.
I'm not. That's bullshit. All right, fair enough. Here we go.
Venus. Those are gas giants. Well,
where's the water?
Venus is body of gas. I don't know if it's a gas giant, but
Venus is the body of gas. Then why did you say that we can look up in the sky and see water on balls? If it's a gas, Tjump. You actually put this on your channel?
but we can see there's gas. Gas is less dense than water.
Yeah. Then why are you bringing it up? Wasn't your point there were water on balls?
We can see gas can stay in space pretty easily.
Really? Gas can stay in space pretty easily. That's amazing.
On a round ball. We know all they're round because we can literally see them.
On a round ball.
Do that?
Go ahead. Brian, I thought you weren't allowed to speak.
How can gas stay form a sphere in a vacuum? Like, what level of stupid is going on? I mean, these people. Go on.
Well, no, he sounds like he doesn't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. That's what it sounds like to me. He's in a dreamland fantasy here. Look, he's looking up too. Creep.
Sounds a
And
bit
we know it's
different to me.
gas because we can take.
No, go ahead.
Sounds like somebody who would willingly stand in front of a group of people and give the impression that he knows what he's talking about when he hasn't got a clue.
Yeah.
These are the problems.
Yeah, it's the problem. But anyone like in 9th grade or above is sitting in the corner laughing their butts off at him. But he's totally unaware. He'll just make stuff up. So him and Witsit, they got a lot in common.
Gas, liquids, and solids, put them into a container and see how they interact, and we can
Gas, liquids, and solids in a container. I don't get it.
compare the shape and way they move to the shape and the way that things move on the planets we're seeing and say, oh, look, yep, those are definitely.
You put gases, liquids, and solids in a container, and you look at the shapes that they. Well, what? And then you look up at the sky, and they're the same shapes. Was he just let out of a mental institution?
No, it makes sense. It's kind of like when you make coffee and tap the glass as it's swirling, you prove a flat Earth. Same sort of thing.
All right.
Definitely gas, definitely not liquid, definitely not solid. And we can also measure them using the.
If it's not definitely not liquid, then why did you say as your proof sees for a rebuttal that I didn't hear against a rebuttal that you can have waters on sphere seas? What are you talking about solids and gases for then?
Light measurements to see what kind of light reflects off them, and I forget what it's called. It's informatic something or another. So we can see that they're gas and they're on a ball in space, not a problem. So we can.
We see that they're gas and they're on a ball in space, not a problem. Huh?
Literally see that this happens. So it makes sense to say, hey,
what's happening?
It's happening there and all of those other planets. It's also probably happening here on our planet.
Probably. What's happening?
That makes sense.
That makes sense. Are you trying to convince yourself? My word, son.
Another way we can test that the Earth is round is we can see the I've also
Earth is round. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive, glue sniffer. You have a round and flat LP, round and flat penny. What the hell are you talking about?
effects, which can measure the rotation of the Earth.
You can.
It measures, like, we can say that the center point of rotation of the Earth is underneath the ground somewhere, not on the surface. So it can't really be flat.
It's Can somebody write this down?
Well,
The
just
premise-
contradict it. So you'll need a plane of reference to describe rotation full stop.
No, I want somebody to write down. I need a transcript of his premises that equals therefore conclusion. I need to see that in black and white. And then send it to a mental health professional. You'll never see him again. You're a glue sniffer, dude. That didn't make any damn sense.
Is this supposed to be like the introduction where he gives like a freaking 40-minute dissertation of all the nonsense that he's trying to spew? Like, I don't understand how he's just saying all this crap with no rebuttal, no nothing.
Yeah. Should we bypass this? Let's bypass
I don't
this.
know.
Droning on like.
Let's head a little bit more in the future. See if
If
there's
you have
any
enough money, you
interaction.
can build one or build two on two different sides of the planet. And in order to send a signal, we are standing at the northern hemisphere, the southern hemisphere. Perfect sense, because the globe is spinning like a baseball, and we can just take a baseball measurement of gravity on the Earth.
Hold on a second.
Easy. Another.
Hold on a second, guys. What? All right, I gotta go get a little piece of my breakfast, and I'll bring it back. Are we still good?
Yeah, we're still good. I'll stay recording while you disappear temporarily.
Thanks.
No sign of Adam.
Yeah, that's okay. Maybe we'll get into the book next week. Hopefully we'll get it done by Christmas.
He might be here later.
If he does toddle along, hopefully someone will drop me a line on Skype if I've disappeared by then. By the looks of things, we'll be doing this for 44 more friggin' hours.
Yes. Sorry about the background noise a minute.
Honestly, it already feels like 44 hours with this guy droning with all his baseless assertions that he's just spitting out. This is crap. Jeez, man.
Yeah, he's throwing out some rubbish. They don't know what proof is. They think confirmation bias is proof. And they start throwing confirmation bias at you. So if this was happening and the Earth was a this thing, then that thing would mean that this thing would be that thing. It's a globe. That's their that's the full of their logic.
Did you enjoy the time in the politics server this week?
I missed most of it. The first hour, I'll have to go back and listen, and the pre-show, but it was pretty good.
Got charged with providing scientific validity by EMBO. Why are we discussing this?
Well, it's very interesting the way, because isn't that what Jaron and them have done? Try to belittle the scientific method to try and, let's say, water down science, so then they can then claim science, which is a validity, to claim the validity of science, something that came from things being proven through scientific method. It's the reason we have smartphones and things like that in the world. The outcome of it. But they want to belittle that so they can then claim the validity of that.
It's bonkers, isn't it? Yeah, well,
it is.
It's more bonkers when they're doing it with an experiment in Antarctica. Then it seems like it's malicious, like preordained that they need to be stealing the validity of science. And anybody who says science proves things, this is how, needs shutting down, so that when we hijack it for Antarctica, we can wipe out a load of flat earthers potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be powerful if they go down, they see a 24-hour sun, and Jaron says, "Well, we've got the science. What more can I say? I did tell you guys if they show this, it's going to be a globe. Science."
That's basically what they're going to do, isn't it? If they do see what they're what they might see, what they're looking to see, and that's why he's going to the stage.
Well, they did it with Bob for spin, so
exactly.
Also very suspicious.
It's going to be cloudy or something. There's going to be a reason that they didn't do that, so they're going to go to some other secondary thing instead. I mean, isn't that Jaron's MO anyway?
I don't know. His modus operandi is unfamiliar because I don't watch him.
I mean, he's always messing up. Right, though.
It does sometimes seem like that's his purpose here, doesn't it?
Well, it seems like it's always his purpose, rather than something. That's all he's ever done. With the exception of his first 2 years in the subject, from 2015 to 2016. With the exception of that, like, at that point, what he was doing, people latched onto because he was doing a lot of NASA stuff and things like that. But after that point, what did he do? When we were going through relative density with him, RDD and all that, he was like all on board. Then Bob came up with this other complete and utter nonsense, this dielectric acceleration. And suddenly he was on board with that. It's like, how could you be on board with that rubbish? We were after proving, Anthony proved through scientific method, his point. And suddenly he's off promoting this rubbish from Bob, like, straight away. Like, I mean, how many red flags? That alone would just that alone would cause me to keep my distance from him. And never mind all he's done after that, which is never-ending destruction, attempted destruction of the topic.
Plus the bit in the Netflix where Bob is apparently accidentally forgotten that he's mic'd up whilst talking about how devastating the gyro's 15 degrees an hour drift is. You're like, oh, that doesn't seem too contrived.
How do you forget you're mic'd up when you got a camera staring right at you?
And you got a mic on you.
Yeah, I mean, that whole thing was a pure attack, pure knife in the back. And how any of them had a subscriber after that, I don't know.
I don't think that was aimed as an attack on their subscribers, though. That was done as here's a useful tool that we can present to globe believers to say, look, even the flat earthers measure Earth as a globe. Here's a few examples. That's very strong when right around the corner is us saying, actually, Earth's just measured flat in all instances. So they need a patsy be saying, oh, we thought we'd be measuring it flat with this experiment. Interesting how globe-shaped it is. Right? They needed that. Same with the spin.
I don't think so. I think that whole Netflix thing was an absolute knife in the back to all the people that subscribed to them. That's my view on it. Obviously, our opinions will differ, but I view it straight as an absolute knife in the back from both him and Jaron. You know, not so much Mark Sargent or anything. He was involved in the documentary, but he had nothing to do with that. You know, just nah. There's only one way I can see that. I think Witsit is a bit of a patsy, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah. I don't place any blame on Mark Sargent.
Or Nathan Thompson, for that matter, on that documentary. Sorry.
Nathan Thompson kind of, he's called, remember that whole fiasco when these like famous YouTubers or whatever pretended to like see the light and they were flat earthers and he was going to get married as a flat earther and it turned out to be a prank. It's all this silly stuff that was wholly unnecessary. It's just always happening from the people that you already find questionable.
Wait, Nathan Thompson was going to have a Netflix wedding?
No, your YouTube thing.
Oh, I mean, whatever, but so he was going to marry a girl, but it turned out she wasn't a flat earther, or he was the one making the joke. Like, I don't get it.
No,
I never heard that.
no,
That's weird. If that
I'm telling you about two famous YouTubers who brought him on to prove that the Earth was flat, and so they pretended to accept the proof that the Earth was flat, and so he had set up getting married with the YouTubers getting married with some girl or whatever. But if you don't know about it, then you missed it.
Basically, the point is that it was a complete load of nonsense. I mean, normally I like a lot of the things. I would say that I like Nate Thompson. He's not a bad person. I don't get a bad feeling of him, but he has a tendency to go headlong into things without giving a thought.
Well, we behave differently now in 2024. That's the bottom line, right? We've set certain standards that may or may not have been even in place when he was behaving that way. And if he was to behave that way now, we'd have something to say about it because times have moved on and we've set certain standards.
Now, notice all along the way, as you know, our arguments have made it across the internet planes, if you will. And the people that are claiming we're being divisive, well, same thing the Democrats are doing, but the people that are claiming we're being divisive have not taken up any of our arguments, any of our questions. They haven't taken up anything. In fact, they've often come out to critique us and tell us why we were wrong. Remember that time Witzik came on to tell us that he agreed with elevation angles, except we're wrong, that it can't be done on a globe, only to crash and burn.
Jaron did the same thing.
Yeah, they're always in opposition to a very strong argument. It's always the same.
Yeah, they decried the Black Swan, same thing.
Yeah, they never stop with that stuff. They never stop going against us. They never stop doing the wrong thing. They never stop listening to the wrong people, saying the wrong thing. It's like it's not an accident. Stupidity can account for a lot, but there's certain things that stupidity does not account for.
Yeah, it seems malicious at this point. Little tells like attacking us for saying science proves things. Discouraging people from listening to that information. And then 6 months later, 12 months later, going, here, we're going to go on to an experiment in Antarctica.
Yeah, well, I mean, there you go. I mean, it's the very same thing as one of the ballers was trying earlier this evening. You know, earlier today, trying to belittle the scientific method, only to hijack its validity later on with the claim of science. You know, it's bizarre that our own did that first. Well, when I say our own, people who claim to be our own, they're not really our own.
We've advanced the argument exponentially year after year. And
exactly,
Witzig's blanket statement or criticism against FED is that we've been saying the same thing for years. I mean, if you guys don't see it by now, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, we've been saying the same thing for years, and that thing has been the truth. You've been saying the truth for years. Yeah, and I mean, that's it, isn't it?
But I mean, nobody can, like, when you come across a lot of the people in 24/7, and people are peppered all over the place. Like, they will, all of the arguments come from here. Majority of them, or at least at best, other people have already been arguing the things that we've been arguing. At best, let's just say. Year after year, we have shed light on some new aspect or some new thing, exposed some new lie, year after year. How could anyone say that we're saying the same things and doing the same things for years?
Well, it's like this, right? There's been a few, let's just say, points of view put forth that deserve a bit of merit through Discord and stuff, and maybe an argument here or there. But that's while those people are also interacting with members of the panel from here. Outside of that, Globebusters, what did they actually bring? The mechanical thing. Other than that, and Witzig's basically stating these days, some we already stated in the past, that everything they want to do, anything that involves any kind of loss of life or loss of big financial loss or anything like that, you have to treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane. Yeah, because they're not going to have a loss of life or a loss of money or a loss of prestige because they're trying to pretend we're on the globe. But outside of that, they'll pretend it's the globe, this kind of stuff. Other than that, I don't know of anything outside of us. The best group outside of us, and this might sound stupid, but the best group outside of us with the most damage done to our position is better than, but they lost their way in some ways. As in, they just stuck with geometry. They kept it simple, stuck with surveying and geometry, and that alone, like I mean, the ballers couldn't deal with that. But maybe it was a little bit one-dimensional, but it worked while it worked. I mean, if you go through the names, what proofs did Dell ever bring? Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Thought. Don't remember many proofs. He got a good name from going out onto campuses and stuff and speaking to students and stuff. That was it. That was why he got his name for it, not for bringing up proofs or debunks or whatever. Then you have Bob. I don't know what Bob did. Bob Nodell. I don't think of anything he brought up that was really devastating. Other than like basic arguments, yeah, but nothing. There was no black swans, Same with Witzis, same with Jaron, same with Zachary Zabala.
One time that Bob did, or the few times that Bob did come into 24/7, the only thing that is memorable to me is he got into a back and forth with some other electrician in the chat. And they were arguing about electricity. I say that to say I didn't learn anything about Earth being flat from him ever at all.
Thank you for the conversational hiatus during gestation. I find it coarse and vulgar. So I did listen. Sorry to interrupt you there, Brian, Mr. 44 hours. Huh?
Nothing. Good to have you back.
Good to be back. Are we good?
Just go ahead and stab Brian in the back after he's
Not stabbing in the back. I heard
the
this
little 44-hour comment.
I heard this claim that Witsit has a claim that we don't. What did you say? Say it again.
Lately, he's been pointing out, and I've heard him in recent times in the past 6 months.
Not you. Not you.
Sorry?
I'm sorry. I forgot to direct my question appropriately to Elijah. Elijah, what were we charged with?
Repeating the same things for the last 3, 4, 5 years.
Well, that's a non sequitur. It's utterly meaningless. Number one. Number two, globe dumpsters for the past 9 or 10 years. All they've been doing is reviewing NASA photos.
Well, it's akin to a guy going to jail. He's been convicted by a jury of his peers, and he's on his 5th appeal. He puts the appeal in. He says, "This judge just keeps looking at the evidence that proves I'm guilty. Just keeps looking at the same thing. He keeps saying the same thing over and over again. Well, he's like a stuck record, pointing to the evidence of my guilt."
Yep.
That's true.
It's a nothing burger. Look, the second law of thermodynamics is stated the same thing since the middle 1800s. What's going on here?
Yeah, but my point is that that's just an obvious lie, because I laid out the fact that
obvious lie. It's a nothing burger. It's meaningless. It's nothing. When did he say that? Do you have him on tape? Recorded, please.
Yeah, it's recorded somewhere.
Well, go find it. I need to hear it. Fucking clowns. Okay, we ready to move on, or we want to stay here for a little bit?
Yeah, we're good to go. I'm good to go.
I don't know. Have we been stating the pitch data for years?
Now,
No,
we've
no, no.
constantly.
Don't weasel in my point after you you shot it down. That's my point. Is that over the years we have been the people. Like our arguments get across the internet. Like
Sure.
our
Everyone knows that.
arguments, and then
Yeah, it's nothing. It's a
every
nothing.
year is different.
Yeah.
And so it's not the
Every
same.
year is different. It just matter. It doesn't matter. It's a nothing burger. Go ahead, Brian.
We're constantly, year in, year out, coming with new things that destroy our opposition, that everyone can use. It's like inventing the hammer and then the saw and then, do you know what I mean, the screwdriver. It's like doing all that and then someone saying, you're only inventing all that stuff. It's like, well, they're talking about the hammer and the screwdriver and the saw, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's pretty creepy. Okay, here we go. Are we done? Yes?
Yeah, I'll have to drop out for a second, but I'll be back in a minute, okay?
Is that a threat?
Another way to test the Earth is round, you can just buy a plane.
You can buy a plane to test the Earth is round, you glue sniffer. Bash him with the pitch data. Bash. It's over. You're a glue sniffer.
Fly straight in a line, just pick a direction.
Fly straight. And how can you even acquire pitch data on a globetard? You can't. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Fly exactly straight in a line. And if you fly for 40,000 kilometers, you'll end up exactly back where you started.
Really? Show. And we want to see this straight line, you goober. So show a straight line coming back to where you started with a straight line. The straight line being the compelling factor in the matter.
That I don't think is physically possible on a flat Earth unless you have like some.
It's not physically, it's not possible at all. With a straight line. Have you thought about this?
Kind of Doctor Who teleportation devices. Not really possible. Another way to measure the Earth is round is that the Earth's poles moves. Like the magnetic poles can move. They do move.
A magnetic poles. Another way you can measure that the Earth is round is that magnetic poles move. I don't know. Would a lobotomy even fix this? I'm thinking no. That's really stupid, Tjump.
And we can measure how they move, and they move in a big spirally shape. Wonder why that?
They move in a big spirally shape. What the hell did I get myself into here? My God. So the Earth's poles move in big spirally shapes. Gracious. And you posted this on your channel. Who reads this? Sorry for the sidebar. You're wondering whether Witsit. You're wondering about Witsit after you just listened to this. Michael Ramone, 9262. Hello, McFly. My God.
That is. Like if it's flat, then
Listen, people, I'm telling you, you have to take it serious consideration every time you walk outside your door or you get in your car, because you're going to be coming into close physical contact with baltards, right? A lot anti-flat earthers. Just think about that for a second when you're driving down the highway at 75 mile an hour and somebody's coming up behind you and it's an idiot baltard like this moron. You have to take steps, okay, for your safety. Just think about that. You got this glue sniffer coming up behind you.
Why is the magnetic pole moving in a giant spirally shape? Must be something.
Well, that's what I say to myself all the time. Why are the magnetic poles going in big spirally shapes? Yeah, yeah. It's one of those questions where you moron.
Thing that's traveling in a spherical shape to do that.
The poles are traveling in spherical shapes, folks.
So either there's some kind of sphere below the Earth causing the magnetic.
Causing sphere below the Earth. Is there a sphere below the Earth? Is that a dingleberry?
Thing to be there and
Sphere below the Earth. That's like the dude saying the water on the surface is flat, but the Earth underneath is the globe. I don't know what's up with these guys.
spinning in a circle in a ball shape, or
a circle is not a ball shape. A circle is 2-dimensional. A ball shape is 3-dimensional. You would fail like first grade intro to shapes. Moron.
Earth is a globe. I mean, that's Earth globe makes a lot of sense.
The globe makes a lot of
magnetic
sense.
effect is another one which measures the rotation speed of different points on Earth.
Really? What does that?
You can like go to the point of Earth and then measure the speed of rotation.
You can go to the point of Earth to measure the speed of rotation. Makes perfect sense.
Spain.
And at the North Pole, it's
again
Spain.
Spain. Is that your choice? Is Spain?
Yeah, we go to Spain and we measure the rotation. That's the point.
Yeah, but Spain's big. Spain's biggie.
Yeah, that's right. Moving on.
You know, when I was living over there. Now you're gonna get me on a tangent. I need a break from this glue snuffer. You said Spain. Right around. I was in Berlin, and all of my buddies, that had a whole group of us.
That's not Spain.
We got together and came. Shut up. I wasn't in Spain. I was in Berlin at the time. It's gonna get to Spain. Just be patient. So we were sitting around, and we I don't know whether we watched something on TV or something or some ad newspaper. I don't know. I can't remember. But we all decided to go to Majorca. You guys know where that is?
Majorca,
Spain.
yeah, I know Majorca.
We called it Majorca. Am I pronouncing it wrong?
Majorca. Yeah.
It's
Anyway.
not Majorca. Spell it.
M-I-Y.
Really?
I don't bloody know.
Right. you almost Jedi mind tricked me.
I don't know.
Yeah. Do you know why a bunch of American GIs, would want to take a trip to Majorca?
Really pretty, and it's got white sandy beaches and clear blue oceans.
Yeah. What else?
Women.
And specifically?
Beautiful women.
More detail, please.
Beautiful transgender women.
No. The beautiful women, along with those white sandy beaches, and the beautiful women were not clothed.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's the end of my story.
Well, that's such a lovely story.
It's
You
not.
saw naked girls once in summer.
No. I'm sorry. It wasn't the end of the story.
You also spoke to one of them.
No, shut up. That was right around the time that Gaddafi blew up LaBelle's Disco in Berlin. So our leaves were in to go, but they canceled them. So for the next 3 months, we were on lockdown, patrolling the streets of Berlin, live ammo.
Okay.
Remember that?
It's a little bit before my time, but you know, I remember news reports of that time.
Yeah. So that was the moral of the story. Yeah.
What? Don't be a Gaddafi.
Yeah. Now, did he make the claim himself that he did it? I said that Gaddafi blew up or had people blow up LaBelle's Disco. I can't remember through the fog of time whether they charged him with that or that he was the one who definitely did it. I can't remember. So whatever.
Back to whatever. These little
whatever.
details.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, good story.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, good story.
There's another good story. Specifically, the instant that LaBelle's disco blew up, how it screwed me in another way. But that's a story for another day. Let's continue.
As zero, essentially. And if the flat Earth is right, then the closer you get to the South Pole, the faster it'll get. The speed of rotation will.
The closer you get to the South Pole, the speed of rotation gets faster?
That's backwards even in his own religion.
Or did he say that's what flat earthers think?
No, that's what he said would happen. Well, would happen. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to maybe rewind.
Yeah, I'll pull it, Jay. Listen up closely.
Rotation. And at the North Pole, it's as zero, essentially. And if the flat Earth is right, then the closer you get to the South Pole, the faster it'll get. The speed of rotation.
The closer you get to the South Pole, he's saying that's what flat earthers would have to claim.
It means the speed of the sun, then.
I don't know. He just made it up. That's the first time I ever heard any nonsense like that.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
He's speaking about the Earth, but he's pre-assuming a rotation on a flat plane. So he's not he's so uneducated in the topic in all of us that he actually has forgotten that there's a claim of flat and stationary. He's just thick.
I get where you're going, Brian. He's saying that if us flat earthers we think it's flat, then it would spin faster the further south you go.
Yep.
Assuming that we think that the flat disk is spinning. I guess that's where he's going. You're a real retard, Sunshine. Not you, Brian.
Will increase. But for some reason at the equator, it increases up until the equator, and then after the equator, it starts to decrease, go down.
What decreases at the equator? Huh?
So either the middle of the Earth on the flat Earth model is spinning faster, and
there is no flat Earth model. So your entire appeal here is moronic. You need to go home to daddy and start to get a clue, dude. You don't know what a model is either, by the way. Oh, and you don't have one either for your globetard. P.S.
The outside of the Earth is feeling slower, like a lot slower, like in the opposite direction.
Do we want to? I got to keep going until Witsit says something because this is driving me insane. Okay, he says something here. All right.
Of your globe model. But also, just to respond to your whole introductional fest.
Let me go back.
It's flat.
I want to be clear, our use isn't supported by evidence.
All right, here we
Those
go.
are two different claims. And just want to be clear, are you just claiming the a globus position, not the flat Earth position?
No. Well, if the Earth isn't curved anywhere, then it's flat. Flat's a general description. It's not a shape. So, yeah, I'm saying the globe Earth is falsifiable. You have the burden of proof to prove that. My only positive claim is a general description of the surface being flat, which I can't substantiate. It's void of physical obstruction necessitated by the rate of curvature of your globe model. But also, just to respond to your whole introductional fest, in short, no.
You're going to respond to the whole introduction? How the hell are you going to do that? He went in 85 different idiot directions that had no point.
No,
my word.
There's not one single physical demonstration that you presented out of all of that shows physical claims. You did things like point to the sky and said, since we know that Jupiter is a gas planet or something, a gas in a vacuum.
Now, what he's saying is because we can see Venus have water on its surface, that means water can stick to a ball here on Earth.
Since we know what the sky is based on what we said it is and assumed it is, that's how we know the Earth's a ball. In addition, you said something about a magnetic field wouldn't work on a flat Earth. What? So you can look at the magnetic flux mapped up over a plane, and it goes around the center of the plane. And in fact, they have toroidal manifestations. The Earth could be an inertial plane.
Toroidal manifestations. He was even talking about this back then. Really, show. Aren't you guilty of the same thing he is when you're speaking? You need to show this. Let's say it.
You're presupposing nothing below it.
No, don't. No. So if we
that's right.
take
One
the
second.
magnets,
Forgive me for interrupting. I'm so sorry about that. We do have.
Oh, you're interrupting now. What for, cunts?
Have a volume difference to where if Austin, if you're able to help me by turning yours just a bit down, and then Tom, if you're able to turn yours just a bit.
Well, okay. Well, fair enough. That's helpful. I've noticed that too. That's all you got? But okay, I need to give you +1 for that. What about all the other idiot things that they were saying? Is that just part of the SOP, standard operating procedure here at Modern Day Debates? Carpet bomb barrage, a boatload of friggin' baseless assertions and just dialogical fallacies, and you just get to continue. But +1 here. I know Nathan likes this. Nathan, +1?
Yeah, +1.
Okay.
Credit where due.
Up.
Yep.
And then I think we'll probably be at about equal.
Look at this glue sniffer over here. Why don't you turn your head upside down? Idiot.
Well, thanks for that feedback, folks, in the chat. Appreciate that.
Is that better, hopefully?
Yeah, turn mine down a little bit.
Yeah, you're about the same. Austin, you're slightly louder yet, but thanks so much, guys. Appreciate that.
Is that better?
Testing.
Perfect.
All right, so yeah, the
Oh God, his gains. Yeah, that's perfect. Cunts.
What's the guy's
Magnus
name?
thing is that if we take
Just try not to say that, because the YouTube algorithm will pick up on that and think you're swearing.
Oh, James Kuntz.
Just try not to say it.
I try not to say his name. Okay, I won't say it anymore.
It would be cool.
Two.
That's going to be helpful.
Magnets and rub them together.
Yeah. How about if I just call him retard James?
That's
that
probably better
Yeah.
from an algorithmic point of view.
Okay.
Together, we get a magnetic field, and we can measure the shape of the magnetic field. We can see what the
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go back. I think we missed some important stuff here. Here we
Thanks
go.
so much, guys. Appreciate that.
Is that better?
testing.
Perfect.
All right, so yeah, the magnets thing is that if we take two magnets and rub them together, we get a magnetic field.
If we take two magnets and we rub them together, we get a magnetic field? What? Wouldn't you get a magnetic field just from a magnet itself? Why do you have to rub them together? What? Am I missing something here? I guess not.
Field, and we can measure the shape of the magnetic field. We can see what the shape.
You can measure the shape of a magnetic field. How?
Is.
Toroidal.
Yes. So if we look at that on a flat Earth, and we can measure the actual shape of the magnetic field on the Earth. We can just use compasses and other devices to show it.
We can measure the shape of the magnetic field by using compasses. Huh? What? Can you demonstrate this? Retard James, we got your attention now. Can he support that?
What the shape is. And if we map that out onto a flat plane, then the shape isn't the same as when we're rubbing two magnets together. It's like if you rub two magnets together and then it starts to bend.
Is he on shrooms or something? Am I missing something here? For me?
Is he talking about bending a magnetic field?
No, he's talking about rubbing two magnets together and then mapping it out on a globetard using compasses.
Is that the globe that only has a magnetic attraction towards the north?
You're trying to discern further than what he said. Can you parse out what he said and make any logical sense out of that?
Well, he requires two magnetic poles for what he's claiming there. Well, yeah, I mean, he has two magnets.
But they're rubbing together.
Yeah, but there's two.
Yeah, okay. So where do two magnets rub together on a globetard?
Well, I don't know about that. There isn't one. Sorry, within their paradigm, they actually can't even claim that. They try and claim stuff, but they only have, in reality, one. Well, they don't have any reality. I'm not saying. He's just wrong in every direction, even within his own paradigm.
Do you think that that's just wrong, Brian, or should he be institutionalized?
No, I go with your assessment. Actually, it's far. far better assessment. I have to agree.
Retard James down here is stupefied. Maybe he's reading his super chats.
It's not even. So if the magnetic field around the flat Earth, if the Earth is flat, then the magnetic field is a completely different shape than every other magnetic field we make when we rub it together.
It's patently false, dude.
When we rub it together.
That's patently false.
How so?
Actually, you don't have to rub magnets together, right? Like you can take.
Could he show us these massive magnets he's talking about?
No, at least give Witsit. At least he was paying attention to what the glue sniffer was saying. He goes, "What are you, sometimes you have to rub magnets together?" He just bypassed it. I would have just planted my flag there and went. So we have to give credit where credit is due. But you moved on from. Don't move on from that. Stop there and delve in. There's a lot of meat on that bone.
Okay, I think. Okay, Austin, if you're able to turn yours up just a bit, it's maybe a bit too low.
Is that all right? All right, we'll get there.
Okay, so again, the shape of the magnetic field is.
No. Shut up. Austin was telling you that you don't need to rub two magnets together, glue sniffer.
Demonstrably different than if the world is flat. How is that wrong?
Yeah. It's just patently false. That's how it's wrong. So I'm explaining.
How
it.
so?
So if you have a neodymium boron iron magnet, before you turn it into a magnet, you're going to introduce electrical voltage. It's going to turn into a magnet. It's going to have a magnetic field just sitting there. We don't need your rubbing magnets together. It's magnetic.
Yeah, stay there.
It has a field.
Yeah, obviously there's different ways to rub magnets together. There's just a way to generate electricity. So
obviously there's different ways to rub magnets together. Did I get myself in? It's like this look from James, retard James. That's what's happening to you right now, to everyone that's listening. Glue sniffer.
So how does that show the shape is different?
I'm actually getting there. So we know magnetism manifests toroidal. You are saying that can't happen on a flat Earth, and I just explained.
No, I didn't say it can't happen on a flat Earth. I said
that it wouldn't happen the same way, right? The Earth would be the inertial plane. You do know that a magnetic field has an inertial plane through the center.
Okay.
And so if there was a toroidal energy manifestation above and below symmetrically with an inertial plane.
He's now whistling past the grave. Witsit's whistling past the grave. He's talking about planes of reference, isn't he? Why isn't he drawing a flat Earth conclusion with this?
Maybe he will. Have faith.
That is exactly how it would happen.
Okay, but that's not what I said. I said we can actually measure.
Okay, I guess you're right.
What the shape of the field is. Like on Earth, we can see
what the shape of the magnetic field is on the Earth. What
is the shape of the field? The shape of the field is the exact same shape of the ones of any magnet we rub together or create an electro.
It's the exact same shape of the ones that we rub together that made no coherent sense. You idiot retard. That's your new name, idiot retard.
Force on any one that we create, an electric field. It's the same shape if the world is round. If the world is flat, it's not the same shape.
You can't.
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. This is retarded rhetoric. That made no sense, by the way.
Just say that. You're taking the magnetic data, wrapping it around the presupposition of a spherical Earth, and then you're telling me that it matches, and you're saying it couldn't work on a flat Earth. I just explained how it objectively can work on a flat Earth, and a magnetic flux goes perfectly around the center of a plane.
No, you didn't. So again, if we're on...
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because we measured the shape of the magnetic field with compasses. After we rubbed them together. Not the compasses, the magnets.
If we're on the planet, we can measure where the gravitational or the magnetic field is actually trapped.
Gravitational? Where'd that come from?
We can measure where's the North Pole, where's the South Pole, and
how do you measure that? Go the measurement. He doesn't know what measurement is, does he? Nope.
Can say, well, what is the shape of the magnetic field around the Earth?
What is the shape of the magnetic field?
we can measure it. We can like use magnets.
Yeah. You keep on saying you can measure it. How do you measure that shape? Compasses.
Compasses to actually say, well, where is the magnetic?
Oh my God, you're an idiot retard, dude.
Field, but where do the curves go? What is the shape of the field?
Where does the curves go? The curves in what? In the magnetic field from the magnets you were rubbing together that you measured with compasses.
Now, if the world is flat, the shape of
look on Winston's face. Did you get all that? Oh my God.
Is a bunch of bubbles, a bunch of up and down bubbles in random places.
Now we got bubbles. Any comment here?
No.
No.
Places on the earth. That's what the shape is if the world is flat. If you curve it out like a ball, then it makes perfect sense. It looks exactly like
Hey Nathan.
Yeah.
Remember when you were a kid when you blew bubbles?
Yeah.
Well, he's backing down. And he's been asking about you. that nothing? Are you people dead? Hello, Brian, you still with us?
I'm just had a cashier here in a shop. I'm listening. You just said, what are you going to use? Compass? And then he said, compass.
Yeah, that you missed the latest, right? Do you want me? No, we can't do it again. Oh my God, let's
Are you
continue.
talking about Witzes?
No, I'm talking about bubbles.
Oh, I was just getting on to Nathan there. He deserves that.
like every other magnetic field that we have. If
You measure magnetic
Every other magnetic field that we have. What other magnetic fields? What are you talking about?
fields with compasses, and
Yes.
then you measure magnetic fields with compasses, and
Yeah, just that. Just stop right there, right? And call the paddy wagon. He's a glue sniffing moron. That's preposterous.
then you wrapped it around a ball.
No. So
Yeah, that's what you're
if
saying.
the world is flat, we can measure what the magnetic field is. And if the world is flat, then the magnetic field has these big bumps in it for no reason on the world if the world is flat. And
It has these big bumps in it on the world. Huh? What the hell did I get myself into here? I should have let you, Nathan, I should have let you do this.
why is it going up and down here for no reason? It doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
it's all manifestations within the overall toroidal magnetic field, and the Earth is.
Why do you say that?
Is he given? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Is he given geometric shape to a magnetic field?
You talking about Tjump? Yeah.
He's saying it'll be lumpy in places.
Bubbles.
What's he on about?
You forgot the bubbles. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I mean. Nathan, help.
Is the inertial
So again,
plane.
if we look
It
at
does mean something.
no, because again, if we look at every single magnetic field, the small ones that we create with magnets, they have a very specific shape. There's a big bump over here.
There's a big bump over here. What? Show.
QE, as I remember with my compass, I had to have that thing level to get a measurement. Did you use compasses while you were in the military?
Yeah, I did, but I wasn't measuring magnetic fields.
But you did have to get it level for
Yes.
north, right?
Oh, it had to be horizontal with the plane I was standing on, or it wouldn't work. It would stick in the bevel ring.
Why are they talking about compasses?
Well, because he's Tjump the idiot clown of a retard, is measuring magnetic fields on a globe tard with a compass.
That's so stupid.
I don't think that gives it credit enough.
Here's a big bump over here. There's a
toroid,
total
dude, yes.
Yeah, so it has this shape. Now on a flat Earth, there's a problem because we can see this shape on the world. We can measure this.
We can see this shape on the world, can we? Can you show that? Please, floor is yours. If you don't, you're a village idiot. We already know that though.
Shape on the world, but it's kind of like this. There's a problem.
Look at retard James. Are you watching this, retard James? You're checking your super chats. Is McFly? Is anyone home up here? Right in here. Probably not.
Because now you have
Is he claiming?
Go ahead.
Is he claiming that the magnetic field of Earth is dangly fingers?
You're going to have to ask Tjump. I don't. This is creepy.
Has to be a magnet on every single point on the planet, different magnets to create different fields in order to explain that.
In order to explain what? What are you talking about?
Or the world is globe.
Okay, well,
or the world is globe. But aren't you embarrassed?
You'd have to cite to me where you took compasses and measured the magnetic field, and that it wasn't part of a bigger manifestation.
I don't need to cite that. It's obvious.
Well, because
I don't need to cite that. It's just plainly obvious.
compasses don't measure magnetic fields.
Yes, they
Yes, plus another +1 for Witsit. Thank you. What did he ever come back to that? Go ahead. Sorry.
As I say, in fairness, now this guy's out of his depth with it in this topic. I would say, not that Witsit has. You know what I mean?
You think?
Yeah, with these compasses.
So, Witsit, you think you're a master debater because you sat in here with Tjump?
But you know what Tjump is talking about, don't you? He's talking about what I can gather from it. Now, you can say I'm wrong, but I think he's just talking about the use of maps and accounting for the declination.
Nope, he's not talking about that. Nope. Don't give him that much. He's not talking about that at all. Don't give him that much credit, Brian. He didn't say shit about no declination.
Okay. No happens.
He's got little bumps. Measured with compasses.
I don't need to cite that. It's obvious.
Well, because compasses don't measure magnetic fields.
Yes, they do.
So
Yes, they do. Compasses measure magnetic fields. Yes, they do. That's what he said. Unbelievable. Hey, Globetards, you better get the hook on this guy. All right? Just saying.
We can move on. I've made my point.
No, I'm not going to move on. I just disproved your argument.
You haven't cited.
Don't let him move on. He just disproved flat Earth.
That you're making a
I don't
broad
need to say
claim.
anything. I just disproved your argument.
No, you did what I prefaced the argument, the debate by saying you can't shift the burden of proof to a straw man model and tell me since you don't understand.
No. I didn't straw man anything. So again, the argument is that if
just look at him. Look at him and his reactions. Oh, God.
we look at a magnetic field, it has a shape, a particular shape. If
Yeah, we're back to this again. Okay, let's look at a magnetic shape. Share your screen, Tjumpy.
you measure the shape of a magnetic field around Earth, it also has a shape.
And I asked, how do you do that? Can you cite it? You said compasses. That's patently
fields in
false.
lots of different ways.
Not with compasses. So
You're an idiot. So again, that's just one way to measure.
You're an idiot. Yeah. Rich is an idiot, right? This is embarrassing.
Says the guy that just said compasses measure magnetic fields?
Yep. Says the guy.
Really?
You betcha. Yep.
Wow.
It's like Pol Pot charging the Dalai Lama with genocide.
Do you
Measure
did they give you one of those special compasses in the military? Does it have a meter that reads how strong the magnetic field? It's telling you the direction is.
No, hell no. It has it shows the shape of it.
I'm an
Points to the
idiot.
north,
Oh,
points
that's
to the south. Yes, that's what compasses do. They measure the magnetic field. That's what they're reading. Yeah.
Well,
that's
yeah.
It measured the magnetic field. What's the measurement? 25 degrees.
point-
You want me to
they
explain to you how compass works?
They point north. They don't measure the magnetic
What?
field.
Oh my God, you're an idiot.
Another point to wits it.
Yep, another +1. Yeah, but this is low +1, right? Because he's dealing with this guy just got he escaped from Shady Meadows, right? He's a total glue sniffer. He doesn't have any clue what he's talking about. None.
If it points north, then it's reading something to point north. Is it?
Okay, so now
Technically, it's not pointing north, but I won't get into that here. Let's continue.
you know the central point source of the magnetic toroidal manifestation. It has an inertial plane that could act as the Earth. Military declassified documents, assuming electromagnetic.
why are you
let me
bringing
respond.
military stuff?
You have to
How
keep
does
cutting me
compass
off.
work?
You have to keep cutting me off.
Let's hear from Austin.
Electromagnetic propagation over a flat Earth, assuming a dielectric plane, and used for practical
Blah, blah,
usability
blah.
for direct energy weapons. So
Tjump. That means shut your blowhole. Okay, son.
you're saying that when it comes to practical usability, that assumption's utilized, but the reading of the magnetic flux itself isn't consistent with that. And I'm asking you to cite it, and you're just saying you don't have to. Okay, well,
Again,
fair enough.
we can literally measure the shape of the electric field. We can literally measure the
shape of the electric field. I thought it was the magnetic field.
shape of electric fields on small magnets. If
He's just making dumb shit up. Look at his eyes. Look at where they're going. You're a lot like your father, Steve McClown of the Clan McClowns. He was an idiot also. You're his retard spawn.
if they're the same, which magnetic fields are magnetic fields, they all have the same shape, then there's a problem for your model. Because on the Earth model, there's these funny little
On the Earth model, there is no Earth model. Show that.
little donut-shaped bubbles everywhere.
How is
Go ahead.
like he keeps appealing to shapes and stuff, but you need straight lines to define shape. He ain't never going to get to a donut with his religion.
It bubble shapes. Look at Witsit. He doesn't know what to do. You know why? Because James is not at the wheel here. He just lets this go. Because this is a debate.
Whereas on
What
the
flat
globe
Earth
model,
model are you talking about?
Ooh, nice move. That's +3. What flat Earth model are you talking about?
If the world is flat and we are measuring what the
No, that's not what he asked you. Which flat Earth model?
shape of the magnetic field is, and we assume
Not the shape of the magnetic field. The flat Earth. What flat Earth model are you using? That's what he asked you.
the world is flat and we apply the shape of the magnetic field to a flat Earth, then you get all these bubbles.
Still not answering the question, Mr. Bubbles.
Yeah, we've got
Wouldn't you have to?
we've got a situation where it's so you vacuum up the mess with a vacuum. Okay. What model of vacuum? Well, you vacuum up the mess with the vacuum. Yeah, what model? What make and model of vacuum? A vacuum cleaner. That's what you're getting out of him. He's saying, what model? Well, on the flat Earth, it would do this with the magnetic field. Yeah, what model are you talking about? Talking about a flat Earth. Yeah, which flat Earth model, as you've said, model? Flat Earth, the one with the magnetic field in mind. It's like, can't comprehend what he's being asked, can he?
No. Nope. He doesn't understand it. Nope.
To know how big the Earth is?
No.
You wouldn't have to know. So how far out are you measuring this magnetic field? Where does it stop being measured? How do you apply that
You measure it
proportionately to
like-
land layout?
the oceans and things where we measure.
That's pretty coherent. That's really coherent. +5.
Continents and stuff.
You would have to know how far you would have to know the proportionate
You mumbling, muttering idiot.
relationship of the electromagnetic field.
I don't think you understand logic here. So
You're just muttering right through him.
Yeah, muttering an ad hom. You don't understand logic. How is that in any way addressing what Witzit's put into him?
Yep. And how does this have anything to do with logic whatsoever? Nothing.
If,
don't know.
If mumble.
Good.
If mumble, then globe.
Then logic.
Logic.
I understand you're claiming that it manifests a way that's impossible on a flat Earth. I'm asking you to provide some evidence of how so.
So again, it's like if it doesn't matter how big the Earth is, we can just assume it's 10 feet. It's going to get the same result because you get the same measurement.
Imagine the Earth is 10 feet. You're going to get the same measurement. What? What the hell is that?
If the world is 10 feet or 10 billion miles, wherever the points are, but we're measuring, no matter how far away they are, you still get the same shape, a bubble shape.
Do you see him? Is that a bubble shape? Hey, Brian, you remember when we used to blow bubbles when you were a kid?
Brian.
Can't talk now.
Okay.
He's in a
We'll
cafe.
get back.
He's already warned us once.
All right.
Which is the problem because it's not the same shape as the magnetic fields we see in the magnetism.
The magnetic flux is measured in a revolution. Would you agree? It rotates.
Magnetic flux? Flux is
Yes.
a change.
Yes, and when it's mapped out,
Flux is a change. I'm not Tjump. Wow.
you can project it onto a plane and it goes in a perfect circle around the center. This is provable, not debatable. This is the worst argument I've ever heard.
Two bubble shapes around the side.
+6.
It doesn't. I don't know. There's not flux. Flux is a change.
I'm more than content for the third-party viewer to know that I've responded. There's a toroidal manifestation. Earth acts as the inertial plane. Now, if you want to disagree, it's cool. I'm not going to debate for 2 hours as to what you think about that because I've asked for specific evidence. You've said you don't need to provide it, and you're just saying vague and ambiguous claims about how electromagnetism works, even though I've already refuted it.
Yes.
So,
Electromagnetism?
He learned it from you.
Yeah, no. Did he already make claims about electromagnetism or magnetic fields?
A magnetic field detection with compasses.
Yes. But what Witzit has shown even back then, you're not listening to what he said, Witzit. He said magnetic fields. You said that he's been saying electromagnetic. No, he hasn't.
He's just weaseling that end.
You, Witzit, back then still don't know, or still didn't know, what the difference is between electromagnetism and magnetism.
Electropa and electrifer.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thought I'd catch that.
Did you notice?
So that's -1. You're +5. Go on.
Did you notice that Witzit's critique of that Tjump guy? It was pretty spot on for how Witzit behaves when he's here defending Ether.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking I could give you plenty of examples, Witzit, of you being like that.
Yep. Yes, sir. Good catch, John.
So we can move on.
Debunked all that nonsense pretty easily.
Okay,
I don't need to cite any
if that's
sources
what
here.
if that's what you
the
think,
shape of a magnetic field, we can
just mutter right through him. Good job, moderator. You're right on the wheel.
demonstrate it. You can do the experiment in your basement. This is easy.
What experiment?
You obviously weren't paying attention while he was mumbling through Witzit. He defined the whole lot, giving us cause and effect reasoning, hypothesis construction. He just mumbled it through Witzit. You just didn't hear him.
Yep. Oh, no, that can't. That's not science. Just wait.
No magnetic field. Should go look at the shape. Then you can just measure the magnetic field around the Earth and then compare the two shapes. You get a problem. One is
Measure the shape and compare the two shapes. How can we measure the shape and compare the two shapes when we only have one shape? You didn't think about that before you throw it out that incoherent blowhole of yours, right? You're an idiot. You're not even a savant. You're just an idiot.
These funny little bubble shapes if the world is flat, and the other
on his bubbles. Hey, Chocolate, you still there? Damn, nobody's here now.
The other one is, it matches the exact same shape as every other magnetic field we see, which is if the world is a globe. So we can prove that this flat Earth nonsense is complete garbage and that it's pretty much round.
Well, that in part is what's being challenged. No one's disputing toroidal manifestation. If you would like to provide evidence as to how that is actually the case.
Manifestation has nothing to do with the topic.
Yeah. Just monitor right through them. Good job.
Hold on, let's.
You brought up how you could see it in a local demonstration. You could see it and then go apply it to what happens on the Earth. That's what you just said. I'm not disputing the first part. It's well known and established how magnetic fields operate. I'm saying, can you provide evidence to your additional claim that it doesn't work on a flat Earth? You just saying it means nothing. You're sitting here saying it does this. It wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
Another plus. I like what he did with his waves. Is that the shape of a bubble? Tjump.
It's not okay. Again, personally, I'm not going to keep on going in circles with you about it.
This is pretty simple. Like if
mutter.
The third party knows. The third party.
Yo, James, absentee landlord, do you think that you might want to get involved here? Maybe.
Nobody's home.
44 more hours.
It's a neutral platform. This is perfectly acceptable.
Oh, that's right. I forgot it's a neutral platform. Good job, Nathan. Thank you.
If you're too dumb to understand this, if you take any object.
If you're too dumb to understand this.
Is ad hom rebuttal also perfectly acceptable on a neutral platform?
Yes. Yes, it is.
It's fine. It's fine. The flat earther didn't say it, so it's fine.
Just draw a triangle. You can draw a triangle on a flat plane and you can draw a triangle on a circle plane. They have different properties.
You can draw a triangle on a flat plane and
on
you
a
can draw a triangle. Huh?
And on a circle plane because they're very different.
Yes.
They're both
like the
flat
angle
planes,
size
so.
on a triangle.
Yes.
In a flat plane is.
I got to get this whole thing. It's going to be incredibly moronic. Go ahead. You guys got anything?
John was just saying they're both flat planes, and I was agreeing with him.
Oh, okay. Yes.
If you take any object, just draw a triangle. You can draw a triangle on a flat plane and you can draw a triangle on a circle plane. They have different properties. Like the angle.
The triangle has different properties, or the flat plane and the circle plane has different properties. What are you talking about? What are properties of triangles? Tjump. You idiot clown show of a moron.
Angle size on a triangle in a flat plane is 180.
The angle size on this is going to get good. Let me go back. I'll let it run through. Let's hear this.
On a circle plane, they have different properties. Like the angle size on a triangle in a flat plane is 180. The angle size on a circle, a ball, is greater than 180. So
first of all, that's not a triangle. Number two, circles aren't balls, you moron. Circles, I think we already went over this. You fail intro to shapes, kindergarten. Balls are 3-dimensional. Circles are 2-dimensional.
Drawing the same shape on a flat plane and on a circle makes them different. They're different.
On a sphere chart, and you can't have curved triangles, you moron. You don't know what a triangle is.
Properties now. So if we can measure the shape of the magnetic field.
You're agreeing with them. Do you know what a triangle is with it at this point? I don't know. Somebody doth protest.
-1.
It's not only what you say, it's what you don't say that will be held against you. Remember that.
Yeah, I'm going through that right now. Yeah, I'm going through that right now through the review videos.
Yes, sir.
Good to know.
Are you guilty?
He has his
Yeah,
best.
hold on. Yeah, I'm guilty. Of course, I'm guilty. I was there, but trying to defend it, makes you look even worse because it's like trying to claim you're not crazy in a mental institution. You just, you ain't getting out of it, man. It just is. It is what it is.
You just face it and move on, right?
He
What else
does
can you
his
do?
best sophistry from the sofa, and he does his best grouch from the couch.
Listen to Flatsy. Dang. You take what are you, some type of poet?
Hostess with the
I
mostess.
thought you'd like that.
What was that? Sorry, Flatsy. Nathan rumpushed you. Go ahead, Nathan.
The hostess with the mostess.
The hostess with the mostest. All right.
On just a magnet that we hold in our hands, and we draw that on a flat Earth, it's a different shape than if we draw it on a round Earth. Does that make sense?
Well, it's just Pat.
Perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Thanks for that, Tjump. Keller's in the corner blushing.
Technically false. I've already addressed it.
How is
If
that
you
false?
have you looked at a ferromagnet? Have you looked at a
Yes, okay,
magnetic
how is
field?
Okay, you asked him, how is it false? That means shut your incoherent blowhole. Hey, James, wake up. Oh, I forgot. This is modern day debate.
Do a fair.
Explain to me how that is false.
Well, you're really bad about
Oh my God.
cutting people off, dude. If you look at a magnetic field through a ferrocell, you will see there is an inertial plane through the center. If you want to dispute that, go for it. Can we please move on to the fact that
No, we can't move on because
you can't prove your globe Earth, so you want to
I've
divert.
already proved it. I'm asking for clarification. How is it
Mutter.
not true? Like, do you understand that if I draw a triangle on a flat plane and I draw a triangle on a circle, they have different angles, right? They're different shapes.
They have different angles. The triangles have different shapes. Oh my God.
Correct?
Yeah.
He doesn't understand
So-
the basics of geometric shapes.
No, I know. Like I said, kindergarten. Yeah, he doesn't know what shapes are. He's a moron.
If we
He just
draw
agreed
the
to that.
shape
Who did?
Witsit.
Uh-oh.
of the magnetic field that we measure around the Earth, and we
Yeah, we're back to drawing the shapes of the magnetic field that we measure on the Earth with compasses. Yeah, we caught up to that part. Mental health professional, they're on their way.
can draw that on a flat plane, and we draw it on a round plane, they're different shapes, just like the triangle.
On a round plane.
So a circle in 2 dimensions then. It's a flat plane. So it's just 2 flat planes. Witsit is so busy wanting to correct the magnetism part, he's not picking them up on his stupid speech there.
Yeah, but granted, it's a lot of friggin' incoherent non sequiturs that are absolutely insane. So I'm cutting Witsit some slack here.
What's a round plane?
Oh,
There
he's
you
on
go.
the-
Get him.
Just a round sphere.
+1.
Okay.
It's a round plane. What's a round plane? He said it's a round sphere. That's there. There we go. Listen closely.
What's a round plane?
It's just a round sphere.
Okay.
Okay, -1.
Yeah, that's a -1, Witsit. Let's get the full thing. Maybe he corrects himself. Here we go.
What's a round plane?
It's just a round sphere.
Okay. That's redundant. We get it.
Okay.
I am asking you to.
Not redundant, it's
That's
wrong.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take 2 away from you on that. +4.
Redundancy
I'm
also
sorry.
infers that it's useful for a sphericity claim, which it isn't, so -3.
Well, you're at +3 now.
To provide
Answer the
evidence.
question. Stop
I'm
evading,
asking
stop
you.
evading.
You said they measured magnetic field with compasses, and it does this.
It
It's on
does
flat
what?
Earth. I promise you're stupid. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
You're not answering the question.
Shit, can I give him a +1 for that? Or it was pretty funny. Yeah, I'm giving +1. So he's up to +4.
Some of us don't operate at that low of a level, dude.
Stop your gibberish. Answer the question. If we draw a triangle on a flat plane and we draw it on a
Oh my God, here we go again.
sphere, they're different shapes. So if we measure,
What's different shapes? The triangles or the shapes that you're drawing them on? Idiot.
the shape,
Well, you
of the
ain't drawing no
magnetic field around the
triangles
Earth, and
on
we
a
draw it
sphere.
on
You definitely ain't drawing triangles on spheres, that's for sure. All right, let's hear it all.
question. If we draw a triangle on a flat plane and we draw it on a sphere, they're different shapes.
He's almost said square.
So if we measure the shape of the magnetic field around the Earth and we draw it on a flat plane and we draw it on a round sphere, you get different shapes, don't you? Just like the
No, you absolute idiot of a moron. That didn't make any damn sense whatsoever. I'm not going back over. It's too fucking painful.
Oh, because the plane is the middle of the magnetic field for the 20th time.
You're so dumb.
So dumb. Look at him put his head up to his head.
Like,
Okay, there's your response. Everyone knows your response
if
is an
the
ad
plane
hom. Now
is
can
the
we move
center
on?
of the field, if the plane is the center of the field,
Mutter.
then you have these bumps going up and down on the center of the field because you
Bumps or bubbles?
measure different rates of
Yes,
different
you
rates of-
have different
It's,
flux of energy within the.
Go ahead.
Bumples. He has bumples.
Bumples. That's correct.
Overall toroidal field.
which means you get different shapes, just like the triangles.
You don't seem to be following.
Like the triangles. You get different data on the triangles. Goodness, you retarded.
If you call me dumb, that's your. Okay.
Look at the look on his face. Look at him. Look at that. My God, that's creepy. You're scary, Tjump.
Fair
Scary.
enough. We'll let you go with that one.
So it's pretty
Great
simple. Like,
opener, dude.
if-
Great opener.
So it's really easy. Like if we're
It's really easy. It's really easy. To measure shape. It's real easy. You got bumpies and you got bubbles. It's real easy. You fucking muttering fool. Hey, James, wake the hell up.
standing, like if me and you take a compass and we both go north, if we're standing in the northern hemisphere, we're going to get closer together every time.
Oh my God, where are we going now?
And if we're standing in the southern hemisphere and go south, we're going to get closer together.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. He's saying we can measure with a compass.
Yes, you're finally catching up.
It just hit me now that he's talking, because the word measure is throwing me off. He was talking about a magnetic compass.
He's measuring the magnetic field with a compass.
What a dope. I can't do that. That's so thick.
Welcome to the show, Brian. This has happened a long time ago. Thanks for catching up.
Together every time. If the flat Earth was right, and there's just one kind of northern center somewhere, then if we go south, we're going to get farther away from each other no matter where we go, which is demonstrably false. So we know the shape of the magnetic field around the Earth has to be different on a flat Earth than a globe Earth.
Oh my God.
Because in the globe, there's two centers, and in the flat Earth, there's not.
The globe, there's two centers. Really? No.
Not. So there has
Yeah,
to
the,
be different shapes.
globe Earth is a fairy tale. So here's the deal. Can we move on,
That's not an
please?
argument.
Because I've already presented my argument. I've presented my argument articulately more than once. If anyone wants to go fact check what I said, please do. If he offers citation, I'd be happy to look at it, but he won't. So anyway, I just think it's fair. I think it's fair. Let's.
Mutter. Clown show, idiot, retard, Tjump, retard spawn.
I think it's fair. You made tons of claims in your opener, and now you've honed in for however long we've been doing this on one where I immediately responded. So if you offer some physical evidence that's been demonstrated physically that you can cite, I'll look at it. Your mouth.
You just did that. You offered physical evidence. You just did that. I didn't see anything. Are you delusional too? That wouldn't be surprising.
Isn't physical evidence. So you also claimed that we know the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Oh, this is gonna get good. Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back.
Hey, I just got back. What was this guy claiming about the? Are they getting ready to make a moon claim?
What's this trying to unravel everything in one go? We'll see how it works.
He's just been claiming you can measure the magnetic field with compasses, but I guess refuses to back that up with citation because he's just making it up.
So the instrument that must be level with respect to the horizontal plane that you're standing on to give you a reading of north is measuring what on a globe card?
I'm just disappointed Witsit didn't tell him that spheres don't have planes.
Oh, that's like the cornerstone of heliocentric faith, you know. So Biggie is flatty.
Yeah, so I was right. This debate is from a couple years ago. It may have just been posted.
Yeah, we said it's dated a few weeks ago or whatever, a few days ago, but it was actually the debate you thought it was. It's just been re-uploaded. You're right.
Yeah. But there is 4 different times these two have debated each. I think one time they did a 2-on-2 also.
Yeah.
So you get double the amount of stupid, huh?
Guess so.
Like I understand having if you're actually in a real debate and you have subject matter experts with you or people who like a debate club kind of thing, you know what I mean? But I understand having those individuals there with you. But what's a 2-on-2 look like how do you have any order to that?
I don't know. I've got no room to talk.
They do a lot of 2-on-2 debates on that modern day debates, different subjects. I remember one time it was Witsit and his wife, and then McToon and some other female, which I don't think was McToon's wife or anything. I think it was just one of his friends or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I once heard, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson, or it might have been Bill Nye the Science Guy, say, if it was going to be a fair debate between flat Earth and globetardia, then I'm paraphrasing because he didn't use globetardia, but you would have to have 99 doctors and PhDs lined up on the globe side, and then one flat earther. That's a fair debate to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I mean, you could still win. You would still win. But it's a little bit of a delusional idea of what's fair, you know?
Well, I finally understand why, like, Nathan guys don't go over to those servers and debate people. Because, like, how is that a neutral platform? The whole thing we're listening to was just ad homs, not giving any evidence. Like, it's just cringeworthy.
It's a neutral outcome platform where there is no conclusion drawn, and there is no there is nothing gained. That's what they mean by neutral, I believe.
Yeah, basically. Anything that may challenge the neutral outcome will be tolerated. If there's rumpusing, that it will and does immediately occur.
Did you?
Well, there
Did
can't
you
be a
say it'll
neutral
be?
platform. Go on.
I was just. Did you say that it would only be the information would only be accepted if it was rumpused through? Is that what you said?
Yeah, if there's a rebuttal that's seemingly not going to end in a neutral outcome, then the rumpusing that comes from the opponent that detects the loss will be tolerated. Witsit got a few points in there. So the guy mumbling incessantly directly through the top of him was completely tolerated, wasn't it? Nobody said a word.
Yeah, because that's not a fair debate. Or sorry, that's not a neutral debate. It can't be a neutral debate because if the guy is a glober, then he's not going to be fair to the flat earther. If he's a flat earther, he's not going to be fair to the glober. But more than likely, they're going to be a glober. What I found is that the only glober I ever was debating underneath as a moderator that was reasonably fair was Conspiracy Cats. I would choose him as a moderator. You know what I mean? Outside of a lot of other people. Most other globers, no, never. QE was a brilliant moderator. He moderated great when me and Witsit were going at it, but we were both on the same side, but it wouldn't matter. QE just would be the same anyway. But, you know, a lot of these supposed neutral, you know, debates, not neutral at all. The moderator is obviously on the side of somebody. If you're going to be the moderator, doesn't matter what you want to believe or what you think is anything, what you even know, you have to debate. You have to moderate fairly. Otherwise, don't do it. Doesn't matter what your opinions are, what you know, what you can prove. All that doesn't matter. You're supposed to be the moderator. That means keep out of it unless you have to get involved.
I don't know. How do you tell a moderator that, you know, they don't know what they know? You know, that's one of the hard parts about this topic because it's not really a debate issue, you know? To have a debate on something that's non-debatable, you end up with some silly situations.
By the way, John, where could you just very quickly, so it's not before it's forgotten about, where did you see that thing about Neil deGrasse Tyson and his claim concerning 99 doctors and whatever else and one flat earther? I'll take that challenge.
It was, yeah, oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. You could still win because it's not a fucking debatable issue.
It's over. I will absolutely end all of them. It's not like I'll still win. It's just I will win in the story. I don't mean that against you. I'm just saying that's going to happen. So where can I go?
It's not a debatable topic.
I want that challenge. Sorry?
Yeah, you'll win because it's not a debatable issue. Yeah, right. But the thing is, I seen that on when he was talking about why he wouldn't debate a flat earther. That was what he considered because of all the consensus behind his globetard. That would be a more accurate representation and a fair debate between individuals. If he could,
I'll take it. I'll take that. I'll take that challenge. I'll waiver my fee, my normal debate fee. I'll take that challenge. Him and 98 others, all our PhDs, everything else. I'll take the challenge. and I'll absolutely
Is that
outright win
before
easy.
or
Go on.
after? Is that before or after he declared he wouldn't debate Flat Earther because he's got the objective truth and said Flat Earther might beat him because of personality, something like that?
That was after he said that. That
Oh,
was
yeah.
his.
I would relish in that. Absolutely relish in it. It's like, yeah, that's not a waste of my time.
All right,
Yeah, that's the thing, though. Oh, sorry, John.
I'm back. We ready?
Dude, I'm not there yet. So I'm still on this one point.
Oh,
So again, if anyone on the Earth, like 10 people, stand in the northern hemisphere, get a compass, all walk north, they all get closer together. Stand in the southern hemisphere, walk south, you all get closer together. Now, if the world is flat, that's physically
Let's see that. Let's see that happen.
impossible without magic. So there has to
Well, that's what you're talking about, magic right now. You just conjured it within a caper-sized piece of horse shit between your ears. Let's see that.
be some difference between the magnetic fields in a globe Earth and a flat Earth because
Where's the magnetic fields? Are they following the magnetic fields? How are they following the magnetic fields in the south? They following or measuring them? You glue sniffer?
the globe Earth has 2 poles, 2 center points.
2 center points. A globe has 2 center points. That makes perfect sense.
And the flat Earth does not have 2 center points.
Can I
Did you just agree? Witsit just agreed with him. Go ahead, Brian.
I just want to say that I will be measuring my hallway later on. I'll be using a magnetic compass.
Thank you.
Right.
So they can't be the same shape.
You're right, bro. They're
Oh, you're right, bro. There's 2 center points. I can't wait to get into this. Go ahead, John.
What he's actually appealing to is the celestial sphere diagram, and you have the northern hemisphere celestial, the northern celestial
Wait,
dome.
stop. Are you saying Tjump is his idea is the celestial sphere? Is that what you just said?
Well, that's why he said there's 2 points in a globe.
No, 2 center points on a sphere tard. He didn't mention anything about celestial sphere. Don't go off on a tangent with something he didn't say. Yeah? Don't anticipate.
Well, no, I mean, you're right.
Can you read Tjump's mind?
No, I'm just saying I was an anti-flat earther. That's the way I used to think. I apologize. No, I don't. He made
Yeah.
So
You were at
you're
least
right.
somewhat coherent. Tjump, he just broke out of a mental institution, okay? So don't be going off on, don't anticipate and don't speculate on what he's thinking, please.
John, don't compare yourself intellectually to this absolute banana eater.
He's a banana boat user. He's a bozo. Full on. Bozo doesn't encapsulate this idiot.
And the flat Earth does not have 2 center points.
Right.
So they can't be the same shape.
You're right, bro. They're not the same. And for the 10th
That
time.
was my argument the entire time. They are not the same shape. If you map out
Scary looking dude. Oh my God, you're a creep.
the shape of the magnetic field on a flat Earth, it's a different shape than on a globe Earth.
But
oh
for
my God. Thank you. Thank you for
Oh my God.
just admitting what we were saying for the past
is
10
bad.
minutes. Idiot.
This is bad. For the 10th time, you're right. They wouldn't be the same on a globe Earth and flat Earth.
Yes.
Obviously,
that's what I
they're
said.
different.
Oh.
The center, if the center
Look
is
at him. You see that? You see what he did?
obviously
Watch him.
they're
Watch him.
different.
Oh God.
The center, if the center
Oh my God, you're a fucking creep. Stay away from humanity. Oh my goodness. Did you feel that? Fucking God. Oh my God.
Yeah, the people like
Picture is
him
the
are out there
magnetic
driving on the
sword.
roads.
Yeah, exactly. Flatsy, I gave my speech earlier. Were you here? Oh my
I
God.
was dealing with putting chamomile on Booger. He's got like a breakout on his back for some reason.
Or what?
I don't know. Just all of a sudden, there's a breakout on his back. He was asking me to scratch his back, and I started doing it, and then I looked at it, and I was like, "Dang, you got a breakout, boy!" So I put
Is
some
it
chamomile on it.
is it a red rash?
Yeah, it looks like it kind of looks like bug bites, but you know better. You know that it's not. You know what I mean?
Was he in the wood
He's having
line?
an allergic.
He was outside yesterday.
It could be allergic. Yeah, here we go. Let's get Adam in here. Let's ask him.
Send Adam a photo of it, Flatsy.
Yeah, he's got it under his armpits, his back, and right at his hips, you know, and right under his neck, like around his collarbone.
Does he have any other symptoms of any kind?
I can't hear you. He's over here just giggling.
I was just saying, does he have any other symptoms of any kind besides that? Anything else different
No.
with him?
No.
Has he gone to the toilet?
Yeah. I'm about to give him a bath.
Have you seen it? Have you seen the colours and all that?
They were normal.
Hey, Flatsy, try using Dawn soap when you give him a shower as well, because if you get in a bathtub with poison ivy, poison oak, or poison sumac, the oil spreads out on the water from your skin, and when you stand back up, it reattaches to your entire body and spreads the area of effect. But Dawn breaks that oil up.
Thank you.
Well-
Yeah, I'll do that.
Have you changed the washing powder you used recently?
I use biological
my
biz.
husband got tied, and we don't normally get tied. Wait, yeah, we
That could
did.
be it then.
We didn't
That
have
could be it.
tied
I
last
bet that's
time.
what it is.
All right. Any more medical advice?
I was just going to recommend
No, I'm just
biological
trying to help
biz.
out. That's all. That's all. Just being a helpful person. That's all. Don't want the little guy to be.
That was I was being facetious about calling Adam before, but those were some. You guys gave some pretty good friggin' advice there. Go ahead, Nathan. You wanted to add something?
I don't know how white my washing is. Seems kind of irrelevant now, but it's fine.
Yeah, that washing powder, that was really good. Who did that? Was that Brian?
I think it was me. That was me.
Yeah, I always try and analyze things properly. You know, I should have been the doctor. And a lot of other things.
I wouldn't go that far, but that was really good this time.
Thanks.
That was really good. So let's hear Flatsy's answer. When did you change your washing detergent?
The last time, which was recent, that my husband bought washing powders. That's what he bought, was Tide. So there hasn't been any.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. Pay attention.
I've prefaced it with it because I haven't washed a lot of Booger's clothes with it. So it's got to be.
That's what I was going to ask you next.
Yeah, exactly. So since I must have only done like one load of his clothes.
When was that?
And has he been wearing those clothes?
Yes, that's why I was saying it. So.
But yeah, so he has been wearing the clothes that you washed with this different detergent. Have you used that detergent ever on his clothes in the past? That doesn't mean it's not the cause. I'm just saying.
I'm pretty sure I have used Tide before, but we usually use like the off brands, and that never has caused him any kind of breakout. But
that can change,
I think that this Tide here is much more concentrated. It says 4+ months on it.
Yeah,
and
get
ultra
rid of that.
oxy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, don't wash his clothes in that again. It might not be the cause though, but don't do that again.
We can manipulate that supposed cause.
Oh, you got that before me.
Oh, yeah, come on and just check it out. But you might have to bring him to the doctor in between because
I was going to say offer him up to science, but doctor's just as good.
But I'm just saying, you have to be careful with a rash. I'm not trying to put fear around, but you have to be careful with a rash because you don't know where it's actually coming from. It's manifesting from some reason, and often it's only just down to this to the washing powder or something he was in contact with outside. But
we deal with it very differently here in England. We have a place that we just send people with those sorts of issues, like a very specific town.
Oh boy.
We send them to Redditch.
Redditch.
That's good. Well, like I said, I put chamomile lotion on him, and he seems to be fine.
Oh yeah, that'll take the itch away, but it's not getting the underlying problem.
Oh, I know. I'm about to bathe him and
Not bathe, shower.
bathe him, not in the bath, but yeah, I can't give him a shower. He'd freak out. But I know what you're saying. I can bathe him with a rag, standing up. So
That just sounds like abuse, though.
he would be okay. He'd be okay. He could shower him.
why don't you come here and you shower him then? Because I'm telling you right now, that baby's not going to take a shower.
We can just throw sponges at him.
You buddy. Flatty, if it gets worse, you know what to do, right?
Yeah, I got this. I've been a mama for 5 years now. So.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Those are some good. I'll tell you what. All those pieces of advice here, Adam would be proud. Tell you that much. I was being facetious too. That was some really good stuff right there by both you guys. Good job. Not you, Nathan. The other two.
Thank you. Yeah, Nathan doesn't deserve anything.
Doesn't mean I'm not going to take it.
You guys are so funny.
44 more hours.
Earth is the inertial plane. The field emanating from the center will go above and below said plane. This is provable through ferrocell's observations of magnetic fields.
Course.
You don't have to.
Is it -1 for whistling past the graveyard?
Yes.
Right. Inertial plane, full stop. What say you? That's a flat Earth.
Yep.
He's whistling past it, right? -1. He's just going into. He's even at this early age. He's just using that as a gateway into Ethereanism, even now, isn't he?
Yes. Yes, it's building that foundation. He's whistling past the graveyard. Good catch, Nathan.
Understand it? Can we move on, please?
So you just admitted they are different. If you draw it out on a flat Earth and you draw it out on a globe Earth, they're different. Oh my God. Thank you for admitting what I've been saying for the past 20 minutes. So because we know they're going to be different shapes on a flat Earth and a globe Earth, we can actually compare the two shapes. Like if the world is flat, you draw out the shape. Does it look like the same shape as the magnets we're holding in our hand?
What? What?
Could you repeat that
Well,
again?
then it's square. Then it's square. Sorry, John.
No, it's, what did he just say?
Do you want me to? Do you really?
No. Don't repeat that. Don't Jay that. No.
Okay.
That was horrible.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's you
Okay.
remember different shapes. They have to be different shapes. Remember?
Efficacy of application of the data of the magnetic field is in question. If you would like to provide it, I will look over it. I guarantee you won't provide it. I talk to Globers daily. You will never provide it. You're just talking, making claims. Can we move on, please, to physical demonstrations?
That I just did.
Mutter.
I just did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Okay, what? Okay, you just provided 7.
Oh my God, dude. You need to be institutionalized, Tjump. I mean, you're far beyond F72 code super retard. I think it's beyond institutionalized. I really do.
Yeah, he made it through maps.
How are you not a danger to yourself and others? How in the hell did you survive up to this point? I want physical evidence, Bubble Boy.
That guy is on the road driving a vehicle.
Yeah, think about that.
Hey, John, you can't have 72 code somebody who is incapable of making it past maps. So, like, he'll never be in that situation. You know, Like there's a screening process for retards.
F-72 code doesn't have anything to do with MEPS or the military. Those are
I just assumed
ICD-10.
it did.
Those are medical codes.
Okay. Yeah. Then that's probably a good description of it then.
Yeah, F-72 is ICD-10 code. It's for super retard.
Are you
All right,
claiming
well,
you just
sure.
provided scientific evidence for the globe Earth?
I provided a scientific test you can do. Yes. So-
Okay.
Really? Scientific test. Which one was that?
So what was the hypothesis?
The
Draw shapes.
hypothesis is the world is round, not flat.
This hypothesis, Nathan, is the world is round.
Not flat.
Hey, Tjump, you glue sniffing idiot. What you just did when you opened up that core blowhole and gave that belly laugher of a train wreck, a dumpster fire hypothesis of yours, you just showed everyone in the world that your science acumen is below 5th grade general science. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Anything else?
Okay. What independent variable are you manipulating?
I'm not manipulating the independent variable.
Well, then that's not a hypothesis, then, you dumb fuck.
-1 to
Get
wits
him,
it. -1 because rather than identifying as you did that world being a globe or not flat isn't a hypothesis, he asked him for the independent variable. You're like, he's already given you enough for you to identify the problems here.
That's true, but I won't give him -1 because he went to independent variable. So, we got different scales.
Fair enough.
You could, you could. That's not for not highlighting the train wreck of a hypothesis, but he did come back on it, right? What's your independent variable in there?
Did he say in there?
Let's get it.
Are you giving him in there? Did he say that?
Let's see.
Hypothesis.
The hypothesis is the world is round, not flat.
Okay. What independent variable are you manipulating?
I'm not manipulating.
Yeah, we'll just let him have it. Yeah, that's fine. I'll retract.
It's a little clumsy though because he said the hypothesis. So no. It's on it. Let's just let him go with that. He's fine. I think he's fine. I think it was okay.
Then that's what science is, bro. You have to.
Oh boy, what did you say, Brian?
I said I wouldn't get away with it, but that's okay. It's all right. I understand it was your special boy at one time.
You 44-hour bastard, you.
I think the point should be tabled, and if he brings it back, he doesn't lose the point. You know what I mean? Like,
okay,
let's see.
All right.
Variable are you manipulating?
I'm not manipulating the independent variable.
So, then that's what science is, bro. You have to have a cause that you are substantiating.
Independent variable in science means a variable that can change under certain conditions that is independent.
Yeah, buddy. So where is it? No, I don't have one. Oh, okay. What a clown.
Now listen to what he said an independent variable is. Listen up.
Independent variable in science means a variable that can change under certain conditions that is independent of the experiment. So that's not what it is.
That is
wow. It's even worse than I thought I heard. Wait. So the independent variable is independent of the experiment. Oh, that's dope. What the hell?
Hey, Tjump, you fucking glue sniffer, you.
Yeah, that was classic, man. That was classic. The independent variable is the variable independent of the experiment.
Yeah, they could change under certain conditions, not in the experiment. You clown of an ass wipe.
It is. So what I'm doing is I'm saying I'm going to have a hypothesis, make a testable prediction, confirm the testable prediction. That's what I'm doing. So I'm.
Oh, really? What's the independent variable
saying?
Then?
If our world, if there's a magnetic field around the Earth, and there's a magnetic.
If there's a magnetic field around the Earth.
Field around a magnet, and those magnetic fields.
If there's a magnetic field around a magnet.
Magnetic fields all have the same shape generally, And so if the magnetic field around the Earth and the magnetic field around the magnet have the same shape, and we can map out the magnetic field around the Earth, and we can draw it, like if the world is flat, we draw it. It's going to get a different shape than if we draw it if the world is round. So when we haven't measured anything, we're just saying if the world is flat, we're going to draw.
Wait, we didn't measure anything. Wait a second. You didn't measure anything. I thought you measured the shape. That's how you could draw it. What? Glue sniffer, you just making dumb
what
shit
the
up.
magnetic field looks like, and if the world is round, we're going to draw what the magnetic fields look like just by.
If the world is round, we're going to draw the magnetic field. If the magnetic field is what it looks like.
That's what he sounds like.
You're a rambling idiot of a retard, dude.
What we're measuring the shape of the magnetic field to be.
Right.
So,
This is measurement isn't science. Description of the Earth isn't
measurement
science.
is science.
Fact,
measurement is literally one of the things in science.
no, it's literally an abstract description inherently by the
Measurement
definition.
is not
Let's hear
abstract.
from. Let's
Measurement
give
is
Austin
literally
some time as
measuring.
well. Now we'll go.
Yeah. Stop muttering. It's about. Oh, there is somebody home. Thanks, James. Only took you 40 minutes. You ass clown, James Kunz.
So again,
Yeah. I'm just saying.
That means shut your blowhole, Tjump.
Well, what I'm saying is, yes, math is by definition abstract. It's used to describe.
Yes.
It is very useful because we can use
Yes,
it to
math is
replicate
abstract.
things.
Shut up, Tjump.
Measurement
We
isn't
gotta.
math.
It's okay if you wanna rebut him after, but we have to give him let's give him a little time to kind of get his case out.
Sure.
Kind of get it out. Kind of get his case out, James. Kind of telepedia. Look at this. Look at this guy. Are you retarded? Nice glasses, by the way.
And to just go ahead and address it, measurement isn't math, was your claim. Yes, it literally is. Now, the difference is you're taking a literal physical material demonstration and you're measuring it. Fair enough. That doesn't mean that the material.
What is he measuring? Or is this a hypothetical?
Isn't real, but what you have there as the measurement is just a metrical representation. It's just a description. Science explains things. Math describes things.
Ooh, wonder who he was listening to. Or have I heard that before? Nice.
So you're telling me a description of what you think the magnetic field should look like, and you were conflating it to scientific evidence. And I'm trying to get to the heart of the issue. Can we get some physical, scientific evidence of the
I'm not saying
globe?
what the shape should be. That's not what I'm saying.
Mutter.
By the
if you
way,
take
What's that?
it would have been better if he would have said that, never mind. He said it right. Math is a descriptor. I was going to never mind. So it was qualitative versus quantitative.
Thanks, Fotsy.
the actual shape we know magnetic fields are, like the magnetic fields in our hands. We know what the shape of the magnetic field is. This is a measurement. We're measuring the thing. This is science. We're not just.
Yeah, no, that's not science.
Someone keep talking about the shape of magnetic fields. Isn't he supposed to be proving the shape of the Earth?
The
What the
magnetic
hell?
field, the magnetic field is in his hand. What he said.
Oh. Okay, thanks for that.
That changes things dramatically.
It's not an abstract description. We're taking the actual magnetic field around a magnet and saying, this is the shape of what a magnetic field looks like. And then we measure the magnetic field around the Earth. We can test it in lots of different ways. And we take
like with compasses.
that data and we draw it like as if the world is flat.
You take the data and make drawings. Huh?
Why would you do that if the Earth isn't flat? I don't understand.
Neither does anyone else.
You get a different shape than the magnet rolling in our hand. If you draw it around the globe Earth, you get the same.
Just shut up. I'm tired of listening to this shit. Get back to the science. We want to know more about your science acumen.
Shape. So that's all measurable. It's not like an abstract there. That's
Or
just,
lack thereof.
we can say, here's the data for the magnetic field around a magnet. Here's the shape. Here's the data for the magnetic field around the Earth. Now, if it's flat.
Data is now shapes.
You get a different shape than the magnet in their hands. Just comparing the two. That's
And the magnet in your hands. You get a different shape. You guys keeping up?
called science.
That's called science.
That's called science. Thanks, Tjump.
Yeah. No, it's not. When you map things out, that isn't science. You are the question of the debate.
You are retarded. Look at the look on his face.
You're begging the question, and then you're taking the model, which is a begging the question fallacy and a reification fallacy and a metrical. It's literally not science. Models aren't science. And you are you're taking the data.
Mutter. James, you going to do anything about this?
Data based on the confinement of what you say the land is, and then you're mapping it out on the spherical assumption. I'm asking for physical empirical evidence of the spherical assumption.
No, I'm not making any assumptions here. I'm assuming.
So the best you have is inference. You have no physical evidence.
No, I'm taking both. You take both hypotheses. If the world is flat,
you take both hypotheses. If the world is flat, what?
You take the data, you draw it as if the world.
If the world is flat, you take the data. That's not a hypothesis, you idiot glue sniffer. Look, go ahead.
James is doing a crossword puzzle. He's like, "Oh, let me get back to it."
Yeah, that's what he's doing down there. The idiot word puzzle. And this guy is mapping bubbles with a transverse wave description with his hand.
The world is flat because we see the data, we draw it out as if the world.
You see data and then you draw the data out. You're an idiot.
World is flat. We're not like making an assumption that this is how it would look if the world was flat. We're saying we can actually measure the magnetic field, and
with compasses, right? We've been already over this, glue sniffer.
Of different points of like what is the magnetic field at different points on the Earth. So if the world is flat,
what is the magnetic field at different points on the Earth is different than measuring the magnetic field on the Earth. You need to be institutionalized. You're abject scary retard. Like I said, well beyond F-72.
At this point, the magnetic field is this. At this point, the magnetic field is this. At this point, the magnetic field. We can literally just draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you look up retard in the dictionary, guess whose picture is there? Out of these four.
Tjump.
Draw it out. If the world is flat, doesn't really.
Yeah, you need data to draw it out first.
No matter what shape you get, it's always going to get the wrong answer. So we
get a different wrong answer.
This is not just like inference. We're not just assuming what the magnetic field might look like if the world is flat. We're saying here is what we know the magnetic field looks like, and if the world is flat,
here's what we think. We know what that doesn't make any sense. How would you think it? I thought you measured it.
Right, and the if question to what is it don't make sense either. Like, what are you doing putting an if statement in with that?
Didn't make any sense.
It's nonsensical.
We can draw out what we know it looks like in reference to the surface of the Earth.
Is that entirety of the magnetic?
Now you know you're drawing it out with the data.
Magnetic field, what you drew out?
Is that the entirety of the measurements?
Is that the entirety of the field?
No, there could definitely be more.
You exactly. You don't even know. So what are you presenting?
What is that?
You're presenting a guess, dude.
No. Again, I'm only presenting the stuff we've measured. So the stuff.
Yeah, but we don't.
Oh, the stuff sees. He's only presenting stuff sees, guys.
Know what the entirety of it is,
Right, there
and
could
I've
be all
explained.
kinds of bubble shapes outside of there, but that doesn't in any.
There could be all kind of bubble shapes outside of there, ladies and gentlemen.
Way help your case.
No, it could, because if it has a bigger manifestation and there's flux within, but it's toroidal and there's an inertial plane, that would work perfectly on a geocentric stationary plane.
No,
and the military documents substantiate what I'm saying, and you've cited nothing, and you're just speculating.
No. It doesn't. There's no like.
You call this speculating? I call this delusional.
Bubble shapes in the middle of.
Well, bubble shape bubble shapes in the middle of it. Hey, Chocolate, you still there?
Barely, because this guy is driving me insane.
I was going to forget about it.
Of a magnetic field in one we're holding in hand. It doesn't happen. So if there's bubble shapes,
and the one we're holding in our hands, these bubble shapes
in the flat Earth one, and then other stuff on the edges, that's still a problem.
And then other stuffsies on the edges where the bubbles aren't.
Problem. You still have this bubble shape in the middle of the magnetic field.
You still have these bubbles, the bubble shape.
What's the bubble shape? Is the bubble shape supposed to be the magnetic field he's describing?
Yes.
Oh Lord. So we have bubble shaped magnetic fields that supposedly prove the Earth is a globe. Okay.
Field that doesn't work because it's not anywhere in any magnetic field we see. So that still doesn't work. So if we're just using the stuff we've measured, there's a bubble shape in the middle of the magnetic field, which is not
Look, he thinks bubbles are shaking his finger up and down.
possible in any magnetic field we've seen, which is a problem.
Magnetic field we see, which is a problem. Show a magnetic field that we see.
And then show us.
Okay, so the stuff you measured, do you have to then apply it to terra firma?
You don't apply it to anything. You just say if.
You don't apply it to anything, huh? It wasn't that your whole dumbass point?
Yes, he said you reference it back to the surface of Earth that come out of his mouth, and then he said you don't.
I don't think he knows what terra firma means. You throw him with that one. What's it?
Shape, and you draw it out from the surface of the Earth. Say, well, here's the magnet.
That's terra firma, you dumbass. You're just a retard. Just a super retard.
Field we measure here on the Earth. Here's the magnetic field we measure here on the Earth.
Oh my God!
From the surface of the Earth, we draw what it looks like from the surface of.
Go ahead, draw it out. Let's see the data for the drawings.
The Earth, and you can change the surface of the Earth, the shape.
You can change the shape of the Earth. Oh my God!
To see, well, what would be the different shapes that it's going to produce? So you're not really applying it to anything. You're just taking the shapes and measurements and just referencing it to the surface, regardless of whether it's flat or.
Yeah, that's what he said, terra firma, and you said no. You're a dumbass.
Surface.
Referencing to the surface was how you ended your response, and my question was about terra firma, but you said no. So can we please, dude? I've given my answer. You can say it's not sufficient. It objectively is. We can agree to disagree. Can we get on to physical evidence of the globe? I don't want to just talk about what you misinterpret about
mutter.
Magnetic fields for 2 hours, dude.
So no, I'm not applying it to terra firma. Terra firma is Earth. Like no, I'm applying.
Yeah, the surface. You said surface. You asinine glue sniffer. That's terra firma, you dumbass. My God.
Applying it to a surface, any surface. Doesn't matter what surface you apply it to. I'm not applying this
Oh my God, I'm gonna rip his face apart.
Earth, apply it to a surface. You can take the shapes, apply it to a flat surface.
What are you talking about? What chocolate? What?
I'm sorry. You just said you just apply it to any surface. Whatever surface. Not the surface you're supposed to be proving is a specific shape. No, just any surface. Apply it anywhere. The thing you just said 30 seconds ago, you don't apply to anything.
Yeah, the bubbles.
You get a different shape than if you apply it to a globe surface, which you admitted to.
The bubbles. You remember the chocolate? You remember when you were a kid and you blew bubbles?
Yep.
Well, he's back in town, and he was asking about you.
Thanks.
The Bubbles is back in town, chocolate, and he was asking about you.
Which means that we can actually say, well, which one of these shapes is like the magnet?
What I admitted is.
Which one of these shapes is like the magnet? Chocolate, do you have any more comment?
I want to go play in traffic right now. This is so bad.
I'm sorry, man. I shouldn't have done that. Please forgive me. I'm a worm.
That's okay.
The overall manifestation would obviously be different on a globe Earth and a flat Earth. That's what I said. Yeah, cool straw man. So can we get to the physical? Wait, now that I've given you, you've led the topic and the whole thing, right? Like you've,
Yeah, sure, go for it. Go for
okay,
it.
thanks, man. So this is another one of your claims, one of the 50 that you monologued. That's why I'm trying to speed it up. You said we know the Earth's a ball because of the Earth's shadow being cast onto the moon in eclipses. So you presuppose causality of eclipses being physical obstruction. So you have to explain the three-body problem, which is a known issue, and you have to presuppose the spherical nature and the physical.
That's not my argument.
Mutter.
Wait.
So the argument is that if we see there's a shadow on the moon, and if we take a light bulb, a tennis ball, and a golf ball, we can replicate the shadow. So we can replicate the observer.
How do you know it's a shadow?
You mean we can make shadows? Guys.
Yeah, he just proved if I can make a shadow, it looks like Abraham Lincoln. It proves Abraham Lincoln was made up of my fingers.
It's quite profound, huh?
It's funny because Winston said you're gonna have to explain the three-body problem, and he said, "That's not my argument," and then describe three bodies.
Because it's a giant dark spot. That's what
Okay,
a
so
shadow
you
is.
don't know it's a shadow.
That's literally what a shadow is. It's just a giant dark
No,
spot.
actually, what a shadow is an absence of light caused by physical obstruction.
That's what dark is the absence of light.
Okay, so you're presupposing that it's a shadow.
No. Not according to Whitson, it's not. There's still light in there, non-visible.
The light is the dark.
The light is the dark. Yes, sir.
It's dark. It's just less lit.
I think that's just darker.
Could it be something?
Exactly.
Dark? What do you mean? Like
I'm not offering.
sheet or
I'm not
something?
replacing your fairy tale. I prefaced the debate with that. I'm saying
I'm clarifying what your question is, not about the thing. So
you are in order to make your point right now, dude. It has to be a shadow. Okay.
So all I mean by shadow is darker light. So there's not light going.
Darker light.
Yeah, just please expand on the shadow part. Okay.
The light part. Shadows are just darker light.
Well, hey, when I turn off,
what?
When I turn my flashlight off, that's just darker light.
That's right. Way to go, Tjump. Dude.
Going there. That's what I mean by shadow, not light.
Yeah, no shadow it requires physical obstruction.
No, light, darker light. Remember? Mr. Dark Light?
What you're saying is the Earth is causing physical obstruction of the light casting a shadow onto the moon. That's your claim. You can't substantiate that there's physical obstruction.
So there's more light going to one spot than the other spot, so something is blocking the light. Yeah.
No, you're just assuming
it's blocking the darker light.
That what's dark is being obstructed. That light's being obstructed to cast that shadow.
Well, yeah,
now, even if I go along with your fairy tale, this is my point. Can you explain the Selenilian eclipse? Because you tout your models.
Ooh, Elijah, you out there?
Yeah.
Not you, the other Elijah.
The other.
Predictability, as if it predicts eclipses, so we should believe it because the globe Earth predicts eclipses. It predicts.
Stop muttering, Trump.
And understands and explains eclipses. That's what your claim is, but it doesn't. It doesn't even explain the Selenilian eclipse.
Well, what I'm saying is we can replicate the data by doing.
Can replicate the data? What the hell does that mean?
He doesn't know what he means. I don't think he doesn't know what a Selenilian is. I don't think he knows what Witt's talking about.
I'm still dying laughing. I turned over to my girl and I said, yo, turn the lights off. I can't take it. Because I'm sitting in a laughing fit. I said darker light. It was when you turn the light off and she's like, what the hell?
Sorry, Nathan. You got rumpus. What's that replicated data? Nathan, did you have something to say on it?
It just strikes me that
I
he's
guess
not actually understanding what a Salininian is. That is to say, that's non-responsive, and it suggests he doesn't know what it means.
Let's see if we get there.
An experiment here on Earth. So, yeah, it's a shadow.
It doesn't
because we
matter,
see-
dude.
Wait. So it's a shadow because we can see that there's a light part on one side and a dark part on the other side. And if it wasn't a shadow, then somehow the light is stopping in the middle for no reason. And it can't just be like a black
shadow.
Called it. He doesn't know what he's talking about, so he's still describing what you observe on the moon. Maybe the audience doesn't understand this either at this point, so I'll just point it out. So Salininian being the two bodies that are being observed with a claimed occultation of the Earth between them, both above the horizon. Ergo, you can't have Earth occulting these two things. They've got a line of sight to each other. But he hasn't addressed that, which means the fact that he's just gone back into detailing what he presupposes is a shadow means he doesn't know what wits it's put to him.
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't know the difference between dark and a shadow. Like Tjump, if you walk into a dark room, it's just dark. If you walk into a lit room, stand in front of the light, the dark part is a shadow.
The physical obstruction that Witsit brought up. How would you ever come to the belief that things above your head are blocking? That you're blocking things above your head because the stars are above you. Why would you ever come to that conclusion that the surface of Earth below your feet is blocking stuff above your head?
there. Because
No, you're presupposing three-body relationship.
No.
Why does light have to stop anywhere? What are you talking about? How do you know that the light? You're also presupposing light for the moon's reflecting light. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it can't do that. The only way it can reflect light is it would be one of two things. It's either flat or concave. That's the only way that the moon can adequately reflect light. Not a globetard. See disco ball, dipshit.
Yeah.
Presupposition. That's
yes, it is.
We can see it. It's reflecting light. That's literally what it means.
What if
we can see it? It's reflecting light. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't mean it's reflecting light. Not that we could see it. That doesn't make any sense.
Just because you look at something and it looks a certain way doesn't mean it is a certain way. He has no validation for the shadow he's claiming. Like literally none. Like what he was saying a minute ago there, well, you can see that as a dark part and a light part. So you don't have any validation then. It's just pre-assumption based off of your stupid globe nonsense. That's all you have, is it? That's all you have.
Bubbles.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got nothing.
Shout out to Nathan and Chocolate.
if it's self-illuminating?
That's fine too. There's still going to be
okay.
shadow.
Well, no, it could be something else that it does.
What if it's self-illuminating? So there could be shadows. Where? In your basement?
I just have to say, Tjump has one of the stupidest faces I've ever seen in my life.
I was thinking the same shit like 10 minutes ago. I looked at the screen, I was like, this guy just looks dumb. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I know that's ad hom, but you look dumb, T. I'm sorry.
Did you guys know that this dumb face is Steve McClown of the Clan McClown's retard spawn?
Now, when you were saying that, I thought you meant just like not. I didn't think you meant literally.
44 more hours.
Yeah. It retard spawn. This is Steve McClown's son. I was told. I can't confirm that. I was just told that. Just to let you know. Here we go.
Maybe it stops giving up purpose light. I don't have to replace your brain. My point is,
what?
I said this earlier, but I was trying to say it was overtalked. So you're telling me that's Tjump McLeod.
Yes, Tjump McClown. Yeah, of the Clan McClowns. Look, you can see it. You can see it in his dumbass face, can't you?
You know that this Tjump guy, he started his own religion of Satanism, right?
I wasn't aware of that. Really?
Yeah, I think with like Aaron Ra.
Another genius.
Can you explain the cell a million?
We can grant that. So let's say maybe the moon is giving off light, and some part of it is giving off light, and some part of it isn't. There's still a problem there, but
Where's the problem? Let's say some part is giving off light and the other part isn't. Is the other part a shadow? You glue sniffer?
because the light stops at some point. It's not like
the light stops at some point. That's a perfect explanation. Thanks.
If you take a flashlight and you turn it on, it all goes in one direction, right? But if you take a
depends on what type of flashlight you got. It doesn't all go in one direction, idiot.
light bulb and turn it on, it goes in
That's
every
incorrect.
direction.
Sorry, there. The inverse square law of light points out that light always diverges from its source. So if it all goes into one direction, that would mean you have this straight laser beam from an ordinary flashlight.
Right. But if he's going to talk about light and say there's a shadow, he needs to give the incident angle and how he come to that measurement. I'd like to see that.
Yep.
So there's got to be something that
John.
stops the light, which is what a shadow is. So there's still a shadow on the moon. So we can still.
The shadows stop the light.
John, you have to stop trying to give this guy logical ways around what he's, you know what I mean? That guy's not going to understand any of those things.
Well, his problem, he's not responding to Witsit. What it is like with globe earthers, their mind is in, well, when I hear moon subject, it's this versus that. When I hear space subject, it's this versus that. It's this model versus that model. He has no clue why Witsit's even engaging him on this. Because he's like, oh yeah, moons, that's right. The eclipse, that of course is, the Earth getting in the way of the moon. That's shadow. Duh.
Well, when I want this,
Elijah, shadows just darker light, and then that darker light stops shadows. Now you're going to try to evaluate him on any other thing he says. Isn't that enough?
That's enough.
what he's stating is that when you turn on your laser,
I know what he's stating. I just heard him.
Hang on. When you turn on your laser flashlight, right, and you point it towards a shadow, it stops being working. It turns it off.
Shadow stop light.
That's what he said.
Shadow.
No, we can't. So there could be something in the sky that's dark that causes obstruction. You're
That's
causing.
what a shadow is.
No, it's not. No.
That's
Yeah.
what a shadow is. That's what a shadow is. What a retard.
Okay, it isn't casting a shadow. It could be fading out the light. If you want to call it that.
Yes. The shadow
If you want to call
could
it
be
that.
caused by internally things in the moon.
Did he just give him that shadow?
Shadows can be caused by internally things? I got to go back.
Witsit,
Go ahead, John.
yeah, Witsit just gave him that shadows darken light. He just gave that to him.
Did he?
Take a point away.
I
Yeah.
missed it. I'll pull it full J. Here we go.
No, it's not. No. Yeah, okay. It isn't casting a shadow. It could be
Already home. That was quick.
fading out the light. If you want to call it that.
Yes. The
If
shadow.
you want to
could
call
be-
it that.
Okay, sorry. I got to go back. Somebody interrupted me. Here we go.
It isn't casting a shadow. It could be fading out the light. If you want to call it that.
Yes. The
If you
shadow.
want
What could be fading out the light? What? I don't get it.
to call it that.
Caused by internally things in the moon. So the shadow-
Okay.
So shadows can be caused by internally things on the moon. Great sentence.
What Witsit said concerning internal light in the moon, like that's kind of like an offhanded comment. Like he has as much evidence for that basically as this shadow nonsense from this other Tjump. But the problem is now he's trying to somehow defend how it would work. No, It doesn't matter, right? It's like the point is I have no evidence for it. Just like you have no evidence for your claim. None of us actually know what the moon is. You're an idiot. End of story. That's all that needs to happen. You don't need to go into defending your heap of nonsense that you just dreamed up a moment ago.
Tjump, the shadows stop light. And then end it right there. They'll all laugh at you and go home.
Right, and so that's why I'm trying to get to the heart of the issue. I'm not trying to have a dishonest conversation. I'm trying to actually get to the heart of the issue. You're right. The whole point is that you're saying that, well, look, our model explains eclipses, right?
They don't have a model. What's it?
And so the issue is, well, if we have an eclipse that occurs that doesn't work with that model, you can't just expect us to.
It doesn't work with the model that they don't have that you gave them.
Accept the explanation. It's a 3-body explanation where there's physical obstruction, but we have an eclipse that the model doesn't work with. It's called the impossible eclipse. It's called the
model doesn't work with. Yeah, you do, but you don't have a model. It just doesn't work geometrically. You could just say that. What's it called?
Selenilian eclipse. So how can you tell?
The Selenilian eclipse. Uh-oh. Tjumpies.
Predictability or explanation. Do what?
What does it have to do with the moon? Like, if
it's a lunar eclipse.
What does it have to do with the moon? Well, the Selenilian, it's a lunar eclipse, you glue sniffing fungus muncher. My God.
Okay, how is it not explained by?
How is it not explained by? Explained by what?
The heliocentric model? Yeah, because the sun and the
answer is do stupid statements. My goodness.
moon are both above the horizon during the lunar eclipse.
Look, he's caught.
What?
Yeah.
No. Explain how that isn't explained by science.
Well,
explain.
Explain how it isn't explained by science. Oh, no worries, they don't. Meanwhile, both above the horizon. Yeah, I called it already. For Whitsitt to use the actual description of what a Seleninian is to explain why it wouldn't work at his request to explain why it wouldn't work within heliocentrism. It's like, you obviously don't know what he's talking about, but he hasn't had the tenacity to just say, I don't know what that is. What's a Seleninian eclipse? Rather than that, he's gone on along with the debate, and at the point that what a Seleninian is being explained to him, he's now asking how that wouldn't work with a scientific explanation. What a wally.
That's what he is. He's a Wally. Yeah, he's pure F-72 Wally. Shadow stop light.
Well, you claim lunar eclipses are when the Earth causes physical obstruction of the sunlight and then casts a shadow onto the moon. How could that happen if both the moon and the sun are above the horizon?
There are other things in between the sun and the moon.
There are other things between the sun and the
Anti-flat earther in the making. Oh, right. Well, if it's not explained as it should be in the heliocentric model, random extra third-party explanation. Therefore, globe.
Fourth and fifth and sixth parties. Therefore, globe tard. Yeah. There you go, Whitsitt. How you like that? What a clown you are, Wally.
So the Earth isn't causing the obstruction of the lunar eclipse.
Shadows can be caused by lots of things. That's
so
perfectly explained by physics.
Oh, that's not what he asked you. You didn't pay attention to the question. You said there could be other things other than the Earth-Sun-Moon complex.
Right. The way this breaks down is it is claimed there is an obstruction in a heliocentric paradigm where the Earth obstructs the light. In this example, Earth is not in the way. What say you? And his response is completely non sequitur, incoherent, and non-responsive.
Yep.
Yo, I mean, he's speaking and he's not blinking at all. Like, I can't. This is crazy.
He's not blinking.
Dunning-Kruger.
She doesn't blink. Are you like from Seinfeld? He's got man hands.
So the lunar eclipse isn't caused by the Earth's shadow.
The shadows can be caused by lots of things. You don't need.
Okay, then there goes your whole entire argument, you dumbass cracker. My God.
Yeah, exactly. Every other claimed shadow from this idiot could be caused by any old thing. So it's not a globe out there.
Yep.
What a dope.
Yeah, he's a dope.
So I guess what I'm asking is your rebuttal right now that in that scenario, Earth isn't causing the obstruction?
Well, the only thing I know about your scenario is that you said that.
I just can't. I'm trying to anticipate what he's going to say next, but I find myself, it's a very scary place because I really don't know what this glue sniffer is going to say next. So it's exciting in one way and really stupid in another.
There's a shadow on the moon, and the Earth isn't between the sun and the Earth. Okay, well, shadows can be caused by
Yeah, so there goes your claim. You're a dumbass.
other things. Like I don't know if the specific example you're listing.
It's called the
Selenilian dumbass.
Selenilian eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse, and then there's a shadow, what you call a shadow, on the moon, and the sun.
Look at him! Look at it! Look at his nose.
The moon are above Selenion. And I know your side's explanation. I just know that most people don't. So simply, it's physically impossible, bro. The Earth can't be physically obstructing it if the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, not
lunar
behind you.
eclipse occurs when the moon moves into the Earth's shadow. Okay. S-E-L. So how you spell it again? S-E-L.
Selenion.
Isn't it E-L-L-I-O-N?
I think it is double L, yeah.
No, Celine, S-E-L-E-N-E-L-I-O-N, Celine Lion. That's what it is. Which is
Celine Dion. Thanks.
You're thinking of
It
Celine
occurs when
Dion.
both the sun and
Lion.
Yeah.
You, Nathan, you cannot be attacking me on the correct pronunciation and spelling of that word because you can't say the word and you're too lazy to learn it, just like you're too lazy to learn the word sidereal.
What?
So
Sidereal
shut
day
up,
versus.
buddy.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, nice one. Way to go, Brian. By the way, you didn't catch that when he said that twice to you?
I didn't want to be picking on him on his own show, but if he's going to pick on me, I'm going to get it back. He's going to get it back.
and sun and an eclipsed moon can be observed at the same time. This can only occur just before the sunset or just after the sunrise, when both bodies will appear just above the horizon at nearly opposite.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yes.
Points in the sky. This arrangement has led to the phenomenon being called the horizontal eclipse. Typically, a number of high tides, high ridges, undergoing.
Typically, high tides. Where are you going? What? Huh?
So you just looked it up. Great. I wonder if he looked up the part that his own quote unquote model tells him it's impossible.
Yep.
Have fun with that, Tjump.
Going sunrise and sunset can view it, although the moon and Earth, umbra, both the sun and the eclipsed moon can be simultaneously seen because atmospheric refraction. Oh, okay.
Wow. 7 over 6. Oh.
So number one, Tjump, you glue sniffing idiot. You just read this off Wiki Google. Atmosphere, that does it. It's a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Are you claiming that this shadow is produced by refraction? The shadows refract. You bozo. Let's see. I'll bet you he hammers on that atmosphere.
Yeah, sorry. Can I just... Yeah. Is he actually gone to where they state refraction causes the Selenian eclipse?
Wait, who can't pronounce what now?
The Selenian eclipse?
Selenian.
Selenian.
It's Selenilian.
Selenilian. That's what I said.
No, Celine Leon.
That's Celine Dion.
S-E-L-E-N-E-L-I-O-N.
Yes, Brian's right.
Selenilian.
Yeah, it's Celine Leon. Look, if the
Celine
ignoramuses
Leon.
weren't able to get that right in 9 years, that's all me.
Selenian. Selenian.
Celine Leon.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Anyway, I wanted to say what I have to say.
Yeah, well, hurry up.
About the refraction claim. So that would mean, I see, that means that either the sun or the moon has to be refracted up. That means if the sun is claimed to be refracted up, which they more or less have to claim, not the moon, right? Because especially if it's happening in the morning when the sun rises, if the sun is claimed to be refracted up, that means it can't be giving the effect on the Earth that it's giving. So you can't get heat. You can't get heat off a mirage. Do you know what I mean? Mirages don't cause plants to grow and stuff.
I think you're not taking into account that the light that is the dark is also refracted. It's a refracted shadow, Brian.
It's the shadow's refracted, Brian. You're not
getting a refracted shadow.
Okay, so we showed you lifetime for the viewer. This is how you go about what you think. You just read what Google said, and you said,
Well,
"Oh, that's how it's
can't be
done."
explained, right? Like,
Well, I'm
that's
about to explain why it doesn't explain it. But
you're going to explain the explanation of what his explanation was. Okay, go ahead. Explain it.
I'm just making a point. You just automatically believe that because you're presupposing that you know the Earth is a ball, and that's the issue. If you never look at it honestly, you'll...
Mutter.
So you just said it can't be explained. Like whether or not the explanation is true or not isn't relevant. If it can be explained, that's
no, it can't. It can't though. I'm about.
What? Whether or not it's true is irrelevant. What did you just say?
Did he really just say that shit?
Let's hear that again.
That shit.
Let's hear that again.
Supposing that you know the Earth is a ball, and that's the issue. If you never look at it honestly,
so you just said it can't be explained. Like whether or not the explanation is true or not isn't relevant. If it can be explained, that's
no, it can't. It can't though. I'm about to.
It's isn't relevant whether the explanation is true or not.
Coming from a Glober, isn't that funny? It doesn't matter as long as you can explain something. It doesn't matter if it's true or if you can actually substantiate it. Nah, just explain it, and there you go. Bob,
yeah. Well,
I can explain. Sorry.
That's Witset's mantra. You'll hear him say he adopted that from Tjump. He has.
Oh no.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yes. Yep. I can explain it. You didn't allow me to explain it. Here's my what about my explanation? Oh yeah, he's all over that. Yep. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Brian.
I can explain why the third victim in the movie Friday the 13th Part 4 didn't get away from Jason Voorhees. That doesn't mean it actually happened.
Yeah. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. Tjump is just he's gone.
Explain.
Okay, go for it.
So that's the official explanation, but it isn't the entire explanation, unfortunately.
I didn't hear the explanation. What was that? Just atmospheric refraction? That's not an explanation. That's a phrase.
Fortunately. So we have the sun and the moon above the horizon. What you just read claims they're not actually above the horizon. They're actually both below the horizon, but they refract up above and just appear like they're above the horizon.
Yep.
What about the shadow?
He gets a +2 for that. Okay? That's clear +2. Any objections?
It wouldn't be in the route I take.
It's +2.
What do you say?
Go ahead.
Now, could you rewind a little bit? I missed it. I had a cold talking.
All right. Here we go.
What you just read claims they're not actually above the horizon. They're actually both below the horizon, but they refract up above and just appear like they're above the horizon.
Yep.
What about the shadow? How does the shadow refract? Okay.
Got it now,
What
Chocolate?
shadow?
Yeah. That's +2 in my book. So he's up to +5. Nathan, any problems with that? Nathan, not you. You're not Nathan.
I was just about to say something. I said, no, I'm not Nathan. I didn't say that.
He went to get milk.
Can shadows refract?
shadows are a lack of light, so the lack of light and the actual light on the other side are refracting at the same amount because there's
So shadows can refract.
there's light going in one way, a lot of light going in one way that reflects off the moon and reflects back, and not as much light going
and reflects on the moon, it reflects back, and not enough light on what? Can shadows refract, dumbass?
reflect on the other side. Reflecting.
Sorry, there. That's why I wouldn't take that route at all. With that, even though it's correct, I wouldn't take the route.
I would do that.
I would. I'd take the astronomy route. I would say, do astronomy account for refraction? As in, is astronomy saying that the sun and the moon are not in those positions in the sky at that very time? That's the end of it. Because they are stating that they're right there. That's where they're meant to be. The eclipse is not a cycle of refraction. Do you know what I mean? A cycle of globe made up nonsense, non-refraction. The eclipse is a cycle that can be not predicted, but it can be assumed that it's going to happen when it's supposed to happen, because it always does. So the next time there's going to be a Celine Leon eclipse, Nathan, that'll happen. They don't predict 7/6 or whatever the head he's claiming. That's not part of the cycle of eclipses.
He's not claiming. He's not claiming. That's the route I would have went. Now, right after that route, because he's dealing with an audience, I think Winsett did a good tactical. It's not even tactical. It's a wise thing right here, because he brought it out in the open about shadows refracting. Now, you know where I would have went directly right after this. Tjump. Define refraction.
Yes.
That's where I would have went. But I like where he went. It's not that it's wrong.
What you have now is nostalgia for back when he was your special boy. Like he says, you used to love me, QE. Now I'll never fill those shoes, but I've accepted that.
That's some bullshit, man.
What do you think, Eli, too?
yeah, divert away. Yeah. Are you saying that he was my special friend?
He was your special boy, just like refracted curvature is Nathan's favorite.
It's true.
You don't talk about my special friend. Did you watch The Big Lebowski? You should watch that.
Did somebody say that's true? Who fucking said that was fucking true?
That was Eli who said that.
All right, let's continue on, for God's sake.
That light on one side and the lack of light on the other side are both reflecting the exact same.
The light on one side and the light on the other side, light from what? Are both reflecting what?
Same rate. So like
they're both reflecting at the same rate, huh?
They're not reflecting. Yes, if you have like particles on one side that refract and they don't refract on the other side, you get a shadow.
You have particles on one side that reflect what?
No, reflect. It's reflect.
Reflect.
It is actually reflecting.
If you take like an image, a piece of paper, and you cut out a shape in it, and you shine a light bulb through it, the light through the image is going to refract uniformly. So you're still at the same.
It's going to refract uniformly. What?
He doesn't know what he's talking. That's some heap of nonsense. If you take a part of a cornflakes box and you shine a light on it, you put a hole in it, there's going to be refraction. That's what he's saying.
Did you say on a Frosted Flakes box?
Yeah, cornflakes. Frosted. Yeah. Oh, Eli can do it with his Frosted Flakes box when he's finished them all.
They're great.
Image on both sides. Like yes, shadows and light are going to refract the same because it's all just light.
Shadows and light are going to refract the same because they're all just light. Huh? Shadows are light now, not just dark light. Now they're light. Scary, stupid, dude. Pulling stuff out of your ass and not thinking through this is making you look like, well, a horse's ass. Retard.
No, shadow's the absence of light. So.
So what's
let me
He slaps himself in the forehead.
Let me, guys, pause real quick so I can go get my pair of shadow glasses. Thank you.
Did you see him slap himself in the head? Look at this. Watch him slap himself in the head. Oh, scary.
No, shadow's the absence of light. So.
Look at him.
So
Yeah, so let me explain to you why this doesn't work. Light.
So
yeah, so
what's
let me
You even heard it. You even heard his hand slap his forehead, but it was delayed. That is freaking hilarious.
explain it to you why this doesn't work. Well, no, you're trying to figure it out lifetime right now.
No,
and I feel
it's
you.
easy.
You're not doing too bad of a job.
Give me like 5 seconds. Give me like 5 seconds. So,
Okay.
Mutter.
So what is refracting is the light, and the light is refracting where it goes, and where it doesn't.
A light is refracting where it goes. Huh?
Go is not light. So everything that's refracting.
Oh, what? I didn't catch that. Let me roll back. Sorry. What? Say that again.
5 seconds. So,
Okay.
So what is refracting is the light, and the light is refracting where it goes, and where it doesn't.
So the light is refracting where it goes, and where it doesn't go
is not light. So everything that's
where it doesn't go, it's not light. You clown dumb fuck.
refracting there is just light. So it's all going to refract the exact same shape, whether there's light or not light.
It's light or not light. What say you? What's it?
Okay, so here's the deal. If the ball's here, and the sun's here, and the moon's over here, they appear above the horizon, but they're not actually. And then the Earth's causing obstruction. The obstruction is what causes the shadow, right? That's what makes the absence of light. But then that absence of light also has to get lifted and refracted with the other two celestial bodies, and shadows cannot refract. That is a property of
I
light.
think I see what you're saying. So
Oh my God.
The Earth and the moon, like the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, and the light from the sun hits the Earth and then creates a shadow on the moon. Some of the light then gets refracted above the Earth. Not all of it. It's not every part of the.
Some of the light gets refracted above the Earth.
It's
is this the part where you just learned about something 30 seconds ago, and now you're going to teach somebody about it? Is that where we're at now?
Yes,
that's where we're at, Chocolate. I mean, Eli too.
The entirety
Thanks,
of
Ed.
all light that's being refracted. It's just some of it. It's the reflection
Some of the light's being refracted, not all of it, guys.
that's being refracted, not the all light from the sun. So the light from the sun is still creating a shadow on the moon, and then some of the light is being.
The light from the sun is creating a shadow on the moon. You want to run that by me one more time, Glue Sniffer?
Look at the face on the moderator guy. He's like, look at his face.
Oh, he's absentee. He's not paying attention to this.
He said he was doing a crossword. Crossword puzzle.
Yeah, he's not paying attention.
Light from the sun is still creating a shadow on the moon, and then some of the light is being refracted up in the atmosphere, which is why you can see the sun and the moon. It's not like.
Is why you can see the sun and the moon. Some of the light is refracted above. That made no sense. Huh? How can the shadow be refracted, Glue Sniffer?
It's refracted all of the light.
I understand the idea, even though it's clearly a grasp.
You understand that idea?
See, I actually understand. I actually understand what this guy can't explain. The claim would have to be, right, that, because if it's the moon that their claim is refracted up, then they can't have a shadow on it, right? So they have to claim that the sun is being refracted up, right?
Okay.
Which is the stupid, right? That means the sun can't be in the position it's claimed to be in the sky. But it also means the sun can't heat you at that point. You don't need sunglasses with refraction for if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? The sun can't be heating you if it's refracted. So if the sun isn't there, then why are you warm? Do you know what I mean?
I get where you're going. That's too high level. You need to stow that shit.
Well,
Speak for
I will
yourself.
say,
I got shadow glasses, so speak for yourself.
Oh God, you got him going, Brian. You go.
you ain't
24
gonna
more
refract
hours.
up. You can't refract up or down on a sphere.
Yes, we know that, John. That's too deep. It's not refracting anyway, John.
Certainly not up or down.
It's certainly not refracting at all.
Yeah.
Only explanation. You have to say they got refracted up. That's the only way to explain it. But dude, that doesn't explain why the shadow moved too. It simply doesn't. It doesn't, because the shadow requires physical obstruction to cause the absence of light. It itself cannot refract. It's nothing in and of itself. It's a privation. It's a very big issue for the globe model. It doesn't necessarily disprove.
Not an issue for the globe model. There is no globe model.
The globe model, but to go around and tout the globe model as if it's perfect.
A globe model's everywhere. Globe model for you. You get a globe model. You get one. You get a globe model.
Predictions is pretty laughable. It literally doesn't. It's still a working model.
It
That's
does
my
make
point.
It's a working model.
perfect predictions. How is that an issue? So like the refraction.
How is that an issue? Well, dark doesn't refract. That's how it's an issue. Idiot.
And when you can see the sun and the moon is only like the people on those one part of the earth. Like everything.
The people on those one part of the earth. Great English. Where did you graduate from?
That was a stupendous sentence fragment. I'm very proud of him.
Stupendous.
Everything else in the universe doesn't see this eclipse. It's just people who are standing in.
Everything else in the universe doesn't see the eclipse. How do you know? Did you ask everything else in the universe if they've seen it? Blue sniffer. Define universe too. While you're at it.
That one part of the atmosphere where the atmosphere is bending the light in that way.
Can't have atmosphere. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. If you think they do, you would literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior. I got Christy Bodak in the hopper from Southwestern University. These are the lessons I teach with my first grade class. Gases have no inherent shape, dumbass. Wow.
So the shadow on the moon doesn't see the eclipse. The sun doesn't see the eclipse.
What?
The moon and the sun's alive. They can see this stuff.
See?
John.
The moon and the sun see stuff? That's cool.
Yep.
Only people standing on Earth in the atmosphere see the eclipse. So the shadow on the
only people on Earth in the atmosphere. You know, we got a lot of people on Earth in the atmosphere paradox.
Moon is still going to be there just like it is every other time.
The moon is still going to be there. Like every what? Huh? How does the shadow refract glue sniffer?
Like, why is this a problem?
Because you're retarded. That's why it's a continued problem.
You're saying that the moon is going to move up and the shadow's just going to stay with it.
The moon doesn't move at all. The moon is still in the same spot. It's the light.
apparent location.
The moon's not moving. What?
Of the moon moves up and then the shadow just moves with it.
What are you talking about? So the moon is still the same.
What are you talking about?
Spot, still the same as it is every.
It's still in the same spot. Like the moon in your paradigm moves. You glue sniffer. We're talking about the shadow and its appearance. Actually, the shadow comes from the top of the moon. How do you explain that?
And it goes back out. It comes from the top right-hand corner on the last one in 2017, and it went back out that way. So when the coloration came from top right down to bottom left, then went from bottom left back out top right.
Every part of the year. It's not like
so the image of the shadow is being refracted up with the refraction of light. That can't happen. It's the absence of light. So it can't be geometrically predicted. I'm not. Yeah, I think I made my point.
So light is reflected, and so if there's a
I told you reflected. That's the I'm gonna trademark that.
Is it reflected? Tjump, you retard of the ages. Reflected, eh? Good job, globe head.
Lack of light, that's also going to be refracted at the exact same rate because it's just less photons.
The lack of light is also going to be refracted because it's less photon. That makes perfect sense. You're talking about the dark light.
Okay, so absence of light can be refracted.
Absence of light is just less photons. So less photons and more photons.
No. Absence of light is no photons, you idiot. Not less. None. God.
Are both going to be refracted at the same rate.
Okay.
So the no photons are going to be refracted at the same rate as photons. Gotcha.
If you want to stick with that one, dude, whatever, we can move on.
A shadow isn't perfect blackness. Perfect blackness is no photons. So if you have
a shadow isn't perfect blackness.
A shadow where there's less light, that's less photons, and less photons is going to be refracted at the same rate as the more photons. So yes.
Okay, so the shadow isn't, it does still have light. We can only see a bit of the light, and it gets refracted proportionate up to the moon.
Proportionate up, it gets refracted the same
In
rate as all the other
relationship
light.
with, what?
I don't know what you mean by proportionate to the moon. It gets refracted at the same rate as all the other light. Like all the light is being refracted at the same rate.
Proportionate.
Yeah. The shadows, the shadows get reflected like all the other light. Good job, idiot clown boy.
So yeah, in a relationship with it. If that's what you want to say. Okay. So it can't be geometrically predicted. And it happens on occasionally. It geometrically based on the three-body relationship, it can't be predicted. It happens, and then they explain it away with refraction, saying that shadows can also refract, like you just attempted to do the mental gymnastics to explain, and then act like I was stupid.
It's explained by the atmosphere,
explained by
so
what?
it wouldn't be the three bodies. It would be the
It's
three bodies.
explained by the atmosphere, so the paradox talks now. Hey, atmosphere! Yes, Huey! How much of a moron is this retard? 100% Huey! I knew it.
Well, you know, the
atmosphere that
shadow.
reflects light.
Good.
You go, John. First.
I'm sorry, I was going to make fun of him and say the angle of light creating the shadow is changing but staying the same. It's straight in a curved way.
What is that claim? Not just from him, but that's the mainstream claim. It is so stupid because, and I'll tell you why. Because eclipses are on cycles, like I said earlier. So the next sidereal stellian eclipse, right? We know when it's going to happen. We know the cycle. But what they're claiming is they're actually claiming a prediction, but a refractive prediction. That's what they're actually claiming.
Thanks, Brian.
That's how stupid it is.
Explained by the atmosphere, so it wouldn't be the three bodies. It would be the three bodies and an atmosphere that reflects light.
Of course, the three bodies are
four bodies.
Inherently relevant to your explanation.
Just three bodies wouldn't explain it. It's three bodies plus the atmosphere that would explain it.
So,
that would explain it. The atmosphere paradox saves you. That's what explains it. It's the fourth body, the atmosphere paradox. Thanks.
Yeah.
QE,
Without
sorry,
the three
sorry to
bodies, you don't
interrupt.
have.
Yeah, I'm going to have to round up. I've been doing this for almost 6 hours now, so
44 more hours.
We didn't get to the science yet.
we never will. We never will.
Yeah, 6 hours is a lightweight. Come on.
Right,
We didn't
Quick,
get to
say
the
something
science.
stupid.
We didn't get to the science part.
I'm so sorry about that.
All right.
No, but I am actually going to round out in all seriousness, unless there's something really pressing that must be said. Right, you guys in Discord, any last words before I round out? Hello, wakey Discord.
Quick, say something stupid.
No?
Thanks for sticking around.
An absolute pleasure. With that, I am
Yeah,
going to
another
say...
great show.
Oh,
Thank you.
very much. Wonderful. Thank you very much. With that, though, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both the Politics and Flat Earth Debate Discord servers for making today's after show and ever after show possible. And, of course, a massive thank you to my Dupless panels, also for making today's live show, after show, and ever after show possible. If you're watching this on a premiering stream, thank you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video. Smash the PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below this video. Also, thanks button if you did want to support this channel. See you all in the next video.